You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to rock. I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 9/29/2025. It is 10:04 p.m. Eastern Time. I know initially we had Philly and Tali coming on tonight. I don't know if that's happening anymore, so I had asked a couple of questions and didn't hear back, so we'll see, because that was supposed to start about 5 minutes ago, so not sure as of right now. No, yeah, I know. Everybody, like, every night has been asking me when this is happening, so but I think some of them might be busy, so But I did see this today while I was scrolling over Twitter. We've talked a good bit about the Anna Kasparian drama with Jillian Michaels. And I mean, if you guys have been following along, we have, I think, three videos now out on it, and we're probably going to have a fourth coming soon. So it's been fairly interesting. But yeah, this one here, then this one here, then this one here, and the idea is Jillian Michaels is done. It looks like I went to her take earlier, and it looks like they have another episode scheduled that is going to have just the other three women and no Jillian Michaels. So looks like she's gone. And I thought, if she was gone, that they would probably just end the show. But I guess not. Yeah, I guess they're still going. So odd. Seems really weird. But yeah, and then the first round of STV Philly and Tali is the video that came out 6 hours ago right here. So if you haven't seen this is
Every time you hear somebody say that, you're like, oh, wait, is this person anti-Semitic?
Yeah, she's saying it's a dog whistle that if people say that, because they're not actually prostrating themselves, they're not actually like giving their soul over to Israel just because they went to the wall, that these are people who actually, it's part of their religion. Charlie was a hardcore Christian, and that the wall is a holy site for Christians. My family's been there.
You don't know anything about it other than that
I've
Jews
never done it
around
before.
the world.
I've heard about it, yes. I've never done it, so if that's what you mean, I don't know about it.
You're characterizing it as a PR trip for the state of Israel. That's completely inaccurate.
And as we all know, the UN is not the only people who have said that they think it's a genocide. There have been genocide scholars who have come out over the last few months, all in solidarity, saying
the genocide scholars. Are you talking about that group that it turned out that you actually didn't have to be a scholar at all, and you could join for $30 online and then vote on whether or not it was a genocide? You're talking about that group? Guess what? In order to qualify for the vote on whether it was a genocide or not, you didn't have to be a scholar. You had to be a member, and to be a member, all you needed $30. $30.
Mainstream media has caught this. How come this isn't anywhere on it?
Because the mainstream media doesn't like to announce when they get things wrong. They just make stealth edits after the fact.
Damn, you got all the Hasbro talking points down. That's crazy. Like,
yeah, do I have all the Hasbro talking points, or do I just disagree with you?
But the main thing, killer beat, dude. Killer beat, brah. So this came out today. It says the following is Charlie Kirk's letter to Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Kirk expresses his love for Israel and repeatedly offers pointers for how they can win the information war so they do not lose support. It is not at all what anti-Semites claim it was. So, let's see what we have here. From the desk of Charlie Kirk. Dear Mr. Prime Minister, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances with Jews in the fight to protect Judeo-Christian civilization. Most recently, I am proud to have taken over Ambassador Huckabee's show on TBN, where we continually support Israel and the Jewish people. As Mohammedanism spreads into Western societies, it's critical that Jews and Christians stay united in the effort to contain and roll back radical Islam and Sharia law. I regret to report that anti-Israel and anti-Semitic trends are at record levels on social media. These negative sentiments then flow downstream into college campuses and even seep onto the conservative MAGA community. My team and I have spent months analyzing these trends and debating ideas that could help you and your country push back against these disturbing developments. Anti-Israel sentiment and can undermine American support for Israel. The purpose for this letter is to lay out our concerns and outline potential remedies. Everything written here is from a place of deep love for Israel and the Jewish people. I think it's important to be brutally honest with those you love. In my opinion, Israel is losing the information war and needs a communications intervention. I started to compose this letter to you on Easter. I should have been focused on my family, but I was getting bombarded with messages about the Israeli army making it difficult for Christians to access churches in Jerusalem on Easter. At the time, I did not see any official statement pushing back on this narrative. It was frustrating because pro-Israel surrogates, like me, should not be in charge of fact-checking every piece of anti-Israel misinformation that pours into social media. It wasn't just Easter. On my recent campus tours, half the questions I get are about Israel, and they are all negative. It shouldn't be on you to fact check things. This is conservatism, bro. This is fucking conservatism. This is what it is. They demand that they have somebody else like tell them what to say, tell them what to believe, tell them what to think, tell them like what all the bullet points are. What is it that we're supposed to say to be on your side? What is it that we're supposed to say to push out your propaganda? What is it that we're supposed to say to help you? Like, that's all it is. They just want people to give them talking points. And he's saying it's not my job to actually debunk things. What do you mean? How is that not your fucking job? What do you mean? That's my job. How is it not your job? Damn, is it? My camera is blurry as fuck. Okay, there we go. I often spend half my time on these campus tours defending Jews and Israel, which I'm proud to do because I love Israel and love the Jewish faith. I spent endless hours with Dennis Prager over the years studying the Torah. Sometimes it feels like I'm defending Israel in public more than your own government. This is wild, bro. When did he write this? I don't see a date on any of this. So like the date would make a big difference on when this is from. Okay. He said the opposite of that on Megyn Kelly. I didn't see him say the opposite of any. What do you think? What part do you think was the opposite on Megyn Kelly? I watched some of the Megyn Kelly stuff. I didn't see him say anything that was different from this. What part do you feel was different? My experience on college campuses matches a recent Harvard-Harris poll, which reported 48% of 18 to 24-year-old Americans support Hamas over Israel. Even in young MAGA circles, Israel is losing support. We are getting huge crowds of 4,000 to 5,000 students on some of my college tours. My campus visits are becoming like a rock concert atmosphere filled with conservative patriots. Yet, on these campus visits, I'm constantly confronted with Israel is an apartheid state. Why does Israel conduct ethnic cleansing? Why is America subsidizing Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people? Is American aid helping to subsidize Israel free healthcare? Israel and the Jews are running U.S. foreign policy. Israel and Jews are responsible for 9/11. Defending Israel is not our U.S. national interest. It's not in our interest. Why is Israel trying to drag us into a war in the Middle East? He said, I can't criticize Israel even less than Israelis. I'm sorry. What is different about that in this? Oh, just that he like does the whole like victim narrative about the fact that he's not allowed to criticize Israel. Yeah. Yep. I what? Yeah. I whether or not. Again, these are different things, but yeah, I get, I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, he's saying different things in different places, but yeah, the that is kind of the point, is that they all act like they're not able to criticize Israel versus the fact that they obviously, uh, like the problem is that he doesn't, again, he was never very critical of Israel. Like, he was never critical of Israel, and that's kind of that was the whole point that I kept pointing out, is that he was never actually criticizing Israel. He just never did. And so, yeah, he would say things like, "Oh, I'm not even allowed to criticize Israel." So, well, have you tried? Have you given it a shot? Above are just a sampling of the negative Israel Jewish comments and questions I confront on college campuses. I'm accused of being a paid apologist for Israel when I defend her. However, if I don't defend Israel strongly enough, I'm accused of being anti-Semitic. I know you've got a 7-front war in my kvetching pales in comparison. But I'm trying to convey to you that Israel is losing support even in conservative circles. This should be a 5-alarm fire. I'm often asked, why is Israel killing so many innocent civilians in Gaza? I know Israel goes to great lengths by dropping flyers and even calling civilians to clear out of areas about to be bombed. I know Israel posts maps showing which areas should be evacuated. I know that Hamas uses civilians as human shields, but 90% of the younger generations get their news from social media and podcasts, and there is very little pushback or fact-checking by the Israeli government and or pro-Israel supporters in the media, especially social media. I strongly suggest Israel not always depend on subcontracting their information war efforts to surrogates in America. Mr. Prime Minister, I urge you to revamp your information warfare strategy from top to bottom. Sometimes the impression is given that Israel thinks everyone hates them, so why care about winning over hearts and minds? If there's any truth to this impression, I urge you to consider that social media and podcasts is where you fight for the hearts and minds of the younger generations. Maybe this is why he was on some of those podcasts more recently. You remember the podcast that he went on that was like set up for him, and I forget what they called them, the something boys, they had a very weird name. You guys know the Nelk boys. Yeah, the Nelk boys. That makes that interaction make a little bit more sense. Obviously, all this negative Israel propaganda on social media easily translates into pro-Hamas, free Palestine sentiment on many college campuses. Here are some unsolicited recommendations my team and I suggest if you're open-minded to a communications reset. 1, for starters, you need a rapid response media team. President Trump does this very effectively on social media with his own account and his White House Rapid Response 47 team. The president has strong fighters like Stephen Miller and Caroline Leavitt, who battle the press every day. Honestly, I don't even know if you have a press secretary. You are an eloquent defender of Israel, but you need a team of information warriors out there pushing back every day in real time. When you don't push back, anti-Semitism and anti-Israel propaganda fill the void. A pro-Israel friend recently asked me, do Israelis even care how the world perceives their country? 2, I strongly recommend putting together a team for pro-Israel experts who can fact-check misinformation in real time for Israel. Israel needs to take the lead in this effort. No more dependence on subcontractors. Israel never asks for American troops because Israel does its own fighting. I suggest the same approach for the information war. You lead, and people like me will follow and provide supplement support. If you're open to revamping your communication strategy, my team and I are happy to assist. 3, you need something perhaps like an Israel Truth Network, which can include social media channels and a one-stop source of information website where, for example, all the negative Israel questions I get can be thoroughly debunked. I would love to refer students to such a website. This website could also be a conduit to groups like Hallel and Jewish educators like Dennis Prager. There can be links to books, podcasts, media personalities, and pro-Israel thought leaders. The website can be a place where Judeo-Christian leaders and groups can share information and form closer alliances in the fight against Islamic fundamentalism. ITN social media can post pro-Israel, pro-Judeo-Christian video clips, breaking news, and articles. ITN could potentially be a news aggregation site for all news pertaining to Israel and Judeo-Christian efforts to preserve Western civilization. 4. Have you considered inviting some of the released hostages to go on a speaking tour in the U.S.? This could be very effective messaging. These hostages can talk about how Gazan civilians not once offered any empathy or compassion. President Trump referenced this lack of humanity when some released hostages visited the Oval Office. This was effective messaging. When impactful messaging clicks, keep it going. Also, these hostages and all your spokespersons should be arguing it's Hamas that is committing genocide on their own people by using civilians as human shields and storing weapons in schools, hospitals, etc. That information drips out in regular media but is almost non-existent on social media. 5, maybe interview regular Israelis on the streets asking them what they love about their country. Interview Jews, Israeli Arabs, Druze, Orthodox, secular, etc. Ask Israelis what they wish the world knew about Israel. Ask them to respond to examples of misinformation on social media. This could be an entire social media PR campaign called, "Dude, you got us wrong." Interview Israelis from all walks of life. Let Israelis explain in their own words how Israel is a pluralistic society, a free country with elected leaders unlike all of the surrounding authoritarian Arab nations. Why not show how your hospitals take care of wounded terrorists? Why not show clips of Israel dropping flyers from airplanes warning Gazan civilians to get out of harm's way? It would have been nice to see an Israeli plane with a Star of David arrive in the U.S. full of supplies after a hurricane. Has Israel offered any assistance to the U.S. insofar as technology to protect our borders, or with the missile defense shield President Trump has discussed, which they did end up doing that part? These are examples of the effective messaging showing Israel as a close ally of America. Consumers of social media are aware of the billions in supplies we send to Israel, but they are less aware of what America gets in return. You and your team need to make the argument on social media that Israel is a great friend of America and is vital to the U.S. national security. Israel needs to better portray itself as a member of Team Humanity. Israel needs to establish a baseline of her identity. To run an effective messaging campaign, you need a clearly defined message. This message should be homegrown from Israel. In other words, create original content from Israel. Videos and visuals feed social media. Keep these edited clips short, under 1 minute, and post the best ones on the Israel Truth Network. Don't rely on non-Israeli social media influencers to create all of these clips. Create them yourselves, and influencers like me can promote the original work and refer people to your social media and websites. Be proactive, take the lead. Bottom line is Israel needs to learn to fish, i.e., create your own content and be more self-reliant when it comes to your communication strategy. This is a term from like the Bible, but who wrote this? Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk wrote this to Netanyahu. So the whole idea being pushed that Charlie Kirk was becoming super anti-Israel, and that all of his funders were panicking at how anti-Israel he was, and that they were all trying to convince him to come back to being pro-Israel again. And nah, bro. But yeah, the learn to fish thing is from the Bible. I think everybody knows that line. So 6, Iran. Israel could do a better job explaining the Iranian threat. Among many conservatives who support Israel, there is a concern that America could become entangled in a quagmire in Iran. My generation grew up with disasters in Afghanistan and Iraq. We were promised there were WMDs in Iraq, which proved to be a lie. Our generation was also lied to by governments about Israel and the U.S. that COVID vaccines were safe and effective. Israel intelligence missed the boat on October 7th, but we were asked to trust Israeli intelligence 100% that Iran is on the cusp of obtaining nuclear weapons. Young conservatives are very skeptical of the government's proclamations. We don't fully trust intelligence assessments. Right now, it seems like Israel is primarily relying on Americans to make the case for attacking Iranian nuclear sites. I don't know. A lot of the stuff that he says, I just don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, he keeps saying this shit like Israel wasn't constantly putting out propaganda and putting out messages about this stuff. He was... Israel was constantly making these fucking arguments. So LMAO debunked by a letter to Netanyahu. Charlie's letter to Netanyahu. Yeah. That would be a debunking. Yeah, that would be a pretty clear debunking. But yeah, same with Iran. Like, with all of this stuff, they have been putting out tons of propaganda in relation to this. I have no fucking idea what Charlie's talking about, but they talked about this shit all the time. These arguments get a lot of blowback in MAGA circles. Other than you, Mr. Prime Minister, I see very few Israelis making their case in media, social media, or podcasts. Many agree with you, myself included, that Iran should not get nuclear weapons. At the same time, I share the concern that America will get sucked into another endless war, costing thousands of American lives. Where are the Israelis who are arguing their case to win over public opinion? Israel should be making its case 24/7 on social media, including long-form English-speaking podcasts and social media channels and websites such as Rapid Response Team. Yeah, I was about to say, dude, they speak another fucking language. Like, they're probably doing all of these things. They're just not doing it in English. So 7, a paradigm shift is needed in how Israel presents itself to the world, especially on social media. Perhaps the best way to convey my thoughts here is to think of Israel as a political candidate, in this case, a younger woman who grew up on social media. Who is this candidate and what does she stand for? Right now, there's essentially a massive negative ad campaign spreading on social media. These negative ads are defining this candidate. Political campaigns face this challenge all the time. Many of the PR challenges Israel faces should be looked through the prism of political campaign. Like any campaign, the first task is to define the candidate. So he's lying in a letter that debunks something he said earlier that contradicts it. What did he say earlier that contradicts it? What are you talking about? The whole point is that he never said anything that was backing up the shit that Anna Kasparian and Candace Owens were saying. He never said it. It never happened. Nobody said any of the shit. They just kept running around saying that he said all of this stuff that he never said. And then they would play clips of him saying something totally different. Like they kept saying that he said that he was getting pressure from donors. He never said anything about donors. He said that people were calling him anti-Semitic. He never said shit about fucking donors, but they keep saying donors were doing this. Donors are pressuring him. Donors are saying, he never said anything about donors, ever. It never happened. But they just keep making up that it's the fucking donors because TYT, Anna Kasparian, and Cenk Uygur are obsessed with the fucking donors. It's the donors, guys. I see. So the hang-up is about donors, but we agree that he was getting pressure to not attack Israel. Well, he never did attack Israel. He wasn't. Again, that's another thing that they keep saying. He wasn't getting pressure not to attack Israel. He was getting pressure from having neo-Nazis on his fucking show, like Tucker Carlson, and like anti-Semites and people like that who were like fairly anti-Semitic, or at least pushed anti-Semitic arguments. But attack equals pushback on pro-Israel narrative. My bad. I don't know what pro-Israel narrative did he push back on? I've never heard this. I've heard him say again that he was getting attacked for having other people on his show, which is fairly normal, that like people don't like platforming neo-Nazis, but then they also said that he was like getting forced into like meetings with other pro-Israel people who were trying to like convince him to be pro-Israel again when he never stopped being pro-Israel. They keep making shit up that never happened. That Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel the entire time. I never heard an anti-Israel sentiment from him ever. He said we've been lied to about Israel by our government, and that maybe we shouldn't trust what they say. He said Israel. I remember him saying this about Jewish people who are like pushing neoliberal and Marxist, quasi-Marxist stuff. I never heard him say this about Israel. I mean, if you can send it to me, I have not seen that, and that was not shown in any of the clips from any of these people. So I have not seen any of that, but yeah, if you have it, I'd be happy to look at it. Right now, there is not a one-stop shopping resource where younger people can learn about this candidate. Like in this, he's literally telling them, he's literally giving them advice on how to push better PR and how to like push better propaganda. He's literally telling them like, hey guys, like you need to do much better propaganda. You need to do much better, much better outreach to convince people that like the war is good and that actually Hamas is the genocidal ones. He literally says that. He says you need to convince them that Hamas are the ones who are actually genociding themselves. And like, yeah, this is what I always heard from Charlie Kirk. Like I never heard anything other than this sort of shit. Every candidate has a website and social media. It would be political malpractice to omit these tools. Sorry for the brutal honesty, but Israel's approach to social media is PR malpractice. Your candidate should list all the toughest questions she gets on the campaign trail with detailed expert responses, add footnotes on her ITN website, and use social media to explain her platform on a daily basis. These responses become part of a Miss Israel's platform where her positions and values are explained. Isn't this letter in response to claims that Netanyahu wanted a more pro-Israel stance from TPUSA? Is he saying he will be pushing their message with these tips? No. No, he says in this is unprompted. He's giving advice that he was never asked for, and that he's spending his day on Easter, like pushing this message, writing this letter when he should be spending time with his family and crap like that. But that he didn't finish it on Easter and then came back to it later and finished it. And the whole thing is him saying, it's not my job to debunk information for you guys. It's not my job to do that, okay? You guys need to be at the forefront of the information warfare, and you need an entire information warfare division like what Donald Trump has, where there's immediately people out there rebutting arguments and telling people what they should think. That you need to have YouTube podcasts, you need to have Twitter channels, you need to have they call it ITN, the Israeli Truth Network is what he's calling it. He's like this. He's giving them an entire plan. How do we know it's unprompted? I didn't say we know it's unprompted. I said he says it's unprompted. Who released this? Ryan Saavedra. Okay. Let's see. These responses become part of Miss Israel's platform where her positions and values are explained. Like any political campaign, you need surrogates who can articulately promote this candidate's platform and identity. Right now, Israel's identity is being fabricated by those who hate her by a barrage of misinformation in the media, especially social media. Fake news becomes real news if there's not effective pushback. So part of what he said as well is he said, you guys need to be at the forefront of the information warfare. And you just said it was unprompted. No, I didn't. I said he said it was unprompted. I didn't say it was unprompted. I said he said it was unprompted. Anyways. But yes, this is all him saying, you guys should be at the forefront of the information warfare, and then people like me will help promote whatever it is that you put out. Whatever it is that you guys tell us, whatever it is that you put out, I will help promote that message. I need you guys to do it first, and then I will echo your sentiments. Like that. And so now he's telling them how to go and do it first so that he can then go and promote whatever it is that they put out. When a candidate is hit with negative campaign ads, the effective response is for the candidate to personally respond to these attack ads. A candidate doesn't just rely on surrogates to get the truth out. So he's saying that he's a surrogate for them. He said this numerous times, that he is a surrogate for them, and that he's the one who's always out there debunking shit for them and arguing against people for them and pushing their propaganda, but he needs them to put it out first so that he can reply. It's an odd thing to say in a letter. Well, he's saying that, like, I know that you didn't ask for this information. I know you didn't ask for any of this advice. I know you didn't ask me to tell you this, but I'm telling you because I'm worried about Israel. I think that's what he literally says. I can go back and find it in a little bit. One of Israel's biggest most fundamental problems is typically your pushback is in a third person voice. I do the third person voice all the time as I attempt to defend the candidate, Israel. But I don't live in Israel, so I'm more like an attorney defending a client. Israel, the client, also needs to defend itself. See, like this is what I'm talking about. Like this is the way that I saw him. Like this is that he was out there lawyering for Israel, just hardcore pro-Israel. This was Easter. Again, he said that he started the letter on Easter, but that he finished it another time. So I don't know. That's one of the things that I would want to know is when did this come out, or when did he write this? Excuse me. Like when did he send it? I wish I had a first-person source of information I could reference where students and Israel skeptics could learn more about this client called Israel. You need a one-stop shopping resource where Israel's platform and beliefs can be spelled out. You need more Israeli surrogates speaking out on behalf of their candidate. At the moment, you have some wonderful non-Israeli surrogate speaking on behalf of a candidate that has not defined herself, especially when it comes to social media. I know it's common to think that social media, especially TikTok, is a waste of time. I thought similar a year ago. But TikTok algorithms have changed. I have increased my followers on TikTok from approximately 1 million to 6.6 million in the last year. We get billions with a B views on TikTok. My campus tour last fall and this spring have received approximately 5 billion impressions. Elon Musk is a good friend to Israel, so X offers great opportunity to make inroads on social media. Israel should not sit back and allow its enemies to define her. A recent Pew Research poll showed 53% of Americans now have an unfavorable view of Israel, up to 42% 3 years ago. U.S. support for Israel is precarious right now. A new media strategy is urgently needed. I understand social media as well as anyone in the world. From my vantage point, Israel has retreated from social media without a fight. How are you going to win over young generations if you're starting out in retreat on social media? Younger generations use their TVs for Netflix, not the evening news. Narratives for younger and even middle-aged people are fought now on social media. Mr. Prime Minister, stop this retreat. Get in the information war fight. The front lines of this information war are on social media. Other than a few guerrilla warfare operations, there's very little Israel-created content. I saw that Israel has increased its Hasbara budget by 20 times, which is great news. There's also hundreds of millions of dollars raised by private pro-Israel groups. Some of this money should be directed into creating pro-Israel original homegrown content. Next, promote this content on Israel-operated social media channels and website. Use some of these funds to start the Israel Truth Network. So yeah, that's the ITN, the Israel Truth Network that he keeps talking about. To sum up, you should perhaps consider reshaping your Hasbara department into more of a political campaign headquarters with campaign narrative experts. Hasbara could be the mothership hosting ITN, where the messaging campaign can be created and then distributed to all the pro-Israel groups and thought leaders. Majority of staff in these efforts should be in their 20s and 30s. The older generation alone is not going to win the information war on social media. You need to fill the ranks with young people who grow up with cell phones and social media, not payphones and TV news. Once the candidate is defined with a platform, backfilled with extensive details, then allow the political operatives to take that platform out into social media with an out of the box approach like some of the earlier suggestions. I've seen your IDF spokesman defend Israel standing at a dimly lit podium. This looks like a scene out of the 1970s, like some old Walter Cronkite clip of the TV news. That is true. They do. Their podiums look fucking horrible, dude. They look really bad. You need to tear down your old ways of communicating and start over from scratch. Create a communications and social media platform that is wired to fight back with the same fierceness and determination as the IDF. Israel has many Americans and some well known foreigners who defend Israel, which is great. But these are third person voices. Mr. Prime Minister, you are an eloquent defender of Israel, but you don't post very often on social media. Many of your clips are in Hebrew only. Why don't you do more press conferences in Israel in English? Take on some of the tough questions I got bombarded with on college campuses. Where are all of the Israeli surrogates? I can't remember the last time I saw an Israeli spokesperson on one of the evening Fox shows, other than yourself. Israel needs more first-person voices to defend her. How can Israel defend and define itself if you don't even have spokespersons out there fighting back every day? Do you have a press secretary like Caroline Levitt or defenders like Stephen Miller? If not, I encourage you to go find them. You need more Israeli spokespersons who are effective speakers in the media and on social media. I know you have a serious deep state lawfare challenge. My team and I have been fighting the deep state every single day for many years. Maybe a revamped information war strategy can help with your internal fight as well. Ugh. I fucking hate these people so much, dude. I fucking hate these people so much. Ugh. Israel has enormous capabilities, such as how you orchestrated your beeper bomb operation. Perhaps Israel can use some of that same ingenuity to more effectively fight the information war in the media, especially on social media. Israel is the Silicon Valley of the Middle East. Israel has been an abundance of brain power and technological expertise. The question is whether Israel has the willpower to step up its game in this information war. From my vantage point, the status quo is not working. Israel is getting crushed on social media, and you are losing younger generations of Americans, even among MAGA conservatives. In my opinion, you are losing the information war, which will eventually translate into less political and military support from America. The Holy Land is so important to my life, and it pains me to see support for Israel slip away. Feel free to contact me on my private number below if you would like to discuss this further. Let's see. Dana Loesch said, crazy how all of these people who pretend to be close to him had no actual idea about this letter that the org had to release to take back his legacy. I was told this didn't exist. Dear BB, Israel is fake and gay. Also, don't ethnically cleanse Gaza. Sincerely, Charlie Kirk. Israel is fake and gay. That's not what Charlie said the day before his homicide. He disagreed with Netanyahu when he disagreed with his dozens of donors who harassed him 24/7. Where are the donors coming from? Why do they keep saying donors? Where are the fucking donors? Where are they? This is just Cenk Uygur just sees the fucking here's the donors in the walls all the time. This is so frustrating, bro. Sperm donors, yeah. Because yeah, I was talking about in the last couple episodes, I talked about the fact that like he was doing like full on like undercover warfare for Israel by literally he was getting like groups of groypers together and sitting there like trying to use their dog whistles, saying shit like, I don't think it's anti-Semitic to criticize Israel. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we should be allowed to criticize Israel, or what do you guys think it's anti-Semitic? Or no, I don't. No, I don't think it's anti-Semitic to criticize Israel. That's just my personal opinion, but that's how I feel. I feel that way. I feel like it's not. I feel like it's not anti-Semitic to criticize Israel. Wow, we should have in a comment. What about AIPAC? Do you guys think it's anti-Semitic to criticize AIPAC? Because I don't think it's anti-Semitic to criticize AIPAC. Yeah, no, I don't think it's anti-Semitic to criticize AIPAC either. Yeah, I think we should be allowed to criticize AIPAC. I think we should be allowed to criticize AIPAC too. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. It's the dumbest shit you've ever heard. Like, it's just a bunch of fucking numbnuts sitting there. It sounds like 5-year-olds just like having a conversation. This didn't happen so much. It happened things that had. Wait, it unhappened things that had. Wait, what? George Washington. Okay. IHATE. I hate BB. Well done. So he just highlighted I hate BB through this. Well done. Good job. You win. So, is there any evidence of the other thing? What was the clip that they said? He said, we've been lied to about Israel by our government, and that maybe we shouldn't trust what they say.
So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people from there, okay? There are some serious questions here, Patrick.
I'm more coming from a place of thinking this was intentional.
I am a Reva, and I was taught how to pray Salah.
That means every single time I pray,
the person who taught me gets the reward.
5 times a day.
Where Charlie claimed the Israeli government orchestrated the October 7, 2023 attack so that they would have an excuse to ethnically cleanse Gaza and take it over. This segment has been deleted from YouTube since Charlie Kirk's fatal shooting, which just further incriminates Israel. However, I was able to find it.
He said that Israel did October 7th?
So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that is an IDF soldier, right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to say to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order?
He literally just said he's not saying that they knew.
Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes.
Wow.
6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate, non-conspiracy question. The whole country is the IDF. The whole country is.
Yeah.
And you're trying to tell me that they're going to concerts and kibbutzes and schools and by reports 6 hours. Let's say it's 3 hours.
That's suspect. Go ahead, Rob.
It's also not like a right-wing reporting. This is from the New York Times. The long wait for help as massacre unfolds in Israel.
9
I can't think of a
hours.
more liberal news outlet than the New York Times.
And by the way, I'm actually very pro.
It took most of a day for Israeli soldiers to arrive as people tried to hide from Hamas terrorists on Saturday. Here's what the evidence shows about the response to some of the deadliest attacks. It took most of the day. Didn't it take like 2 hours to 3 hours? Attack starts at 6:30. I thought it took 3 hours for them to clear everybody out. 3 hours into attack, 9:30 a.m. 6 hours into attack, 12:30 p.m. It did not take a single day for Israel to secure its territory after the surprise attack by Egypt and Syria on October 6, 1973. Wait, did I put 6? Fuck. My bad. While initial counteroffensive operations began just hours after Hamas-led attack on October 7th, 2023, it took the Israeli military multiple days to regain control and secure all areas. Oh shit. The initial response was notably delayed and disorganized due to a catastrophic intelligence and security failure. Initial response and counteroffensive on October 7th, morning of October 7th. Hamas militants, oh, that's right, because didn't they even take over like an entire military, I don't know what you call it, like place, morning of October 7th, Hamas militants launched a massive attack by land, air, and sea, quickly overrunning Israeli military posts and entering southern Israeli communities. 8:23 a.m., the Israel Defense Forces IDF declared a state of alert and began mobilizing reservists. So this just says morning of October 7th. The other thing says, this one says that they start at 6:30 a.m. The attack starts at 6:30. This just says morning of, and then it says they began, they declared a state of alert at 8:23. That's like 2 hours later. It wasn't 6 hours, and this was from over 2 years ago. Charlie came out multiple times after this supporting Israel. Well, sure, we're not talking about whether or not he supported Israel. We're just talking about whether or not what they're saying right here is true. 8:34 a.m., Israel officially announced the beginning of a counteroffensive. Okay. So 2 hours in, I guess, makes sense because they were coming in waves, so it wasn't like all at once. But that's still okay. Afternoon, early IDF reinforcements, primarily special forces, began arriving, but they were initially too few and too late to stop the attacks. Though they did slow the advance, many militants and hostages were already retreating to Gaza by midday. The IDF, late afternoon to midnight, the IDF achieved overwhelming numerical superiority and began pushing back most of the remaining organized Hamas forces. Why full security took days. Overwhelmed defenses. On the day of the attack, thousands of Hamas fighters invaded at numerous points along the Gaza border fence, overwhelming the limited number of Israeli troops stationed there. Key IDF command centers and border security systems were quickly compromised. Slow mobilization, the Israeli chain of command was caught off guard and buckled under pressure. Many soldiers were on leave for a Jewish holiday. There was no comprehensive response plan in place. Disorganized reinforcements. Reinforcements were initially chaotic, with some soldiers resorting to civilian transportation to get to active combat zones. Forces were also delayed by logistical challenges and by having to respond to attacks across more than 10 different locations. Intelligence failure. Israeli intelligence had received some warnings and even possessed Hamas battle plans over a year in advance, but these threats were dismissed by officials who believed Hamas was not capable or willing to carry out such an invasion. While the most intense fighting on Israeli soil concluded on October 7th, the process of clearing areas of remaining militants and fully regaining control took days. A report from the Jerusalem Post indicates that even by the end of October 7th, there were still hundreds of Gazan invaders fighting in dozens of locations in Israel. It took up to 2 days for military to fully repel the attack and 3 days for ground forces to reach parts of the Gaza border. Yeah, I would assume some, like I said, I would assume some places they had actually captured like entire areas to where all they had to do was just hold it down. Later, Z King. Have a good night, homie. Why did it take Israel so long to deal with Hamas attack from Gaza? The army completely failed as a quick reaction force, one Israeli said, pointing to how some of the communities that came under attack had to rely on their own civilian protection forces while they waited for the military to arrive. The full answer of why this happened will take some time to emerge. But it seems as if surprise, scale, and speed overwhelmed defenses, which were patchy and unprepared for what they faced. Surprise was crucial in Hamas's assault. Israeli intelligence failed to get inside the planning by Hamas for the attack. The group seems to have undertaken a long-term program of deception to give the impression it was incapable or unwilling to launch an ambitious attack. It also practiced good operational security, probably keeping off electric communications. Hamas then relied on the unprecedented scale and speed of what came next. Thousands of rockets were launched as cover, but there were also drone strikes on the monitoring equipment that Israel uses on the border fence to watch what is happening. Heavy explosives and vehicles then created Heavy explosives and vehicles then created as many as 80 breaches in the security fence. Motorized hang gliders and motorbikes were also involved, as between 800 and 1,000 armed men flooded out of Gaza to attack multiple sites. These swarming tactics seem to have succeeded in overwhelming Israel's defenses at least for a while. Such a range of activity would have led to chaos within Israel's command and control centers, already quiet on a Saturday morning, which was also a religious holiday. Some of the Hamas fighters targeted civilian communities, while others targeted military outposts. So yeah, this is part of what I was talking about. There has been shock that these outposts were so lightly defended that they could be overrun, with images posted of Israeli tanks in Hamas's hands. And the holes in the border remained open for long enough to allow hostages to be taken into Gaza before tanks were eventually used to close them up. Defenses seem to have been patchy. Israeli security and defense forces had in recent months been more focused on the West Bank rather than Gaza, potentially leaving gaps. And Hamas may have counted on the divisions in Israeli society over Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's policies to further distract the security establishment. Israel's military and intelligence capability has long been rated as the best in the Middle East and one of the best in the world, but they may also have underestimated the abilities of their opponents. The attacks have been compared to those of 9/11 in the US when no one had predicted that planes could be used as weapons. That was often called a failure of imagination. And a similar failure of imagination may also be one of the issues for Israel, leaving it unprepared for something so ambitious from its enemy. Those concerns will certainly be part of the long way. Okay.
Israel. So let me be very, I mean, so I'm not exactly.
Well, I think we all are.
No, I just want to make sure my position is clear here. But I would, so Patrick, there are other explanations. It's possible that the Netanyahu government was double crossed by bad agents. Okay? That's dark, but it's not as dark as what we're talking about. Okay? Another aspect is that Netanyahu might have traitors in his government, like legitimate traitors that have infiltrated. I was texting with some senior people in the IDF, and they said, Charlie, can't say too much, but let's just say the same problem you have with the
So the person, this is called the Muslim mum. And the Muslim mum started off saying that Charlie Kirk proves that Netanyahu and Israel were actually behind the October 7th attacks, not Hamas. And even the title says that, like, PBD visibly stunned as Charlie Kirk reveals the ugly truth about Israel. He literally says the opposite here. I don't know if this person's English is that bad to where they didn't realize that he says the exact opposite, but this person has 100,000 subscribers, and they're sitting here telling you, he says X, and then literally 2 minutes into the fucking clip, he's like, I'm definitely not saying X. So weird, dude.
Left in America we have here in Israel. So there's something to think about. Just something to think about, right? Is that maybe there's some people within those intel agencies that aren't as sympathetic. Or maybe, Patrick, maybe they might have gotten a tip, they might have gotten whispers, but no one thought it would be 1,200 Jews dead. That's a potential, right? Here's the essence of it.
So is it Israel's fault for being underprepared or Hamas's fault for attacking? Those are drastically different questions. Those are not in a dichotomy. I truly, dude, I will never understand how conservatives' brains work. I really will never. I will never be able to understand how y'all's brains are this broken. That's not a dichotomy. Those are not the same thing. Like, the fact that there are people who want to attack you means that it's, and your civilians means that it is your responsibility to protect your people. So you can't say, like, oh, it's Hamas's fault for attacking them. What does that even mean? Like, Hamas is supposed to attack them. That's they've been in a fucking constant war for 50 years. Like, what the fuck do you mean? It's their fucking job. It's their job to attack them. Like, it's Israel's job to protect their fucking citizens. It's their job to protect their borders. This is like if you came over and were like, Tom, do you see all the fucking illegal aliens that came in under the Biden administration? And I'm like, is that Biden's fault? Or is it the illegal aliens' fault for coming in? Like, think about it. It's really the illegal aliens' fault for coming in, right? So you'd say it's their responsibility to take intercepted battle plans seriously? They paid for it here. Well, so I obviously yes and no. Like, there's reasons for why they didn't take it seriously, right? And partially is because Hamas was really smart about this. The fact that they got hold of their plans should have fucked Hamas. But the fact that Hamas didn't give them any other signs that this was actually possible or that they were even considering this by never, like, there was one leak and that was the actual battle plans. From what I've seen, that's it. Just one leak, the actual battle plans. Outside of that, they're like monitoring all of their fucking communications and everything, and they never got another whiff of this. So there was no reason for them to believe that it was even possible for them to do something like this, let alone that they were actually considering it. For a country that's constantly under attack, you'd think they'd at least have a plan in place for the off chance that it actually happened. Yeah. Well, especially considering that it was a holiday and the fact that they were going to have way less security there on that day. You'd think, yes, if you got a whiff that there was possibly going to be an attack on a day where you're going to have less security, maybe don't have less security. Maybe just don't have less security on that day. Maybe this is just one slight contingency plan, just in case.
The essence is this. This is the closest thing to the Holocaust that any of us have lived through. But the fact is now Bibi and the Israeli...
October 7th is the closest thing to the Holocaust that any of us have lived through? What? October 7th is the closest thing to the Holocaust? Okay, Google. How many people died in Israel on October 7th?
On the website BBC.com, they say, Hamas is an armed Palestinian group and political movement in the Gaza Strip. On the 7th of October 2023, it attacked Israel, killing about 1,200 people and taking 251 hostages. This triggered a massive Israeli military offensive in Gaza, which has killed tens of thousands of Palestinians.
So 1,000. He's 1,000 on that day. That is the closest thing to 6 million that we see. That there was more that died on fucking 9/11 than that. More people died on 9/11 than that. Is it just because they're Jewish that makes it closer to to the fucking Holocaust? Like, what the fuck was that statement? What is that statement? This is the closest thing to the Holocaust? Do you know how many genocides have happened since then? And the fact that he's going to say this is the closest thing to the fucking Holocaust that's happened since then. Are you kidding me? Okay, Google. How many people died in the Armenian genocide?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Of course. It can never give you a fucking straight answer on here, but it says about 1.5 million Armenians lived in the Ottoman Empire. Okay, well, that's not helpful. You don't think he's talking about the opposite, like Israel on Gaza? I'm pretty sure this took place like days after October 6th. So no, I don't think that's what he's talking about, but maybe. It's possible. Let me listen to how he said it again. Let me listen to that one more time.
I think we all are.
No, I just want to make sure my position is clear here. But so Patrick, there are other explanations. It's possible that the Netanyahu government was double-crossed by bad agents. Okay? That's dark, but it's not as dark as what we're talking about. Okay? Another aspect is that Netanyahu might have traitors in his government, like legitimate traitors that have infiltrated. I was texting with some senior people in the IDF, and they said, Charlie, can't say too much, but let's just say the same problem you have with the left in America we have here in Israel. So there's something to think about. Just something to think about, right? Is that maybe there's some people within those intel agencies that aren't as sympathetic. Or maybe, Patrick, maybe they might have gotten a tip, they might have gotten whispers, but no one thought it would be 1,200 Jews dead. That's a potential, right? Here's the essence of it. The essence is this. This is the closest thing to the Holocaust that any of us have lived through. But the fact is now Bibi and the Israeli...
Yeah, no, he's talking about October 7th. Change it from Hey Google to stop. I know that if I say Hey Boo Boo, like they sound so similar that a lot of times it'll think if you say that Hey Boo Boo, that you're saying the other thing. Yeah, just stop. Yeah, it's not there by default. They just sound enough alike to where it's gonna confuse one for the other.
Hard right government has a mandate.
Hey, boo boo.
I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Yep.
I mean, and I don't use that term lightly. Okay, they're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people from there. Okay, and honestly, they have a mandate.
He's in favor of that. Just to be clear, he's in favor of that. He's not saying this is a bad thing. He's saying this is like, thank God. Thank God they're finally gonna ethnically cleanse these motherfuckers. Okay.
To go seek justice and revenge. They do. There's this idea that they need to have a truce or a peace treaty. That's morally crap after you see women and children be burned alive and dragged to the streets. But there are some serious questions here, Patrick. And let me tell you, my pattern recognition over the last 5 years.
He has a mandate to do it. And we already have the clips of him afterwards saying shit like, you know, yeah, I used to say that that Hamas would throw gays off of tall buildings, but they don't have tall buildings anymore in Gaza. That's what you get, you fucking Muslims. That's what he said. So I don't think yeah, when he says they have a mandate to commit ethnic cleansing, he is that's not exactly what he said. Let's see. Pretty sure I have the clip right here. It was taken out of context, guys. It's out of context. It was just out of context.
So, you know, it's funny. I used to say that, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't...
When you mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Is that too soon? I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
Okay, yeah, then you shouldn't kill Jews, you stupid Muslims. Okay, that does mean that's what you get, but yeah, that's the same thing.
I like that. I like that.
Where was I? So, yeah. So, you know, it's funny. I used to say...
So, yeah. This was not the way that people are painting it.
Has become pretty sharp. COVID, Maui fires, you know, Epstein. When I see a story and it doesn't click, our guts are usually right.
Yeah, this one's very weird.
Can I comment on the, you know, when you use the term ethnic cleansing, that will, you know.
The internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder, and you know, I don't believe it for 1 second, but I want you to, you know, make a statement. It's so absurd.
That's insane. That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun. I mean, the whole thing is.
Who said
it's
that?
Not only insane. It's. I think it's so absurd, so stupid, and so ridiculous. You can't believe that people are saying that. They just found the perpetrator.
I am your guest host, Misty Winston. Apologies for not
It's
being.
a fucking Jimmy Dore show, dude. I cannot stand all these conspiracy theorists. Like this is part of the problem, is that they're all like doing so much work to push this single narrative that Charlie Kirk was like somehow anti-Israel. But the problem is that like, especially, and we went over this numerous times in the way that her take painted all of this, and I think I still have this in my actual notes, is literally the way that they went over this was so insane. It was so ridiculous the way that they covered this, and then afterwards they acted like fucking victims, like they didn't do this. But the first point, they start off talking about how they're not allowed to criticize Israel. Then they say that Charlie was being pressured by Zionist TPUSA donors to stop criticizing Israel. They say during the show, they start off by saying, these are all the reasons we don't believe the evidence against Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson is the person who shot Charlie Kirk, who was arrested and now going to stand trial for the murder of Charlie Kirk. They keep trying to poke all these holes in it, saying that they don't believe the evidence against him. They don't believe the text messages. They think all of this stuff's made up. They think Kash Patel, Israel, like all these different people might have been fucking with the shit. But yeah, they said these are all the reasons why we don't believe the evidence against Tyler Robinson. And they went over like 10 different things, over like, oh, here's a picture of him in Dairy Queen. So he couldn't have been at the school at that time. The picture at Dairy Queen was taken like 6 hours later. But it was not, there's no reason to think that like he couldn't be there 6 hours fucking later. Nobody texts like this. Nobody would ever send text messages like this. Why would he snitch on himself if he was planning on taking it to his grave? Why did he get like all of these things where they like try to make it sound as though they don't believe any of this, right? And they spent like 30 minutes on this shit. Then they say, here's a bunch of conspiracies about Israel being behind the killing of Charlie Kirk. And they show like, different like, America First post saying that Charlie was like in a big fight with Netanyahu at the time. And then they start saying that Anna Kasparian said that like she confirmed that he was having fights with his donors for TPUSA, and that he was fighting all of these people. And then they talk about they said Candace Owens confirmed some of these things, and Max Blumenthal confirmed some of these things. Like, they're just going and getting the worst fucking, like, most unreliable motherfuckers to say, like, they confirmed it, so it's okay. And then they say, here's all the ways Charlie was being pressured to be more pro-Israel. And then when somebody was finally like, hey, like, you guys are just like leading people down an obvious trail to say, one, Tyler Robinson didn't do it. Two, everybody was mad at Charlie for being against Israel. Three, here's some reasons why Israel might have done it. And then once somebody actually got upset with this, you're like, whoa, we didn't say that we believed any of that. Okay, you didn't debunk any of that either, though. You didn't debunk any of it. You showed that there were books that were being, in songs that were being uploaded before they ever, before he ever died, as though people knew that this was going to happen before it happened, and that this was some big conspiracy. Like, you lied all of this fucking shit up. And then acted like, oh, we're not saying that. Well, anybody who watched your show up until that point was going, if they believe you guys, if they actually thought that you guys were credible at all, they would have come to that conclusion. If anybody who actually thought that any of those dumb fucks were actually credible sources, or knew what the fuck they were talking about, or half decently smart people, that is, they all would have come to the conclusion that, oh, Tyler Robinson is not the killer. It's obviously Israel. And it's because Charlie Kirk was going against Israel. And then once they got mad, then they all just turn around and, oh, we're not even allowed to criticize Israel. We're just not allowed to criticize Israel. Okay. We're just not even allowed. So maybe people are criticizing your criticisms. Maybe you just have bad criticisms. You ever stop for a fucking second and consider that maybe it's not that you're not allowed to criticize Israel, but maybe your criticisms just suck? Maybe it's that. Maybe it's just bad criticisms that people are criticizing. Like, to be fair, Anna did exactly what Kirk just did. She brought up conspiracies and then clearly said she didn't believe it. Yes, but that is like that. This is look. If we're gonna hold her to the fucking standard of like, you know, grifting conservatives, then that's fine. But this is part of the issue that I have with her. Tyler Robinson is not the killer. Someone from Israel is behind this. And Israel controls our government, and we're being censored for telling you the truth about them. Like, that is the obvious conclusion that anybody's going to come to at the end, is just this right here. And it's, let's see. So yeah, it's very infuriating, like watching them, all of these people run around just pushing all this stuff that they like. If you actually have evidence for it, like, that's fine. Like, I don't think that like Israel is above doing any of this stuff. I don't think that they're like incapable of doing some fucked up shit like this. But just actually have some fucking evidence. Like, actually have a backbone. Actually have some credibility or some ethics, like something. Damn. Anything. When you got some small YouTuber with 50 people fucking watching him, watching all these people with thousands of people watching them, and somehow I have 10 times the ethical standards that they do. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing, dude.
Being Jimmy Dore. We are going to move on now to talk about.
Are we not believing his producer and best friend, Colvett? It depends on what you're asking. We believe. What are you talking about?
About article
Yeah, the book was not released before he died. Correct.
that just came out in the Gray Zone by Max Blumenthal and Anya Parampil, who are fantastic. And this is that Charlie Kirk refused Netanyahu funding offer and was frightened by pro-Israel forces before death, friend reveals. Now, you can think whatever you want to think.
Tom, that book on Amazon released the day before had been confirmed. What the fuck are you on about? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. I don't know. We've debunked this like 3 fucking times, dude. I don't know why you guys can't. So you can go on the Wayback Machine and go check it yourself. The book was posted. It was not there on the 9th. It wasn't there until like 3 p.m. on the 10th. So hours after he died, it was now up. And when you take the description and run it through like a chat GPT and say, what is the likelihood of this being written by AI? It says 100%. Even when I read it, I hadn't even heard that part yet. But as soon as I read the description, I was like, oh, this is 100% written by AI. Like, you can tell, like it is blatantly AI. The person who is there as the author, nobody knows who that is. Nobody knows who that is. Nobody knows the name. There was a glitch on Amazon where it just said it was listed the day before. But again, if you go check, it was not listed the day before. It wasn't there. So it was somebody who just saw he died and said, ooh, I want to get ahead on this. And they immediately wrote up a fucking like a AI transcript for the description, made a title, and then threw it up on Amazon so that they could go ahead and start pre-selling stuff that they were probably just going to have AI write the entire book anyways. And then Amazon took the whole thing down because it looked like it was AI. So they took it down. Andrew Colvett, his interview says Charlie felt he wasn't allowed to criticize Israel. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm not allowed to criticize Israel thing. Okay. For me, as somebody who has debated alt-righters and groypers for 5 years, okay, this is a sentence that I have only ever heard from them. Only ever heard from them. We're not allowed, right? This is a dog whistle to say that we're being censored on behalf of Israel because Jews run everything, they own everything. They are going to stop us. We will be kicked off of platforms. We will be, suspended. We will be silenced. We are not allowed to do it, right? That is the term. Not we're being criticized for our criticisms of Israel. Not people are arguing with us saying they don't like our criticisms of Israel. It's we're not allowed, right? And so if they're saying we're not allowed, I already knew that there were people, not donors, but there were people like fans and people who were upset that Charlie was allowing people that they felt were anti-Semitic and anti-Israel and crap like that onto his platform. It's a bunch of fucking Christians, right? They're all very, very religious about Israel. And so when anybody criticizes Israel at all, a lot of them get really upset about it. But that's not that you're not allowed. It's just that they're going to get mad if you do it, and they're going to criticize you for it. But yes, I know that there were people who were mad at him for having those people on. But when we say, oh, we're just not going to believe that he said he wasn't allowed, well, he probably said it, but that doesn't equate to the same thing as in you're not actually allowed, because he went into depth on this on numerous shows talking about the fact that fans and people were upset with him. He never said donors. He never said that anything like that. And then Anna Kasparian and them took it steps further and said that I think they said Ackman and others were trying to force him and giving him an intervention to force him to be pro-Israel again. And numerous people who were at this meeting came out and said, actually, no, that's not at all what happened. Even more so, some of the arguments were about the fact that he was too Islamophobic. Not that he was too that he wasn't pro-Israel enough, but that he was kind of Islamophobic and that he defended his Islamophobia. So there's just, again, the idea is that they're giving this dark, shadowy group of people up at the top who are using their money to coerce people out of criticizing them, when that's just not the fucking case. Yes, there were people who criticized him for platforming people like Tucker Carlson and Dave Smith. Yeah, there were people who criticized him for it. Yeah, I'm aware. I would expect that on the right with the evangelicals, of course. But is that the same as the way that these other people are trying to make it sound? Where they're saying that, the Jews in Israel are trying to... No, that's not the same.
Think about whether or not Israel's responsible for this or they're not. But I do think that what is very telling about what's happening right now is that they have very clearly lost control over the narrative and over their image. And immediately people are willing to question them on this. And I think that that's at least something good, is that now...
You'd be right 9 times out of 10, probably 10 times out of 10.
Right?
Blaming Israel.
Did Israel do it? Probably yes. Yeah.
They just shown there's literally no rule that they obey.
No, that
I mean,
yeah.
Oh, is North Korea a rogue nation?
Yeah,
really?
Yeah, they're
well, again, nobody has denied that a conversation happened. They denied that a conversation to convince him out of being pro-Israel happened. And there's numerous other people who were there. We read articles from other people who were there. It wasn't just this, a couple of people. It was a group of influencers, journalists, tons of people who were all there just having an open conversation with one another at a summit. That was it. It was just an open dialogue about stuff like this, where they were all just there to have a fun back and forth and kind of argue with each other and sharpen each other and shit like that. And that was all it was. But But yeah, nobody's denying that the conversations happened. They're saying that the conversation wasn't to stop him from being anti-Israel or anything like that, or try to get him to be more pro-Israel. It was just that they just had conversations.
They're really out of control. So a Trump insider and longtime friend of Charlie Kirk tells the Gray Zone how the assassinated conservative leader's turning point on Israel influence provoked a private backlash from Netanyahu's allies that left him angry and afraid. The source said anxiety spread within the Trump administration after an apparent Israeli spying operation.
So again, this says a Trump insider and longtime friend of Charlie Kirk tells the Gray Zone. Who? Again, every single one of these. And this is, again, yes, this is from Max Blumenthal. I'm sorry, but I don't fucking trust a word that comes out of Max Blumenthal's mouth. I don't trust this motherfucker. He is insanely unreliable.
Was uncovered. Charlie Kirk rejected an offer earlier this year from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to arrange a massive new infusion of Zionist money into his Turning Point USA organization, America's largest conservative youth association, according to a longtime friend of the slain commentator.
So yeah, so this whole thing that he rejected an offer to get money from him doesn't make sense when we read this entire fucking letter from Charlie to Netanyahu. That doesn't make sense. Now, again, I would still like to know when this was written, okay? It would make a huge difference to me if I found out that this was written like a year and a half ago, right?
Tip $10. My freedom to talk about Tom's bald, baldy, shiny Mr. Clean bowling ball Lex Luthor looking baldy bald head is suppressed by Israel and the lizard people on the moon. We aren't allowed to talk about how
you're not
bald
even
Tom
allowed.
is at all. Bald.
Yeah, you're not even allowed, dude. You're not even allowed to do it. It's fucked up. They won't even let you talk about it. Charlie said he wasn't allowed, according to him. Yes, I understand. That's what, again, that's what I don't know if I'm not being clear or if I'm saying these things in confusing ways. So let me say this, okay? As I said, Charlie Kirk was literally doing like this outreach to groypers and shit like that, okay? Outreach to like actual groypers, and in this letter he talks about the fact that younger generations are becoming more anti-Israel. So what I saw from Kirk, and I talked about this on my show numerous times before he died, talked about the fact that Charlie Kirk was starting to try to do outreach to younger generations who were anti-Israel, who were anti-Semitic, and that he was using their talking points and their dog whistles and shit to try to bring them in. But never did he actually give real criticisms of Israel. So sometimes he would state like the most blatant normal shit you've ever heard, but to any groyper, they would hear this and go, oh shit, he woke up. Oh shit, he's one of us now. Oh shit, he's actually coming around. And so that's the shit where he would say, like, oh, we're not allowed to even criticize AIPAC, are we? Like, if we criticize AIPAC, they're going to call us anti-Semitic. I don't think it's anti-Semitic to criticize AIPAC. Well, AIPAC is considered a left-leaning organization. Even fucking Ben Shapiro hates AIPAC. Like, you're going to tell me that it's like, he's coming around because he criticizes AIPAC? No. Ben Shapiro hates fucking AIPAC. But he would also say things like I don't think it's anti-Semitic to criticize Israel. Okay, well, good. We'll do it. Do it then. Criticize Israel. Criticize them. He's not going to do it. He doesn't do it. He would say, Jews in America are pushing Marxist, neoliberal policies into our zeitgeist and trying to fund all of these organizations to push the left into, the majority of Jews are on the fucking left. Yes, we all know. But he would state these things. That's just, of course. But he would state it now because he was trying to appeal to these groups that were becoming more anti-Israel and more anti-Semitic, and he wanted to appeal to them because his entire organization, TPUSA, is about appealing to college students. It's about appealing to the younger generations, making sure that he gets them ready ahead of time before they get brainwashed by the fucking universities and shit, right? Yeah, Shapiro supports AIPAC. No, he does not. Shapiro hates AIPAC. I don't know where.
Friend of the slain commentator speaking on the condition of anonymity. The source told the Gray Zone that the late pro-Trump influencer believed Netanyahu was
Like, I watched Ben Shapiro for years. Motherfucker hated AIPAC.
So Ben Shapiro of the Daily Wire tried to basically shoot down Thomas Massey's explanation of AIPAC babysitters on the Tucker Carlson podcast with this.
That, for example, Thomas Massey is talking about, those are just constituents who actually agree with the cause of AIPAC and then lobby his office. That's not a handler. That's called a constituent, and it exists across the board. It turns out there are many people who are arranged with many different lobbying groups across America, from left to right, on causes ranging from the environmental to tax to foreign policy. Them calling off an office does not make them a quote-unquote handler.
You just defended them this month. I'm sorry, what does that mean? I'm sorry, you do a lot of the things that I'm literally talking about here. Where you say he defended them, that is the most nothingness statement I've ever heard in my life. When people come on here and they're like, Tom, but AIPAC floods money into our politicians. And I'm like, yeah, so what? Like, those politicians were already pro-Israel. Like, what the fuck do you want? They're like, oh, you're going to defend AIPAC? Like, no, I'm literally just stating a fucking fact here. But instead of you arguing against me, you say I'm defending them as this, like, you know, it's just a fucking fact. I don't know. Right now, it sounds like that's pretty. Yeah, he's an AIPAC shill. He's pretty anti-AIPAC, so.
Now in this video, I'm going to do my classic breakdowns. Let me know with a thumbs up and a comment.
This isn't what you think, Tom. You're confusing the ADL. Oh, I am. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm so sorry. You're totally right. I am confusing the ADL with AIPAC. You're totally correct. I'm confusing the ADL. That's my bad. I am confusing the ADL with AIPAC. You are correct. Yes, that is correct. Okay.
If you like these type of videos, and if this gets a good response, I'll get back to this style more. So Deceitful and Deceptive Ben is trying to say, oh, you know all these congressmen talking about having an AIPAC handler? You mean Thomas Massey on the Tucker Carlson podcast? Because this isn't a common thing that congressmen are talking about. Thomas Massey's like the only one. And I'm going to let you listen to the full clip.
Marjorie Taylor Greene has also talked about this. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. I know that there's at least a couple more on the right who have done this.
Because nowhere did Thomas Massey call them a handler. Ben, he loves to use linguistics like he's so much smarter than everyone else. And he's like, you know, a handler technically means this. The technicality of...
No, if they say handler, they are again, it's not that he's getting technical with the linguistics. It's the person who is pushing the rhetoric in a very devious sounding way. They're the ones who are getting technical with the linguistics to make sure that it sounds a lot more devious and shadowy.
Speaking on the condition of anonymity. The source told the Gray Zone that the late pro-Trump influencer believed Netanyahu was trying to cow him into silence as he began to publicly question Israel's overwhelming influence in Washington and demanded more space to criticize it. In the weeks leading up to his September 10th assassination, Kirk had come to loathe the Israeli leader, regarding him as a quote-unquote bully. The source said, that's saying it lightly. Kirk was disgusted by what he witnessed inside the Trump administration, where Netanyahu sought to personally dictate the president's personnel decisions and weaponized Israeli assets like billionaire donor Miriam Adelson to keep the White House firmly under its thumb. According to Kirk's friend, who also enjoyed access to President Donald Trump and his inner circle, Kirk strongly warned Trump last June against bombing Iran on Israel's behalf. Quote, Charlie was the only person who did that. They said, recalling how Trump barked at him in response and angrily shut down the conversation. The source believes the incident confirmed in Kirk's mind that the president of the United States had fallen under control of a malign foreign power and was leading his own country into a series of disastrous conflicts.
I do believe that he was against the Iraq war. I do believe that he was against the Iraq war, and I do believe that he was hoping that we wouldn't get involved there. That's very different than the rest of what they're saying here. They're like using that to then jump to these other conclusions, and that's not necessarily the case. That's not the... That's just not the same thing. Like even in his letter, he said that people thought, oh, wait, that's right. Okay, never mind. Okay, no, that letter was recent. I totally forgot about that. Okay, in the letter, he talks about the fact that college students think that that Iran, that Donald Trump and the United States were going to get pulled into the Iran war. That means this letter was very recent. So yeah, this is not from years ago. This is from very recent. Iran. He said Iran. What do you mean? Or Iraq? Like you think he wrote this like 20 years ago? When he was like 10?
By the following month, Kirk had become the target of a...
You said Iraq? Well, he said Iran and Iraq. He was talking about the fact that they were that college students are afraid of us getting pulled into Iran like we did with Iraq. Maybe I mixed them up. I don't know. But the point is that yeah, he was saying that they think that it's going to be another forever war. It was May 2nd. Okay. Where did that come from?
Sustained private campaign of intimidation and free-floating fury by wealthy and powerful allies of Netanyahu, figures he described in an interview as Jewish leaders and stakeholders. He was afraid of them, the source emphasized. Kirk
from the New York Post. Okay, so yeah, so it was recent, and this is like, again, he had like a bunch of stuff like this where it was just like obvious outreach to fucking groypers.
How many of you guys think when a lawmaker and a man I respect like Ted Cruz uses the Bible to justify aid to Israel, doesn't even know the verse, do you guys think that's like not the best way to approach this? Raise your hand. Okay.
I think Ted Cruz used Genesis 12:3. I think a lot of people see that as off-putting when you look at the New Testament.
Why?
Because I think a lot of people, they look especially at the writings of Paul, where he talks about how the new flesh is not the same as the people in the Old Covenant. The new flesh is everybody, is everyone's included.
Talking about Romans 9.
Yes, 9:6, yeah.
Are you Catholic?
Converted to Catholic from Judaism.
I can tell. This is my next
Oh, from Judaism?
Yes.
Oh, wow. So you're you're ethnically Jewish.
Ethnically Jewish, yes.
And you have concerns about AIPAC.
Yes, I do.
I'm told that by some people, that if I criticize AIPAC, I'm anti-Semitic.
I think it's ridiculous. Yeah. I feel like it's great to have a concern for your country.
Do you think that that AIPAC represents, again, I'm not saying I believe this, but I think this is what you're saying, that it represents a kind of cutting in line of prioritization away from the American people?
Yes.
Would you guys say that's a fair summary?
100%.
Meaning that, like, okay, we vote, we're citizens, but a separate group gets higher priority because of whatever reasons.
Yeah, see, he's not actually saying anything. Even when he says, first off, Ted Cruz didn't actually use the Bible to justify them sending aid to Israel. But even when he says, how many of you think Ted Cruz using the Bible to justify the aid to Israel, how many of you think that's not the best way to go about it? Like, he's still like never actually like criticizing anything or making like a real statement there, or even asking a question with a real statement behind it. It's the most like milquetoast bullshit you've ever heard. And then he'll say things about Jews, like getting involved in like politics and that they're all moving everybody to the left and blah, blah, blah.
Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like time for you guys to wake up and say no more, draw a line in the sand.
See, he's just saying nothing. Like, he's saying absolutely nothing. We all know that, like, yes, Jewish people have funded a lot of things that conservatives have been upset with for decades. Yes, we're all very aware that Jews have been a lot of the money behind a lot of that shit. But he just states this, like, most obvious fact as though it's him moving in a direction, and it's obviously not. Not the case, but yeah.
Anna turns around and is like, there's no evidence for this. And I was like, oh, thank God. Okay, let's move on. And she's like, but Netanyahu. Oh my God, how does every freaking show come back to this? How does every show come back to this? And at that point, I'm like, I'm not going to be responsible for this. I'm not going to participate in this. I'm responsible for this. And this is not a debate. This is not an interview. This is not a fair portrayal of all of the facts. And this is not for me.
Welcome to the Today Show with James and Danny. I'm, of course, your co-host, James Lee.
I'm Danny Love.
And today we have a very special guest who doesn't really need...
I thought that was Pisco for a second.
Any intro, but I'll do a very short intro anyways. She is a fitness guru, television personality, author, also businesswoman, somebody who I find to be very smart, also very honest, which is really important to me.
You watched the Andrew Colvett interview? Yeah, the Anna Kasparian showed clips from this. It didn't. Yeah, it didn't back up what she was saying. It was just saying, like, what I said is that he was that he just didn't like the grief that he was getting. I don't know, when you say the interview, I don't know what you're talking about. What interview? Didn't he say he's not allowed? You asked me that earlier, and I responded to that saying that, like, that's just a meaningless statement to me, that he's not allowed. That's Anna Kasparian says she's not allowed. Cenk Uygur says he's not allowed. The Candace Owens says she's not allowed. Like, Candace Owens is self-owned. All of these people, whether or not they say they're not allowed, that doesn't mean anything to me. They all say they're not allowed. His producer and best friend said Charlie felt he wasn't allowed. Correct, he did. I've heard him. I've heard Charlie say, "We're not allowed to criticize Israel. I'm not allowed to have people on who are critical of Israel. I feel like I'm more allowed to criticize America than I'm allowed to criticize Israel." Like, I've heard him say these things. That doesn't. I don't know why we're going over this again. All of the people who play in these circles play these like victim roles by saying that they're not allowed. My bad, I thought that was the distinction. No, the distinction is whether or not it's donors who are stopping him. When Anna gets pushback from people on Twitter, she says that she's not allowed, right? When Candace Owens gets pushback from like other journalists, she says she's not allowed. When Nick Fuentes gets pushback from other debaters, he says he's not allowed. Like, they all do this, where every time somebody disagrees with their criticism, they say, "Oh, I'm not allowed. I'm just not allowed to criticize Israel." It's not that they're not allowed, it's that they're just getting criticism for it, for their bad criticisms. So I'm saying that if there was actually ever a quote from him saying it was the donors, then yeah, that would be a big distinction. But without him ever actually saying it's the donors, it's just more of the same to me, where he's pushing the, like, yeah, we're not allowed talking points.
Was fired. Plus, the FBI director says the suspect wrote a text message before the shooting saying that he had planned to kill Kirk. Investigators also believe the guy wrote a physical note.
Charlie said the same. He's not in that camp, though. At least he wasn't. Yeah, again, we just showed him talking about the fact that he's not allowed to criticize AIPAC, or that people call him anti-Semitic just for criticizing AIPAC, or like, he was starting to use a lot of the same rhetoric as those people. And the reason he said he wasn't allowed is because because he said very clearly numerous times that he was getting pushback for having Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson on his shows and allowing them to just speak freely without any pushback. And so he was saying that he was it's like he's not allowed. And so yeah, that was the whole thing, is that yes, lots of people criticized him for those things. It makes sense, but I haven't heard anything about from who did he say? No, but like, we watched it, like a lot of it played out like on Twitter, and and like journalists wrote about it. There were just lots of criticisms from people for having these people on, even before he even did the event and announcing that like they were going to be on. He was already getting a lot of heat from just all over the internet.
To me, and also somebody you don't really want to mess around with, I don't think. So, just Jillian Michaels.
Such a freaking pacifist. I would imagine. And she said, Jillian, the dogs keep barking, but the elephants keep walking. Don't punch down. Don't, get in the mud with pigs. Like, you get dirty and the pigs enjoy it. And you try that high road quite a bit. But I do think that this is, listen.
Because you probably have a nuance based on, this is going to be a touchy thing that happened a couple days ago, right? I saw your thing, and I saw Anna's response.
I'm happy to talk about that.
And
with
it seems like
I will
freedom of
happily
speech
discuss
thing.
Let's discuss that. So for
If you guys weren't here earlier, we were talking about the fact that her take currently has another. Fuck. What just happened?
States had
Her take currently has an episode scheduled for tomorrow at 11 a.m. and Jillian Michaels is not on it. So this is, I wonder, it looks like they may have already actually done it. Did they do it live? No, this is still the last live show that they did. So yeah, so it looks like they have a show that is scheduled for tomorrow at 11 a.m. and Jillian Michaels is not on the thumbnail.
What you do when you literally rob someone of their life through political violence is you make them a martyr.
Yes.
So when I hear people like Destiny whining about that, well, what do you think? Like, what did you think was going to happen?
I'm telling you guys that you actually probably assassinated the.
Yeah, what did you think was going to happen when you murdered him, Destiny? Why did you murder him? You should have known, Destiny. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
For anybody who isn't watching,
and we can even add the clip in.
I walked out of a segment on a show that I was responsible for. So let me be very clear. I'm responsible for the content on that show. PBD was like, you are responsible. He's doing a million things. He's not in charge of that show. I mean, of course, he'll be called in as, the tip of that spear should there be a reason, but he's like, you are responsible. It's my platform. Okay. I'm not being invited on someone else's platform where they're asking me to engage in a debate about something, which, first of all...
Yeah, that's why you don't walk off then. Like, that's why you just draw a fucking hard line. She keeps doing this thing where she's like, I'm responsible for this. I'm in charge. It's my show. I didn't like what was happening, so I walked off. It's like, well, okay, well... You're acting like it's somebody else's show. You're acting like you're in an interview for something else. She's obviously been fired. From the way that she talks about it with PBD, it sounds like she quit.
Gada is not something I'm qualified to debate. So let's be very clear. I don't think the vast majority of people are.
Her mic is too far from her mouth compared to everybody else here.
You have an opinion. Fantastic. You have an opinion. Okay. But if this is my platform, and you're going to put forward conspiracy theories, then I think you have a responsibility to present both sides. And I think that you need to be exceptionally careful with your speech. So Anna Kasparian has her own platform. Amy Dangerfield has her own platform. Lindy Lee has her own platform. I have sat through so many different conversations and invited them as interviews. I want to be clear, because if I interview Dave Smith, I'm learning his perspective. If I interview Barry Weiss, I want her perspective. A debate is, I have the qualifications to come on here and make a case for, X, Y, Z. I said very clearly, guys, there have been...
PBD is pretty anti-Israel also. Is he? I know that the other host, the guy who does the talk show that they do with a bunch of different guests, I can't remember the name of it. It had like a really weird name, but I think initially it was supposed to be about like financial conversations and over time turned into politics. But that guy seems to be pretty pro-Israel. So I just kind of assumed PBD was pro-Israel as well.
Numerous shows with all of the things in the news where it's let's bash Israel, let's bash Israel, let's bash Israel. I understand. I think there are gross atrocities that are being committed. This is a very complex thing. I don't truly believe it. Anna, if you want to do this and this is your thing, you have a huge platform. Do it on there.
Do it there.
We've done it quite a bit of it here now. The man was just buried. It's the first day of Rosh Hashanah. And you guys want to go on and give credibility to something that there is no current evidence for. And I'm responsible for this platform and the content that goes out on it. We don't have a person.
Okay, so then it's just to clarify. So then the editorial, I guess, responsibility is yours.
It's mine.
It's not like a 4-person shared.
I was the tip of that spear. Like PBD, you're the point guard. You're the point guard. You're in charge of that. You're the one. If you had a problem, you should have come to me. And so at this point, I was saying, guys, this has been covered a week ago. This is the first day of Rosh Hashanah.
She keeps using this as justification. Like, he told me I was in charge and that, but this just makes you look worse every time you say this. Like, she says this is justification, but it's not. This is not justification.
Like assholes doing this. Literally the day after they buried the man, there are plenty of things to focus on. The gun being disassembled, like what's weird about the text messages, this guy who was apparently at 9/11.
Right.
You want to focus on that. And I said, there's no evidence for this. You don't have the evidence for this.
And this is specifically in reference to the Max Blumenthal thing, where he talked about $150 million.
Israel's connection to supposedly killing Charlie Kirk. So I was like, okay, they insisted on doing it. All of them insisted on doing it. So it turns out that they're like, no, we appreciate, we don't think this is true. Right. Amy says, I don't think this is true.
I think Anna said, I don't think this is true.
Anna says, I don't think there's no evidence for this. Amy starts out her segment with, there's no evidence.
It was probably a deal like she can quit so it looks better, but if she doesn't, she will be fired. That's what I think. Well, the way that Anna talked about it when she went off about Jillian Michaels on her show on TYT, we covered it the other day and we just posted a edit of it 2 days ago. The way that Anna covered it on her show was that Jillian quit the podcast in the middle of the show. That's what she said. She said she quit the podcast in the middle of the show, making it sound like that was it. That's that. She left. Like, it's not like, oh, she left this one show and now we'll see what happens. No, she quit the podcast in the middle of the show. So, I don't know. That's, it sounded like they all somehow knew from what she said. A lot of the things that she was yelling after she walked off, you couldn't actually understand or make out. So, maybe she said something that made it clearer. But, yeah, from my point of view, I was waiting to find out if she was actually going to be able to go back or if they were getting rid of somebody else or what. But,
It's for this. Okay. But then proceeds to only present half of the information and then fight to try to make a case that it has merit. And at this point, I'm like, wait a minute here. You just said you didn't think there was evidence for this. You just started the segment saying you don't think there's evidence for this. You don't have the information that this guy, Max Blumenthal, has written for papers funded by Qatar and Iran. You somehow left that part of it out. Your source is Candace Owens. I like Candace. I've had her on.
yeah, they didn't often explain why something was wrong or what the other evidence was. Sometimes they would just say, I don't believe this. But then even sometimes they would say, oh, I don't believe this. And then another person would say, well, this person has like proven this, or this person's already verified this, or blah, blah, blah. So yeah, this was, there was a lot of like confusion in the way that they were dealing with this already. And there was obviously differing opinions on what it was that they were going over. But they weren't debunking any of the stuff that they were presenting again. Like, they never actually showed why it was incorrect. And I think that that's like a more important part of this, is to just say you don't believe this, yet also saying afterwards that these are credible people who are putting this out and this is important stuff and blah, 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 but never actually telling people why it's wrong or why you wouldn't believe it. And even sometimes they would just say, oh yeah, I just don't think there's enough evidence right now. Well, there is. You just didn't present the rest of the fucking evidence. You just very, very succinctly gave one side of the story and then didn't give the other side that has way more details, way more information, like has made it all make a whole lot more sense. You didn't even present that part of it. You just put out that like, oh, there was a book that was out on Amazon before he even died, and now it seems like the furries are involved, and they were in the transmaxers, and they were all working together to kill Charlie Kirk, and like, no, there's tons of fucking articles out there that you could have read with fact checks on this, showing that they talked to Amazon about this, and that they verified some of the sources, and that they went and checked, like they used the Wayback Machine, there's tons of other stuff out there that gives so much more information on this. That makes it a much more well-rounded story, and you didn't address any of that. You just left all of that out.
You know, I do think maybe she's a bit down a rabbit hole. When Andrew,
but that's her platform. She's allowed to do that.
Of course, yeah. I've had her on my platform to talk about it.
Right.
She's talked about it on my platform. It wasn't a debate. It was an interview. I was like, okay, tell me. I'm confused. You know, not the Charlie Kirk thing.
Yeah.
But her concerns about Israel or her concerns about vaccines. Not the Charlie Kirk piece. I wouldn't have that probably. That's for her platform.
Yeah.
You know, right now, I think that Jewish people are scared. I have very many Jewish friends who are afraid to wear their Star of David. They're seeing an incredible rise in anti-Semitism that resembles what their grandparents described in World War II Germany. I think this is very real. I've also interviewed the Gad Sads, the Barry Weisses, the Dave Rubins, as well as the Dave Smiths, the Ann Kasparians. I've listened to both sides. It's very complex. I don't have, as I said, the knowledge base, the credibility, the expertise to engage in any sort of argument about that. Now, I don't know if you've heard Gad Sad talk about how there's 6 degrees of Jew.
Gad
and what he means by
Sad.
that is you'll always link back some sort of atrocity to the Jews. Always. You'll always find a way. 9/11, the killing of Charlie Kirk. It's the Jews. It's the Jews.
Well, there's some people, I think, just to give, like, there's good faith people who try to, I think Anna is one of these good faith people who
I think
are
Anna-
not pointing towards Jewish people. They're pointing towards, like, a government that's acting in a...
Anna has gone down a rabbit hole a little bit. I think that she's gotten...
Because is she talking about...
Well, okay.
Yeah, again, the way that Anna represents a lot of this stuff, this is just who Anna is, though. It's not specifically to Israel. She's not different in the way that she engages with the topic of Israel. Anna, in the way that she engages with information, she is always very one-sided. She is not somebody who tries to be fair. She's not somebody who tries to make sure that she gets all the facts first. She's not somebody who tries to have a very well-rounded understanding of something. She gets just what it is that she needs to use as ammo and runs with that and ignores everything else. That is just who Anna Kasparian is. That's who she's always been. And it's infuriating, just like anybody who does understand these things, listening to her talk about anything ever. It is infuriating to listen to.
An example, like, again, you want to do this, do it on your platform. I have people sending me videos of her saying, you think your God has chosen people, but you behave like demons.
She says that?
Yeah. You want the video of it?
I believe you, but...
No,
I mean, that is...
I'll play for you right now.
But that is implicating a religion, an ethnicity group.
Yes, that is the Jews. The Jews are the chosen people, not Israel. Israel, the fucking state. Israel is not the chosen people. She says, you think you're the chosen people, but you act like demons, right? So where she always does this like plausible deniability, where she's always saying, oh, I didn't say Jews. I never said Jews. Sometimes she does say Jews, or at least she implicates only Jews in her statements, and then later says, no, I was just talking about Israel. It's not. It's just that it doesn't work that way, dude. Like, you can't keep making statements about only the fucking Jews and then keep falling back to like, oh no, I was just talking about Israel.
Just saying, hey, Netanyahu's government is doing this. I think those are two different things.
You think you're God's chosen people, you behave like demons.
Yikes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I'll send you the. It's in my phone.
I think it's
I'll send it
important.
to you.
But yeah, I think it's important. Yeah,
So,
we can clip into the show. Okay, so hold on. So, okay, let me back up for 1 second. I've been accused of everything under the sun. You're a racist. You're a transphobe. You're a bigot. You're a picket, right? And you're a quack. You're anti-science. And those 3 girls, to their credit, I was like, oh, this is going to be a lot for them to have to kind of weather the storm and sit next to me. And they did. So as Anna's being like called all these things, and I'm like, I owe it to her to sit next to her and not, this like, but it was making me increasingly uncomfortable. And then every show is now bashing Israel. And now you're trying to make a case that the Jews were somehow connected to 9/11. So that was a show just a few shows back. And at that point, I'm like, I think, why don't we, there's a lot in the news, okay? This is very dangerous, this rhetoric. These words, I understand that you would never cause harm on somebody, but I think your words could potentially stoke very dangerous narratives of anti-Semitism. I'm kind of putting this into the zeitgeist. With also the show's showrunner, Lindy and I were going back and forth. I'm like, Lindy, she's sending me the demons thing. I'm like, this is concerning. So, we have the 9/11 thing. And then I'm like, I think, guys, we just buried him. It's the first day of Rosh Hashanah, and there's no evidence for this. This is dangerous. We are not capable of doing this segment in a credible way unless you're planning on presenting all sides of this, having somebody with a differing opinion. We need to be responsible. Don't worry. And then the next thing I know, Lindy and Amy are making the case that it's true. It's like, oh, but Max is great and Candace is the source. And I'm like, wait a minute. How do we get Colvit's wrong and Colvit's lying and the business partners are lying?
If Jews think that they're God's chosen people and Israel is run and primarily designated for and by chosen people, then what's wrong? Well, then why not just say Jews then? Why does she keep denying that she's talking about Jews then?
Lying. They're not telling the truth. And he was just with Candace. And I'm thinking, didn't we just agree that we were not going to say there was merit here? I thought we were all on the same page that there was no evidence for this. And then Anna turns around and is like, there's no evidence for this. And I was like, oh, thank God. Okay, let's move on. And she's like, but Netanyahu.
She said that Wendy sent her the demon stuff. I didn't hear her say it here, but the last time she talked about this, yes, she said that Wendy sent it to her. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, how does every freaking show come back to this? How does every show come back to this? And at that point, I'm like, I'm not going to be responsible for this. I'm not going to participate in this. I'm responsible for this. And this is not a debate. This is not an interview. This is not a fair portrayal of all of the facts. And this is not for me. So again, I get it. I've sat through all of those.
Because I'm sure you're very well versed now in her perspective.
I am very versed in her perspective. And I've also interviewed Sean Hannity
Yeah.
and Leland Vittert and Kat Sad and Barry Weiss. I haven't interviewed.
But yeah, she also comes from an actual professional world of corporatism, and Anna has never been that. TYT has never been that. So she obviously comes from a very different world where you actually have to be a lot more responsible and take a lot more into consideration and treat things a bit differently. And Anna is just a nutcase. So
Viewed Ben Shapiro. I've heard him talk about this is very complex and nuanced. This is not, and it's trendy. I'm sorry, everyone under 30 is like, fuck Israel. And I'm like, but do you really understand this though? Do you at 30? Do you understand the nuance of this? This is thousands of years old. Where is your outrage about the killing of the Druze people? Where is your outrage about all?
Well, I think that the different what to go, because I am on the more on the
I know you are, and I
conspiracy side.
respect. I respect that. I'm sitting right here.
Yeah,
with
of course.
you.
So that's why
I'm talking about it with you.
Yeah.
And I respect your opinion, but when I'm responsible for it,
That I understand if it's your show, but I wouldn't bring it up if I bring up a segment and says there's no credibility to this, then I shouldn't be bringing it up. I would only bring it up and say, hey, I think this is something to look at here, guys.
well,
Right?
we all agreed there was no credibility to
well,
it.
thank God. Well, thank God. Somebody. Yes. Why would you spend a segment going over a bunch of information to just at the end say, there's no credibility to this? Why? Who does that? Unless you're actually going to go through it and debunk it and actually like prove it wrong or anything like that. Like, to actually line this up as a segment to then at the end like share all this information and be like, isn't that weird? Isn't that suspicious? Yeah, isn't that crazy? Wow, that's creepy, isn't it? Oh my goodness, that's so odd. Yeah, that has no credibility to it. I have no reason to believe that. What? Why would you do that?
Brought up anyway,
and you probably felt a little blindsided, and
well,
given the holiday and everything
I felt
else,
railroaded, which I didn't appreciate.
Yeah.
So I went and I had other issues. So for example, we had on a former senator, and listen, I don't care if you don't like her. Don't bring her on as a guest if you're going to, engage in ad hominem attacks.
Right, for sure.
So we bring on Kirsten Sinema, and this woman is saying like, I get that you guys are all outraged about this policy or that policy, but Trump is going to Trump. Trump's not listening to the Her Take podcast, so let's deal in reality. They, move along. Like, let's focus on what to do about it. They all three went batshit crazy. Now, I'm not going to try to take that away from them. They were offended. Okay. But the next thing I know, I've got Lindy telling her she's a communist or something to that effect. Like,
What
this
the
is
fuck?
communism, to not let people have your... And Cinema's like, I'm extremely offended by that. Amy is like, no wonder you don't want to talk about the Epstein files. I'm like, oh, stop! I'm like, oh my God, this is got... I'm like, okay, stop it, stop. And Anna's like, you were a disaster in the Senate. And this is not... this is not me.
It's not productive.
This is not. I don't believe in ad hominem attacks. So I go back to the team. I'm like, they're like, well, she was rude to us, and I'm like, guys, you're all smart. Attack her ideas. Don't attack her as a person. This is not classy. You think you're gonna get guests on behaving like this? Like when you watch PBD, he'll interview Netanyahu and he'll interview Nick Fuentes, and he'll attack their ideas. Like this is not the way PBD functions. We should not be functioning this way. Cut to. At that point, now you've got Colvett coming out saying there's no evidence of this $150 million payment. Like, I don't know anything about it. Alex Clark, who was very close with Charlie, is like, yeah, I never heard of such a thing. I mean,
even Nick Fuentes is saying that there's nothing.
Dave Smith said there's nothing here.
So.
Nick Fuentes himself said there's nothing here. PBD, there's nothing here. And their explanation was like, listen, Charlie became more critical. This is true. He took criticism for having Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson at Turning Point. This is true. But there's no evidence to suggest that Israel was responsible for this. That is a dangerous narrative. And I just think if you're determined, you better present all of the facts. And then when I was like, hold on a second. This Max Blumenthal guy has significant conflicts. No, he doesn't. I think he's great. I'm like, what? And then Amy's like, well, Candace Owens says so. I'm like, hold on a minute. What are you doing right now?
Yeah.
and that's when, and then when Anna turns around and is like, okay, there's no evidence, but fuck Israel. Like, I was like, okay.
Well, so can you separate out, do you think you can separate out Israel from Jewish culture?
For me
religion?
personally, of course. I actually engaged in a conversation with Barry White about...
Well, yeah, and even as she was walking off, Anna said the dumbest fucking shit I can imagine, where she goes, oh yeah, let's all be super careful about Israel, who's committing a genocide. What? What did the genocide had nothing to do with this? Why you're pushing conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk's death right now, and the fact that you don't think that Tyler Robinson is the killer. But out of nowhere, anytime somebody disagrees with you on your conspiracy theories that you're linking to Israel, you get to just throw out genocide out of nowhere, and like that makes it better that like you're just pulling shit out of your ass. This is so ridiculous, dude. It's so insane.
Do you have criticisms of Netanyahu? Do you have criticisms about the way the Likud party went forward? There were many concessions made on my end in an attempt to understand it. Like, I see why you're angry. That's deeply alarming. That's very upsetting. But I also see a Jewish hostage being forced to dig his own grave looking like a skeleton. Equally disturbed, okay? Like, this is not... I am horrified by the atrocities, period. I certainly am not a person who should be expanding on this topic. Even what's the most ironic is when... This is unfortunate, but when Anna...
Okay. Cool story, bro. Oh, we watched this yesterday. This is funny.
Hello,
I am U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Hello. I am the Trump-appointed U.S. Attorney for Virginia, Eric Siebert. Although I have conducted an exhaustive investigation, I have found no reason to indict former FBI Director James Comey. Thank you. You are fired. Hello. I am a Truth Social post by Donald Trump ordering you, Pam Bondi, to prosecute my political enemies. Hello. I am Lindsay Halligan. I am a close Trump ally with zero experience as a prosecutor. Hello. You are now the new U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. Thank you. Although I have only been on the job for 3 days, I have found extraordinary evidence to indict former FBI Director James Comey. Thank you. Today's indictment reflects our commitment to holding those who abuse positions of power accountable. Hello.
Did they actually indict him? Oh no, dude. Oh no. After Comey indictment, Trump says other opponents are next. Trump suggested another former FBI director, Christopher Wray, could be investigated in addition to Comey. This is so weird. Why the fuck is the president putting out information like this? Why the fuck is the president putting out shit about, like, directives about investigations and who to investigate and what is or isn't being, like, this is too weird, bro. The president should not be doing this shit. The president should not have his fingers all in this stuff. What the fuck? What is happening? Politicians and legal experts are questioning whether former FBI Director James Comey would be convicted of charges of lying to Congress, even as President Donald Trump said others who investigated him could also be indicted. Comey was indicted September 25th for allegedly lying to Congress and obstructing lawmakers after Trump publicly argued Attorney General Pam Bondi to pursue charges. Even conservative legal experts questioned whether the charges will stick. The indictment led to a sharp political divide between Democrats calling the case politically motivated and Republicans saying justice would prevail. More charges are expected against Democrats and even Republicans who investigated Trump. I have no faith in Donald Trump's judicial system, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat from New York, told NBC's Meet the Press on September 28th. He has turned this judicial system to be his own political fighter, to do what he wants politically, so that he tells them to go after people he doesn't like. He tells them to exonerate people that he likes. Senate Majority Leader John Thune called the allegations serious and said Comey would have his day in court. The courts are going to have to decide this, Thune told Meet the Press on September 28th. There are people in the past who have gone to jail for lying to Congress, so I think I trust the judicial system and the justice system to figure this out. Well, the charges against Comey stick. A couple of conservative columnists, Kim Strassel of the Wall Street Journal and Andrew McCarthy of the National Review, raised questions on Fox News about whether Comey will be convicted. I'm not sure it's actually going to stick in the end, said Strassel on Fox's America's Newsroom on September 26th. This is potentially a problematic prosecution. Comey was charged with lying while being questioned by Senator Ted Cruz, Republican of Texas, on September 30th, 2020. He denied authorizing a leak to a newspaper. McCarthy, a former federal prosecutor, said former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe has acknowledged leaking the information and then telling Comey about it afterwards. Okay. So that's obviously not him authorizing it. I don't think this case even gets to trial, McCarthy said. This case is not about Russiagate and all the abuses. It's about, can they prove the charges in the four corners of the indictment? And they can't. McCabe told CNN's State of the Union on September 28th he hasn't been interviewed for the case. He called filing charges years after a 3-year inquiry was closed was bizarre. Trump told reporters on September 26th that he expects more charges against people who have investigated or criticized him. It's not a list, but I think there'll be others, Trump said when asked who's the next person on his retribution list. I mean, they are corrupt, Trump added. These were corrupt radical left Democrats, but Comey essentially was the worse than a Democrat. I would say the Democrats are better than Comey, but no, there'll be others. The Justice Department is already investigating Trump. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton, Democratic New York Attorney General Letitia James, and Senator Adam Schiff, Democrat from California. Vice President J.D. Vance denied that politics was driving the investigations, but said more charges are expected. While there's certainly going to be more indictments coming over the next 3.5 years, the Trump administration, over the next 3.5 years, the Trump administration, we're always going to let the law drive this stuff and the facts of the case and not political motivations, Vance told Fox News Sunday on September 28th. Trump told NBC News on September 28th that he would think that Comey's successor, former FBI Director Christopher Wray, whom he appointed during his first term, is also under investigation for inappropriate behavior in office. I would certainly imagine, I would think they are doing that, Trump said. Trump said Wray did a terrible job and we just found out about it. Trump's comments came after his social media post September 27th, claiming the FBI secretly placed scores of agents in the crowd during the January 6, 2021 Capitol riots, probably acting as agitators and insurrectionists. The Justice Department's Inspector General, Michael Horowitz, previously investigated and found no evidence that undercover FBI agents were at the Capitol. The report found 3 confidential sources were in the crowd. Christopher Wray, the then director of the FBI, has some major explaining to do, Trump said on social media. That's 2 in a row, Comey and Wray, who got caught lying, with our great country at stake. Trump pardoned nearly 1,600 people charged in the January 6th riot at the Capitol, including dozens of convicted of insurrection and assaulting police. Nobody was convicted of insurrection, but okay. Close enough. Wray hasn't responded publicly to Trump's latest complaints, but Wray denied FBI agents or sources had orchestrated the violence during a House hearing on November 2023. There was not violence orchestrated by FBI sources or agents, Wray said. Oh boy. It's not fascism, guys. This is normal. This happens all the time. You're freaking out.
Oh, I'm scared. I'm really scared of you. You're ugly as shit, too. Come on. Against them.
You're ugly as shit, too. Oh,
That's why you're in Canada. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm scared. I'm really scared of you. You're ugly as shit, too. Come on. Against them. That's why you're in Canada. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's so embarrassing, dude. Oh, that's so embarrassing, bro. Oh. Oh. That is so embarrassing. Holy shit.
Start out, and I want to share some leaked audio. And You know, this is audio of Trump saying some things, and we need your candid thoughts on what to do, right? This is not out at this point, but we need to have a plan in place on how to react and respond to this stuff if it ends up in the media. So.
Look, I need cameras in the dressing room. You know, cameras on the wall, cameras on the floor, aimed up at their whatevers. I want the best cameras, set up by the best Chinamen. Understand? Yeah, well, that could be a violation of... It's to make sure that they're safe.
It doesn't even sound like him, dude. Set up by the best Chinaman. Oh, man.
Dave? I mean, look, I can't be there all day. I'll just start grabbing them. Believe me, for them, not me. I'm a man. They're beautiful women. It's totally natural. You know, sometimes I'll walk in naked. So then we're all naked. I mean, if they file a complaint against me, I can file it right back at them. The Jew lawyer taught me that one.
They have like focus groups. They would have Trump say horrible fucking shit that's like completely indefensible. There's a clip of him talking about going into the locker rooms or into the changing rooms while girls were changing and saying that he wanted like them to go ahead and put cameras in there and that he was going to walk in there anyways, but he's just going to walk in there naked so that while they're naked, so that if they try to file charges against him, he'll file charges against them too because they're looking at him naked and they're naked, and so he'll just get him right back, and that he has to have cameras set up because if he doesn't, he'll just start grabbing them, and he can't help himself. He needs the best Chinaman to set up the cameras, and if they try to sue him, he'll get his Jew lawyer on them, and like, you know that they're all just going to turn around and fucking defend it. Like, they're trying to, like, you know, so, hey, what do you guys think about this? Like, what do you say? You know they're all going to turn around and fucking defend this shit.
We need to have a plan in place on how to react and respond to this stuff if it ends up in the media.
Well, this is obviously old. It's before he decided he was going to be a politician. I personally don't care. I just don't care.
See, I like him because he says all. I like him because he says all that. We love it when he says what everybody thinks and won't say. And with that personality, go.
I like it. Yes, him. Everybody is a fucking rapist. He just says it out loud.
Those kind of comments most of the time.
That's why I like it.
I know I've been in situations, we've been in locker rooms, we've been, it's man talk. I've done it, said it, they've done it, said it.
Yeah.
I've been around plenty of men, professional, I mean, you name it, every man has said something to the effects that, you know.
That they'd like to put a camera in a teenage girl's changing room.
All right, we're going to move on to the next one.
We'll be back with lots more of Donald Trump. Don't go away.
Okay, so am I doing all right, Larry? Because I'm a little woozy. I just get back from giving blood for this paternity test.
So what do they have to say?
It's for Ivanka. I'm double checking that she's really my daughter. You know, I don't want to go my whole life and find out that she was fair game after all, you know?
Your own boy.
It's just that she's voluptuous, successful, and, you know, frankly, I heard she's great in bed.
And we're back in 5,
Okay.
4.
Does oral count as incest?
We're back with Donald Trump. We're going to be all over the board tonight.
Okay, so how do you feel about this one?
He's complimenting his daughter, like in his head type of thing.
Yes, it's crass because that is his own daughter. He's still a human male. As a male, I do say some things that.
We're going to start out, and I want to.
He's still a male. I mean, how is he not going to do oral with his own fucking daughter, dude? What the fuck do you expect? These fucking people, dude. It doesn't even sound like him. That's like the worst part for me, is it doesn't even sound like him. Like, it's obviously like a pretty bad imitation of him, but they're still buying it. Ah, fuck you.
Pam Bondi said one of the dumbest things you can say as an attorney general. Do we have it here? I'm looking on my SOT list. Yeah, here it is. She went on Fox News and she went on this podcast with someone named Katie Miller. It's unbelievable. There was absolutely no pushback, but here is what Here's what Pam said in Side 18.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
Okay, so that is Stephen Miller's wife, my team reminds me. And while her husband fully understands the law, honestly, while her husband fully understands the law and has been behind the most critical policies of the Trump administration that have been very successful, she clearly doesn't, and she doesn't understand the conservative movement, or she would not have asked that question. What kind of a question is that? It was completely teed up in a way that sounds like a lefty. Are you going to crack down on hate speech? What the fuck? That's not.
Yeah. Let's blame the woman who asked the question, not Pam Bondi, for the way that she answered the question. You're talking about Steve Miller and understands the law so well, so we're gonna assume his wife does, but not the Attorney General for the United States of America. Not that person. We're not gonna assume that person understands the law. No. We're gonna assume that the person who's married to Stephen Miller would understand the law, but not Pam Bondi. Let's. This isn't Pam Bondi's fault, okay? This is the fucking Democrat talking like a Democrat, asking legitimate questions right now. That's only Democrats do that.
That is not a question that a conservative would ask. I don't understand what's happening there. And then for
I
Pam
don't understand
Bondi
what's
to
happening
not
here.
say, whoa, sister. We on the right do not crack down on hate speech. We don't believe in that nonsense. Pam Bondi said one of the dumbest things you can say.
Oh my goodness. These people, bro. Sounds like a fucking Democrat asking questions like that. What the fuck? Nick Fuentes decided to come out and totally defend Destiny. There was a little bit too much heat on Destiny for talking shit about Charlie Kirk's wife. So Nick Fuentes decided to do it as well to help Destiny out over here.
It's like, lady, didn't your husband just get his face blown off like 2 seconds ago? And not to be insensitive about it, but everyone's thinking it. No one wants to be the asshole. No one wants to say it. Everyone's thinking it. Everyone was thinking it when she gave the first speech. Everyone was definitely thinking it at the memorial. Nobody wants to say it because it's inappropriate. It's insensitive. I am the troll, right? So I'll be the one to say it. I think it's super inappropriate. I think it's inappropriate. I think it's weird. It's bizarre. Something is off there, and I don't like it. But they're doing the Super Bowl commentators with the headsets on, doing a media table. They're selling merch, registering voters. They got pyrotechnics. Is this WrestleMania or is this a funeral? Like, what are we doing here? And then, the day after the funeral, I'm getting 500 texts and emails. Erica Kirk here. I miss him. Every time I blink, every beat of my heart. Make sure to donate $5, $15, $25. It's like, okay. Then they're doing a show. Did you see the show today? And so prescient. I said it last night. I said, I'm getting like a fake vibe. Something's off there. And people say, well, everybody grieves differently. Yeah, I don't know how much mileage we can get out of that one anymore. Something's not right there. Very bizarre, weird vibe there. And did you see the show? Erica hosted the Charlie Kirk show this afternoon, and she's like, she looks like she's over the moon. She's happy as a clam. And again, who am I to judge? Everybody grieves differently. She's a very devout Christian. Some people say maybe that's just strength, that's resolve. I don't know. It's one thing if your husband dies, period. It's another thing if your husband dies at age 31, unexpectedly. It's another thing if your 31-year-old husband unexpectedly dies because he gets publicly executed with blood gushing out in front of thousands of people screaming and running away. That's like something that's altogether different.
I mean, I do. I think it's a little odd. I think that, like, normally if something like that happens, like, the main thing that I would want is to, like, time alone with my family, and, like, to not be, like, convinced into going and doing a show for everybody and doing 3 shows for everybody and running around promoting everything. I would think, but who knows?
There's legitimate people with massive accounts online right now.
MAGA voice, dude. I've pulled this person up a bunch of times. They are, oh my goodness, they are something else as far as like MAGA propaganda goes, dude. They are truly something else. Holy shit. Well, okay, so the post starts off, holy shit. Almost everyone in the stadium was wearing white for Charlie Kirk. I absolutely love this. So this is what they do. This is what they do all the time, is they'll go find like random pictures of like people clapping as a limousine drives by, and then they'll post this on fucking Twitter and say, look, all these people came out to clap for Donald Trump. Half the time, like, I'll go check and it's a video from like 5 years ago from some random like person. They always say, oh my goodness, look how much everybody loves Donald Trump. This is amazing. Like, this is the shit that they put out all the time. I've shown you guys this shit over and over and over. It's all like they put it all over the fucking place. And this is, yeah, people in a Tennessee stadium wearing white. They do whiteouts for home games. And they just pretended like everybody did this for Charlie Kirk.
Saying that Penn State's whiteout tonight was for Charlie Kirk. This comes to us from MAGA Voice. Almost everyone in the stadium was...
Oh, was it... Wait, is it Penn State? Did they do those for their... Whiteout is a tradition at the Pennsylvania State University during select Nittany Lion home football games where home team spectators come dressed in white. So yeah, okay, so they do the same thing just for...
White for Charlie. I absolutely love this. For Charlie. This account has 1 million followers. Another account, Tara Bull. I've seen it on Twitter a few times. Whiteout for Charlie Kirk at college football game.
And they all do the same thing where they all just copy each other. Like, there's tons of accounts like this, and they all just copy each other. They just keep putting out the same things. Just one person types it first, they all just go and steal it from each other and keep posting it over and over and over.
Kevin Posobiec, who lives in Pennsylvania, land of the free, home of the brave, whiteout for Charlie. I know there was some people giving out the freedom shirt that Charlie wore on the day that he unfortunately was assassinated, but I mean, we just have to be better than this. Kevin, the other 2 accounts may be from operated out of Pakistan or India, so I'll give them a break. Kevin Posobiec, you live in Pennsylvania. I gotta go to bed. There's legitimate people.
Yep. Yeah, these accounts are outrageous, then. They're all just bots, just like a never-ending feedback loop.
I want there to be poop in people's food. There should be poop in people's food, and I am campaigning for there to be poop in people's food, and I am raising money surrounding getting poop in people's food because the rhetoric I engage in involves there being poop in people's food. And also, I am not alive anymore. Hey, as somebody who has to eat the food, I don't want there to be poop in anyone's food. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want there to be poop in my food at all. What? Nobody's saying there's going to be poop in the food.
He just said that.
What? No one's saying there's going to be poop in the food. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. You didn't.
Yes,
say
I
that.
did. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
No, I posted it all over my social media. No, I posted it everywhere.
He didn't.
No, I want poop in the food. It's over his social media. It's everywhere. He put it everywhere that he wanted poop in the food.
You're taking it out of context.
Taking it out of context.
Oh, there's no context. There's no context. I want poop in the food. I wanted there to be poop in the food when I was alive.
You shut up.
The context is poop. The context is poop in the food because that's what I wanted.
He didn't mean it like that.
The entire time I was alive, I wanted there to be poop.
He didn't.
You know I can hear him too, right? Like I hear him say.
This is literally just like everything with MAGA, bro. This is everything with MAGA. We just had a guy the other day who was arguing with me on a show about the fact that like the Biden administration did try to coerce people. It was illegal. I'm like talking to him about the Supreme Court decisions and the law and like how the law works and everything. And then he comes on here like days later and he's like, yeah. No, I was just talking about like philosophically, not. The whole time he was arguing with me, telling me I was wrong, telling me I didn't know what I was talking about, telling me that I was incorrect, and then shows up days later like, yeah, no, I was talking about philosophy. I was talking about morally. Like, yeah, we were talking about the Supreme Court decisions. Oh, so you're going to try to fall back to the law then? No, that's what we were talking about. I'm not falling back to it. That's what the conversation was about, bro. What do you mean?
So this is a big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East, and let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East and surrounding Israel and neighbors of Israel has been incredible. Every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally...
I wonder if he knows how to read, dude. Like everybody always brags about that. During the campaigning during the presidential race, MAGA kept making fun of Kamala Harris for reading teleprompters. They kept doing it over and over. Like she would go give a speech and they kept making fun of her for reading off teleprompters. I was like, why is that? That's what everybody's always done. What do you mean? They're like, well, Trump doesn't have to do it. Trump doesn't know how to read, motherfucker. What do you mean? Trump doesn't know how to read. Yeah, no duh, he didn't do it. There's tons of people who have talked about the fact that, Tom, you kind of suck at reading too. No, I compared to Donald Trump, I am a billion times better at reading. Okay, where there's no comparison here. Okay, there's no comparison here. That if you guys had to go and read like for 8 hours a day on fucking streams and shit, you would start to have issues as well. But we're talking about right off the fucking rip, he has trouble reading. Right off the rip, he can't read shit. We're talking about like here.
noticed a pattern.
Section 23D.
Okay. Okay, got it. Yeah.
You did not review this section
What
of the
does that
lease.
say?
Monetary damages. This is in the remedies
I
section.
did not, no. I mean, do you want me to read it? It's long.
It is long.
It's very long.
It is long.
I don't have my glasses. I mean, I am at a disadvantage because I didn't bring my glasses. This is such small writing.
You know what we can do? We can have a bigger copy.
I've never
made
seen him
of
wear
these
glasses
papers.
before.
Let me
We'll
try.
come
Let me
back
just
to
do it.
Would you be able to read this section and tell us what your understanding of it is?
Objection. Mr. Trump isn't a lawyer.
Objection! How can
Only lawyers read.
Exhibit A, Trump's own words.
Favorite book, other than the Bible or The Art of the Deal?
All Quiet on the Western Front.
You ask him as he's leaving the interview and going to bed, what are you reading? What was that? And what did he say?
He kind of had that look. Oh, yeah, you got me. And then he tried to answer, and he said he's reading this book that Ed Klein wrote, A Hatchet Job on Hillary Clinton, which I'm sure he's not reading. Then there was a book about Nixon, which he couldn't remember exactly. But then he said, All Quiet on the Western Front.
Those two interviews were a month apart, and in that whole month, not only I give you Exhibit B, hearsay.
I could not stand this fucking bitch. She was so annoying.
In the same business. We would never deal with him. Forget it. No way. But my dad said about Trump after the meeting, he meaning Trump, has not read a book in 20 years.
So the average American has not read a book in the last year either.
Two things, the last year and the last 20 years are two very different things. If that 19-year difference were a person, she'd be way too old for Donald Trump to talk about wanting to date someday. Literally been right there in front of us. But how?
Or do you say something and somebody else types?
During the day, I'm in the office. I just shout it out to one of the young ladies who are tremendous. I have a tremendous office staff, and Meredith and some of the people that work for me, and I'll just shout it out.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall when Trump yells, "Hey, Meredith, do me a favor."
I don't use teleprompters. I don't believe in teleprompters. Maybe when you run for president, you shouldn't be allowed to use a teleprompter. Because you don't even know if a guy's smart. He's reading. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This is wonderful. Speed that teleprompter up. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. They have teleprompters. I say we should outlaw teleprompters for anybody, right?
That's a first, attacking the teleprompter there, because he said it wasn't working properly.
Yeah, the teleprompter wasn't working properly. It had all these weird lines and crazy symbols on it.
Swatches of land.
Swatches of land? Okay.
He's old. Okay, I got one from 10 years ago then.
I have one story I'm allowed to tell, and it's hilarious.
Do you have stories you're not allowed to tell? What happened with the Trump story?
Okay, so he's like, he doesn't really know how to read.
For real?
Yeah, and he loves to improv.
Yeah.
So during like the table read, he like, before like we were gonna read before he had to read each line, and he's the host, so he's at everything.
Yeah.
He would go, I'm not gonna say this. I think I'm gonna say it the way I want to say it. Is that okay? Is that okay, Lauren? Is that everything? Is that all right? And everybody's like, what? And then this is my favorite part. Is there was a sketch that we wrote where he's at Disneyland with his daughter, and the line is, all right, let's get out of here. Turkey legs? Like, let's go get turkey legs? And he doesn't know how to read. So he went, all right, let's get out of here, turkey legs. He called his daughter turkey legs.
Okay, we got less than a minute left on the clock. We got $15 left on the goal. I should have said something a little bit ago, but I missed it.
Releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about.
Oh, wait, actually, hold on. There's one more that's like my fucking favorite. Fuck, there was an interview that he did. This one. Here it is.
There are those that say you can test too much. You do know that.
Who says that?
Oh, just read the manuals, read the books.
Manuals?
Read the
What
books.
manuals?
Read the books.
What books?
What testing does
I'm
is
sorry,
it shows, wait a minute,
who
John,
said-
let me explain. What testing does, it shows cases. It shows where there may be cases.
I've covered you for a long time. I've gone to your rallies. I've talked to your people. They love you. They listen to you. They listen to every word you say. They hang on your every word. They don't listen to me or the media or Fauci. They think we're fake news. They want to get their advice from you. And so when they hear you say everything's under control, don't worry about wearing masks, I mean, these are people, many of them are older people,
What's
Mr.
your
President.
definition of control? Yeah, under the
It's giving them a false
circumstances
sense of
right
security.
now, I think it's under control. I'll tell you what.
How? 1,000 Americans are dying a day.
They are dying. That's true. And it is what it is. But that doesn't mean we aren't doing everything we can. When I took over, we didn't even have a test. Now, in all fairness,
why would you have a
there
test?
was no test.
The virus
for
didn't
this.
exist. How would you have a
Excuse me, I was
test?
gonna say-
Okay.
The virus
Death is
didn't
going
exist.
up now. And it's 1,000 a day.
If you look at death,
Yeah, it's going
let's
up
look.
again.
Let's look.
Daily death.
Take a look at some of these charts.
I'd love to.
We're going to look.
Let's look.
And if
We're
you
gonna
look
do
at death,
Yeah. It started to go up
here's
again.
one. Well, right here, the United States is lowest.
Bro, I'm pretty sure those papers are completely blank. I'm fairly certain every single page is blank.
Well, right here, the United States is lowest in.
Oh, okay,
numerous
there is stuff on there. I was about to say,
We're
what the
lower
fuck?
than the world.
Lower than
We're
the
lower
world?
Than,
Lower than the world.
Europe.
In what?
Look.
In what?
Take a look. Right here. Here's case death.
Oh, you're doing death as a proportion of cases. I'm talking about death as a proportion of population. That's where the US is really bad. Much worse than South Korea, Germany, etc.
You can't do that. You have
Why
to go.
can't I do that?
You have to go by. You have to go by where. Look, here is the United States. You have to go by the cases. The cases.
Why
of
not
death.
as a proportion of
when we have
population?
somebody. What it says is when you have somebody that has where there's a case.
Oh, okay.
The people that live from those cases.
It's surely a relevant statistic to say if the US has X population and X percentage of death of that population
No,
versus
because you
South
have to
Korea.
go by the cases.
Well, look at South Korea, for example. 51 million population, 300 deaths. It's like, it's crazy
you don't
compared to
know
other
that.
countries. I do. It's
You
on the.
don't know
it's-
that.
You think they're faking their statistics, South Korea?
I
An
won't get
advanced
into
country?
that because I have a very good relationship with the country, but you don't know that.
1,000 Americans are dying a day. But I understand on cases, it's different.
No, but you're not reporting it correctly, Jonathan.
I think I am, but it's been widely reported that the US has intelligence indicating that Russia paid bounties or offered to pay bounties to Taliban fighters to kill American soldiers. You had a phone call with Vladimir Putin on July 23rd. Did you bring up this issue?
No, that was a phone call to discuss other things.
And you've never discussed it with him?
I have never discussed it with him, no. I would. I'd have no problem with it.
But you don't
But
believe
you know,
the
it
intelligence?
never
It's because you
got-
don't believe the intelligence, that's why.
It never reached my desk. You know why? Because they didn't think it was intelligence. They didn't think it was real.
It was in
They
your
didn't
written
think-
brief, though,
They
apparently.
didn't think.
They didn't think he was intelligent enough to understand it. All right, we got still $15 left to go on the clock. We got a $10 in, 15 to go. I'll give it a couple more minutes, and then I'm probably gonna end up heading out.
All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our allies in Europe. Europe has been very much involved, and as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, "Is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard." Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. They called just to find out. Was it
Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. Some people think that.
a rumor, or is it actually done? And then they said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to all of the other leaders that we have to get? A lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings and dialogue that we had with so many countries, Saudi Arabia as an example, the king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, he's incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ. We're totally involved. These are the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader, Prabowo. He is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day. The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning.
Aram Sound tipped $15. Trump can't read this tip. Why y'all so broke, god dang?
Well done, Aaron M. Sound with the full 25 today. Let's get some cheers in chat for Aaron. Aaron. Let's go.
Beginning, incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking on. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific. And
El-Sisi.
People I've gotten to know over the years, I mean, I would say it started around 2015 and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known him actually for a long time, and there are many cases really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you in many cases they're great men and some great women too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that.
I'm fairly certain it was the other way around, that most of the election was in 2016 and the presidency officially began in 2017, but pretty sure it was not 2015 and 2016. I could be wrong.
But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all...
Oh, no, yeah, no, wait. Yeah, no, I'm right. The election was in 2016. He took office in 2017.
Remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and
Something tells me none of those leaders know what the fuck he's talking about. I was just thinking, I wish they were showing like Netanyahu's face. There was a press briefing a while ago, and I forget who it was. I want to say it was one of those like, you know, gay white countries like the Netherlands, you know, some shit out there, and they showed that while he was talking about what was in the contracts and like the deal that they just signed, he's talking about it to everybody, explaining it, and as he's explaining it, saying things that are in there, the other guy's like, just like flipping through all these pages, like frantically trying to find what the fuck he's talking about. And yeah, they just, I don't know if it was, I don't remember if it was Holland or something like that, but.
Well, it's so important to him. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself.
I remember not wearing a mask when 99.5% of people were wearing masks. Yep. Some of us go running into burning buildings. Some are the ones that we pick up and carry out. You were one of the folks that the rest of us, picked up and carried out of the burning building. You're welcome, by the way.
Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it. To demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that.
The experimental untested vaccine. Again, it wasn't untested. That you guys can keep running around saying this. It was not untested. It was very clear. It was not untested. It was not experimental. We knew what mRNA was. We had we knew how this was going to work, and we had trial tests before it was put out. It was, again, it was Trump's fucking vaccine. Trump was the one who was like managing all of this and making sure that it was put out correctly and everything. It wasn't this like experimental vaccine that everybody makes it out to be.
Immediately, and we're relying on the.
Why aren't millions dropping dead from the vax? They are, Mantis. They are, Mantis. Did you not know that like 75% of the people who have died since the virus have been people with the vaccine? Did you not know that? 75% of the people who have died since COVID have been the people who got the vaccine. RFK pushes this number all the time. Are you trolling? No. 85% of the world got the fucking vaccine. 75% of the people afterwards are the ones who died, though. Not due to the vaccine, not to, like, but RFK pushes this number all the fucking time. You should know that 75% of the people who have died since the vaccine came out are the people who were vaccinated. It's because everybody was fucking vaccinated, bro. Yeah, no duh. Of course, by far the majority of people got the vaccine. So it doesn't matter that they died. They didn't die from the fucking vaccine. They just died. But yeah, it's, RFK loves pushing this fucking number, dude.
Countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons of production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. No more shooting, hopefully. As progress is made toward achieving these goals, Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt
Science
with.
is witchcraft, Mantis. Come on.
But the
science is witchcraft.
Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are
The
going
Pope
to
told
be
us so.
dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close. But it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. Everyone understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region.
Thad, I don't know how you're in 2025 still saying lines like this. They're like, it only mattered for the old and fat and sickly and out of shape. And yeah, we know. It's why we all wore masks. It's why we all got vaccinated. Because none of us were dumb enough to think that we just, oh, well, I'll just, do my own thing. And if the fat and sickly end up getting it from me, well, fuck them. It's on them, homie. Like, that seems kind of... I don't know, like jungle behavior, People who aren't ready to live in a society, sort of thing. But they are vaccinated? I'm actually blown away, Fad, that you're still using these are not good arguments. Yes, they still get vaccinated. It's like, consider like, same with masks, same with all this stuff, is it just kind of like puts this shield around you to make it to where like it's less likely for you to get it. But vaccines are never 100%. There are no vaccines that are 100% that make it to where nobody will get the thing, right? So you and everybody else get the fucking vaccine so that you have extra shields, that is extra padding for the other people as well. The idea that like, oh, well, you got vaccinated, that's foolproof. There's nothing that can penetrate a vaccine. Anybody who's ever gotten vaccinated, that just means that they're immune now. That's not how that works. That's not how anything works. It's not my responsibility to not protect fat people from their sins. That's, again, you're just not ready to live in a society. You need to go back to living in the fucking jungle, homie.
And the danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end, and this is, again, something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace. Sort of a beautiful name.
What a beautiful name.
Of Peace, which will be headed not at my request.
Fed, again, you're doing this. It was not only old people. It was not only fat people. It was not only sickly or out of shape people. That was like 80 to 85% of the people who died from these things. I was not fat, sickly, or out of shape. I had a very extreme case of COVID, the different strains affected tons of people differently. Then on top of that, there's people who just have like comorbidities that has nothing to do with whether or not they're fat or out of shape. Then on top of that, some people don't have comorbidities, but they're around like family members that that they're taking care of, or that have comorbidities that they can't take care of themselves, and that this is just how, again, living in a society works. But every time that like you give like one of those dumb arguments and I respond to it, you just move to the other one instead of actually defending the first dumb argument that you made. And so yeah, it's okay, but I live alone and stayed away from everyone. Still? Okay.
Believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it. And we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board. And one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others, and they'll be named over the next few days, and it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it.
Big, beautiful board.
I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch. He'll be easy to deal with. Working with the World Bank and others, it will be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians along with highly qualified experts from all around the world. Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed, and soldiers have been killed. And we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very important. In our meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state, and he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. I noticed that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, maybe I don't know, but they do like me. But they say two things: please get the hostages back, and please end the war. They've had it. It's had it. So I think it's a very popular thing you do, because he's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life, but he is a warrior, and Israel's lucky to have him. But now the people want to get back to peace. They want to get back to normalization in a true sense. Several countries have foolishly recognized the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people, but they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back. And nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too. But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people.
Has he even talked about what the fuck they've done to somehow secure a peace deal here? Or what the fuck? Like, what is... I haven't heard anything about the actual peace deal, or what the deal is, or what the agreement is or what the give and take is or anything. I haven't heard anything. Am I missing it? Did I black out again?
That are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago? They withdrew. They said, you
It's because there is no peace deal.
take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East. And they said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities, and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them, and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or school or a mosque. A terrible thing. Terrible, terrible way to have to fight.
Terrible thing.
No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace. Many. I've seen so many of them.
Wow.
And they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing support from the leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, a great leaders.
I mean, I was wondering when I first saw that this even happened, that this press conference happened, and I saw that it was just Bibi and Trump there. I thought, where the fuck is somebody from Palestine? Is there like somebody from Hamas that's here, or like where's the other side of this? It reminds me of like the whole thing with what do you call it? Ukraine, where Trump and Putin just kept doing these deal negotiations and press conferences over and over, and Zelensky wasn't there. Nobody from Ukraine was there. How the fuck are you guys supposed to negotiate a deal when the people who are supposed to, like, the only people who matter in this negotiation aren't even there? What the fuck is happening?
These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it. And creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired.
So wait, so is he just saying that they didn't accept the deal? Is that what he's saying? Is he saying that they offered a deal, but Hamas didn't accept it, or he's not making this clear at all?
Before eternity, wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords. I like to say it that way because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords are amazing. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them fold up. But I think this will also lead to packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope, we hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords. And little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there because it's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign.
Is he having a stroke?
I don't know, dude. I'm so fucking lost.
Campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so...
Yes, you put the fucking embassy in Jerusalem, motherfucker. What do you mean? You put the U.S. embassy in Jerusalem.
When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it. Please don't do it.
Yeah.
It'll end the whole world. Please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because I heard I was going to do it. And leaders of countries were calling me. And I think it was on a Thursday that I did it. And they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day, and I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday, and I called them back, the biggest people in the world, and they said, you've done it. I said, done what? You've made the capital of Israel,
October 7th?
Jerusalem, and we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about it. So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument, because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be
that's
amazing.
diplomacy, ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody thought it was going to lead to
the great negotiator.
The end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron. That's what they said. It didn't lead to anything. It just led to something that I promised, and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people, too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good marks. You think Biden could have done that? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think he could have done
I don't
that. I
think
don't
he
think
could
too
have
many
done
people could have done it. But actually, it was
You're the
actually
only
more of a
person.
speech from my heart, if you want to know the truth. I think it was maybe better in certain ways because it was from the heart. It has to be from the heart. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. But I cut taxpayer funding for that very corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the...
Imagine being in charge of the teleprompter while he's doing this. Like, he's sitting there, like, just rambling for, like, 10 minutes at a time. And you're like... Fuck. Was Was I supposed to pause like a while ago? Do I need to go back to where he stopped reading, or?
Horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. And I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months from that. But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time. It's time. History has shown. And the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it. But they don't have really too many enemies right now. And you know what? Many countries have gained great respect for Israel, for the way they fight, for the job they do, including me. I had respect anyway, but they gained respect. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people and countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. This is the closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political fool's peace.
Whoa.
If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world. It's a vast region. It's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope
you're
you
just
guys
saying
can
random
work
names
very
now.
hard to get these other countries
None
in.
of these people
Now they
were
have no
part of this.
excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were somewhere hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit. And it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today, we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great, great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al Thani was of Qatar. They really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think
Emir?
I'm going to be his public relations man because I know him differently than a lot of people know him.
Who is the Emir?
Is
that what he's saying? The Emir?
And his people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do that. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with because I guess over 20,000 have been.
So yeah, so they just came up with a fucking deal that they're gonna go and tell Hamas that they have to accept. And again, they're not even part of the negotiation process. Like, this is the fucking great negotiator over here talking about the fact that when he put the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, he just ignored everybody's calls instead of engaging in any sort of negotiation because he said that was just easier. And now he's standing there with half the fucking parties missing Again, just not even gonna negotiate. The great fucking negotiator. The gray motherfucker.
Killed.
Part of the
Their
deal,
leadership
yeah.
has been killed 3 times over. So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everyone who wants to see, everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal so that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone as the chairman of the board.
He's going to have relations with everyone.
We'll have meetings with some very smart people that'll be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There are some of the hardest problems in the world to solve, and that's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this was more than a try. I mean, I think this is something that gets done when you have virtually every country, and these are powerful, powerful countries that have a lot of money, and the money can make things happen. A lot of countries try, and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer and more hopeful future for everybody, including Israel. And I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership. And I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with. And it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. Yeah. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have.
Because Biden was
amazing.
Asleep.
The
He
participation
didn't even know what was happening.
100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And
Yeah.
everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants to.
Everybody loves you so much.
Maybe congratulations on this. I think this will be your.
So what is he? He's congratulating him on something that again hasn't even happened yet. Why even do like a fucking press conference congratulating everybody and talking about like the motherfucker, dude. These motherfuckers. This is just walking around patting themselves on the back over absolutely nothing. This is these are participation trophies. The right is always giving out participation trophies. This is a fucking problem, dude. This is an issue. All right? We need to stop with participation trophies. This is ruining our society. We can't have these motherfuckers always getting participation trophies when they haven't even achieved anything. They're ruining the idea of winning. They're against winning. They just want to pat everybody on the back for achieving absolutely nothing. This is wrong. We got to fix this.
Crowning achievement, frankly. If this all works out, we think it will. It's going to be your crowning achievement, and I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, first I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House.
Bro, Netanyahu's got a fucking voice, bro. That guy has a fucking voice box. For reals.
And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East. And I think beyond the Middle East, in very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a fucking deal, dude. That's not a deal. Hey, listen, guys. So you know how like you're all really upset that we've just been bombarding you with like bombs and shit for a while, and you've had very, very little to even be able to fight back against us in the least. Well, so we're gonna make you a deal to where you give us all of your leverage, which is all of the hostages. And then you're also going to get rid of all of your military capabilities so that if we ever do attack in the future or choose to do anything to you ever again, you're not going to be able to stop us. So, deal? We good? You guys ready? We're all good here? We're all set? Ready? Moving on. You guys just give us everything and then we're done?
We would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck...
Those are the ones with the cell phones, right? Operation Rising Lion and the Hammer one, those are the Midnight Hammer. Those are the ones with the pagers and the cell phones and everything, right?
A decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace.
Rising Lion was Iran. Okay.
Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think, helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now,
He's got a great American accent, too. He does pretty well. Like, he sounds Israeli, but you have to listen pretty closely to grab it.
If this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done.
Didn't they say this the last time?
Be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorism, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA could have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means
I haven't heard anything about, like, again, what it is that Israel's going to do here. Like, are they pulling out of the West Bank and removing settlers and everything, or what? Is there a land swap? Is there, like, what happens there?
it's ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation, your plan...
Is he saying the Palestinian Authority is behind the ICJ charges?
Provides a practical and realistic path forward for Gaza in the coming years, in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel. I think this can be not only a new beginning for Gaza, I think it can be a new beginning for the entire region. Under your leadership, we can re-energize, well, I've got to contribute my own, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords. That's what it's called in the original Hebrew, Abraham. Abraham is fine, Abraham, however you want to call it.
Trump calls it Abram. He just totally gets rid of that other H, Abram.
Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy. It's tough going. But I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it
Waiter,
clear.
Josh.
I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen, wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that'll be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team.
But he was accusing, like, the PA of being behind the ICJ charges, right? He was saying that the Palestinian Authority had to stop the lawfare with the ICJ, right? That is what he was saying. I didn't mishear that.
Helpers who've done this. I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May
Thank
God
you so
bless
much.
Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. And may I add in Hebrew, G'mal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi. So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know, a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country, about keeping our country open.
Open borders?
They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions? Or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is, we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first, I think. No.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Well, all right. Trying to get out of a crowded area to where I can switch to the next thing, but motherfuckers keep trying.
Would you be so kind as to unhook me? This one?
Nope.
Every time one of these tragic shootings happens, everybody's at each other's throats about which side did it, but we're missing a broader pattern in America. This was another young white dude who's in his 20s. We have seen this pattern accelerating over the past decade. The same day Charlie Kirk was shot, the same exact time, there was a neo-Nazi who shot up a school in Colorado. We can look at the acceleration of the radicalization of young men through a few frameworks. There's the COVID pandemic, which had people isolated, had a bubble around themselves, and a lot of young men failed to pull that bubble down and got sucked down these algorithms. I've seen it happen to my close friends. They get sucked down these algorithms. We have foreign actors trying to sow chaos in America, sow division. How much does Putin salivate when he sees us?
I have friends, and it's really frustrating because it's impossible to actually have conversations with them because lots of times they're even like drunk. And they get like really heated about a lot of the shit with like January 6th and trans people and like what's happening with the open borders and like all of the shit. It's so frustrating trying to have conversations with these people. Sometimes they're even saying shit like you know, bro, Alex Jones has been proven right about so many things. Like he was proven right tons of times. It's fuck, like it's so hard to, it is like, yeah, like even like my best friends do this shit, and it's like every time when Trump was first shot at, I immediately had like a bunch of messages from my friends like, this is on the media. This is on the media. But they'll accuse me of pushing Destiny talking points. And almost every time I have to be like, can you show me where Destiny said that? Can you show me? Can you show me where the fuck he said this? Where the fuck did he say this? But everything that they say, I start like taking screenshots of everybody in my chat saying, like all of the right wingers, every time one of them comes in, they all repeat the same fucking talking points over and over and over. And I can like, I sit there screenshotting them on my phone and sending it all to him. They go, oh, I'm pushing talking points, huh? What about you, buddy? Just showing him like, well, that's just true. It just is on the media. It just is. It's like, because they called Trump a Nazi. Like, okay, first off, media never called Trump a Nazi. Secondly, where the fuck did you get this from, that this shooter went after him because he was a Nazi? Where did you get that from? Like, you just made that up. And so, yeah, it's, a lot of my friends have, like, all of these. And again, like, I was, like, a while ago, what I guess you would call, like, close to alt-light or whatever. But it is frustrating, like having friends that you think of as like logical people, and for some reason when it comes to politics they just can't. Fuck you, motherfucker. They just can't be logical anymore. Just when it comes to politics, they're incapable of being logical all of a sudden. I have a friend who is also a political commentator that has gone from a Democrat to a nationalist in the past month because of the algorithm. Fucking shit. You need to tell him to come on the show. Tell him to come on the show. Like, there's people that I used to talk to back in the day who, like, they would pride themselves on not being Republicans, not being right-wing, being independent, being, like, more libertarian, blah, blah, blah. And the other day, a couple weeks ago, when the stuff happened to Charlie Kirk, they were very, like, ardent, like, in my fucking replies, Tom, how dare you? This is disgusting. How could you put out videos like this? This is so wrong. And I'm like, what was wrong with my video? Oh, you know what's wrong with it. This is so gross. You're calling out the right when you should be calling out the left for celebrating his death. Like, that was literally in the video. You just watched it. It was in there. I did say that. I did do that. I did call them out. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you're just being so partisan. You're so partisan. Wait, you guys are like calling me out when I have called out my side and the other side in the video that you're commenting on. While here, as we're talking, I've asked you numerous times if you'll call out like the right and Donald Trump for calling for war and for refusing to condemn the violence and all this shit. You refuse to do any of that. I'm partisan here, and it's so their brains are just broken. Like, it's just fucking broken. Like, you're the one who's doing the partisan thing. I'm the one who's saying, yeah, like, I'm calling out both sides. You're the one who's being partisan. He gets more engagement and revenue because the algorithm on X pushes that narrative. It's a horrible feedback loop that is radicalizing his viewpoint. Yeah, no. Yep, I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, tell him to come on.
Us at each other's throats. Then we have domestic actors, people like Elon Musk, riling it up. So all of these factors, wait, hold up, Ben. All of these factors come together to create.
I think it's a little charitable to call Elon a domestic actor. You're being a little too charitable there, buddy. He is a foreign agent.
This pattern that we see of young men in my age range committing these shootings. And if you want to sit here and go back and forth, tit for tat, I can say Dylan Roof, Robert Bowers, John Earnest, none of these were black people. None of these were trans people. None of these were even Democrats. These were neo-Nazis who had things carved into their guns. You can sit here and muddy the waters, but you are just lying.
I just don't want innocent people to die. Sue me for that.
Then maybe tell Trump to tone down his rhetoric.
Every time, dude. Every time. I just don't want people to die. If that was true, you would actually care about the entire fucking spectrum, not just when it's a trans person. If you actually didn't want people to die, if you actually cared about the violence, you wouldn't be playing these fucking games about politicizing this shit so much. That is such bullshit, dude. You do not give a fuck if people die.
If you think this is Trump, this is exactly, you literally just.
What's up, everybody? Adam Mockler here. This is by far the most heated CNN debate I've done yet, and I want you guys to watch until the end because I try to bring in some unique points throughout Ben Ferguson's MAGA chaos. The guy that I'm about to debate is Ted Cruz's podcast co-host, so you see where the brain rot drips in from. But just once again, watch until the end. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the feed, and I'll see you guys later.
New York, let's get right to what America's talking about. Justice may not be blind after all, especially when the president's enemies are in the line of sight. The feds are said to be nearing a decision on charges against James Comey, accusing him of lying to Congress on the handling of the Russia investigation. The former FBI director has long said that he testified truthfully. The testimony happened back in 2020, and since the law requires any charge within 5 years, the DOJ now only has literally a few days before that deadline expires. But here's the important fine print in all of this. This is coming after Donald Trump publicly demanded that his attorney general charge Comey and other political rivals. Now, it's important to note, this is the same district in which Trump said that he fired a prosecutor for failing to find enough evidence against Letitia James, the attorney general in New York. Now, it's being run by one of Trump's former lawyers who has never...
Bro, stop running into me. Just play with me. We can just play together. You don't have to keep running into me. We can just be a fucking Slither gang. It's kind of like a biker gang, but with Slither.
Prosecuted a case.
Donald Trump literally has had a mugshot because of the witch hunt against him.
But again,
James Comey, and one of the things I think people very clearly, if you watch him in his own words, he's very proud of the politicalization of what he did to attack Donald Trump. A great example was him grandstanding when he was sitting there on a forum talking about, yeah, I sent a couple FBI agents into the White House because I could, and the Trump administration didn't know what protocol was, so I took advantage of their ignorance or trust to go after General Flynn.
Wait, that's literally, hold on, that's not politicization. That's literally how cops are trained, bro. They are literally trained to take advantage of people's ignorance on their rights. That is, you can be against that. You can think that's wrong, but that has nothing to do with it being politicized. That is what cops do. Do you know how often cops walk up to people and play this game of like, all right, I need to search your car. I need to search your car. If you'll go ahead and get out, I need to start searching your car. And then the person gets out, and then they're like, all right, so you're good, right? You're okay with me searching your car? It like now that they've gotten out, now they're like, I mean, yeah, I guess. Like, they don't know that they even have a fucking option, because everything leading up to that has been them telling them what to do and telling them that they're going to search their car. And then they just kind of throw it at them right before they start searching it as just like almost like it's just like a formality. Like, okay, you ready? You ready for me to search your car? It's... If you say no, it's reasonable suspicion. No cannot be used as reasonable suspicion. It's literally a constitutional right. It has been decided by the Supreme Court. Saying no in defending your rights cannot be used as evidence against you. This has been decided very, very clearly. So it is not used as reasonable suspicion. Now, there are times when some things can, like giving somebody a breathalyzer, but there's that's only if they've already had. So reasonable suspicion comes first. If they have reasonable suspicion, now they're just allowed to search your car. Like, they don't have to ask to search your car if they already have reasonable suspicion. But lots of times they don't have reasonable suspicion, yet they're trying to get something anyways. They're trying to see if they can find something anyways. And so if you give them permission, well, now they can go and try to find something. But it's this is just how cops are trained. This is part of their they'll come up and just start asking you questions, trying to get you to give them information when you have the right to remain silent. You could just say absolutely nothing, but they're like, this is part of their job. This is how they're trained. But this motherfucker is going to sit here and act like, this is somehow lawfare, when that's not lawfare. That's just police work, bro. Like that's just good policing. What do you mean? has to be articulable, though, Tom. Sure, that's part of reasonable suspicion. So, but yeah, but like sometimes, yes, it can be something like, I smelt marijuana, right? I smelt marijuana in the car. Well, now I get to search it. I smelt it. But if all I see are like red eyes and you're talking a little bit slowly and crap like that, well, that is not reasonable suspicion. So now I can call in a drug dog. And if the drug dog does his thing and barks when he's supposed to, well, now I have reasonable suspicion. But like there's like clear lines drawn on all of these things, and just saying no is not reasonable suspicion. And it can't be. Again, unless they already have reasonable suspicion. They already have reasonable suspicion, and they say, okay, well, I need to search your car, and you say no. Now that's enough for them to just fucking arrest you. Like, they could just arrest you at that point.
Try to go after Donald Trump and get something on Donald Trump.
I like how Ben tried to invoke Trump's mugshot as some sort of proof or some sort of way to hand wave this, which you're conceding in that they are politicizing the government. You're not even denying, neither the conservatives on this panel are denying that Trump is politicizing the government. You just invoke Trump's mugshot.
No, I didn't. I said that.
Is there a
single?
Can you show me a tweet from Biden asking his DOJ or asking his Attorney General? So there's no tweet from Biden asking his Attorney General to
Joe
directly
Biden
go
didn't
after
tweet, but he also didn't President.
Is there any line from President Biden saying go after these three people? If you can't point that to me, then you invoking Trump's mugshot is trying to both sides this when this is a clear weaponization of the DOJ.
What Biden did, he wrote a letter going after parents in Virginia and putting them on an FBI watch list.
So you can't,
he went after Catholics.
You can't point me to a single example of Biden
or the IRS when they went after people.
Let's just back up a second. This is the first time we've heard of this. Let me finish what I'm saying. So Trump.
Yeah, this is part of the panel that I was on the other day. Every time we talked about like, Democrats versus Republicans and shit like that, everybody, every time they would talk, would do this like, yeah, but it's both sides that are really the problem. Blah 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 blah. Oh, it's everybody does this stuff sometimes, and both sides are willing to. And finally, I was like, no, fuck this shit. It is one side. It's one. It is always one side. It is only one side. It has only ever been one side. It is not both fucking sides. And they would keep doing this, like, the other people on the panel, like Fatty and others, they would be like, okay, like I get it. I get what Tom's doing. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna say like it's both sides, or I'm not gonna say it's just one side or anything. No, but it is. I'm not doing something. It just is. It literally is one side. Like, you can't say it's one side though. You can't say that, Tom. No, but it is though. Like, it literally is. It just is one side. I'm telling you, it is one side. Like. They just kept playing this game like I'm just like I'm being cute with them or some shit. Like, I wasn't being cute. I'm telling you, it's just one side. That's it. It is only one side. I'm not fucking around. I'm not playing a game. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm telling you, it is one side. That's it. One side.
Ran an entire campaign talking about this. The Americans voted for this. So Americans were
Americans voted for this.
Of a radical FBI that went after.
Let me ask you a question.
100%. So this is not a surprise that we're like sitting here.
Hunter Biden was being investigated during Biden's term. Do you think Don Jr. would ever be investigated by Pam Bondi?
Like, imagine us using this fucking excuse. Imagine us using this excuse. The Americans voted for this, guys. They say, oh, Trump, they used lawfare against Trump. Guys, Biden had a mandate to arrest Trump, okay? He had a mandate from Americans to arrest Donald Trump and put him in prison. So it doesn't really matter what you think about this, okay? Biden had a mandate to engage in lawfare against Donald Trump. Like, nobody would ever use this fucking argument. Nobody ever uses this argument, but somehow Republicans always do this, where they're just like, well, Trump had a mandate, okay? He was elected for this.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Wait, hold on. If he did a crime, I think, yeah.
No, he would not.
By the way,
Donald Trump Jr.
The Biden crime family.
You know that's not true.
Donald Trump Jr.
Wait, let's be clear.
Yeah.
Let's be clear about Hunter Biden and what Hunter Biden did.
No,
if
we're
Don
talking about
Jr.
that wasn't the
was
question.
sitting on the board of Burisma right now
Pam Bondi wouldn't do
and
anything.
was taking massive amounts of money,
You
I
got
have
making
no doubt.
crypto money
Again, I
on
actually
deals that
think
the
that. I actually
Oh,
think
yeah, we
that.
got him.
One second.
Oh, fuck this
One second.
motherfucker.
Hold on 1 second. It's just too many people talking at one time. For an entire week, conservatives at this table and across the country argued that Jimmy Kimmel's suspension was solely a business decision by ABC and not at all influenced by the government. And then Donald Trump wiped it away. He again threatened ABC for
was
bringing
good.
Kimmel
He
back,
did
and
good.
now his vice president is
close.
contradicting that, claiming that the administration's threats are all just a joke.
Well, people will say as well, didn't the FCC commissioner put a tweet out that said something bad? Well, compare that, the FCC commissioner making a joke on social media. What is the government action that the Trump
Making a joke on social media. What is with this cope, dude? What is with this cope, bro?
administration has engaged in to kick Jimmy Kimmel or anybody else off the air? Zero. What government pressure have we brought to bear to tell people that they're not allowed to speak their mind? Zero. We believe in free speech in the Trump administration.
Donald Trump said he did it. Trump said he did it. You can't run from this. Trump said he did it. He said it. Like, this is not complicated. He literally said he did it. Trump said he was going to send the FCC after these liberal stations to take them off the air because they were too critical of him or some shit. He said that, or that they were unfair to him. He said that he took pride in the fact that he was the one who got Jimmy Kimmel fired. This is not something that we were wondering about. This is not something that we're just like wondering, oh, I wonder how this happened. Like, no, they said it. They told us.
We are fighting every single day to protect it.
Now, before we discuss, it's worth noting that Kimmel's return scored 3 times his average viewership on TV and 15 million views on YouTube. That's a lot of people, perhaps some Sinclair and Nexstar subscribers.
The episode that we covered, the Jimmy Kimmel show, we covered it like right after it aired, and we watched it here, and my live stream did get taken down for that after we finished it. It did get taken down for it, but totally worth it. That was fucking epic.
But I can't imagine that the vice president is not aware of what actually happened here.
This is the delusion of this conversation. He literally said that he was killed by somebody that was in MAGA. That was a lie. We knew that wasn't true. And he refused to apologize.
Let me ask you,
all
He
you
did not say that.
real men with integrity walk out there and say,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
So has Don Jr. and Elon Musk and Senator Mike Lee apologized for saying that the Minnesota shooter was on the left?
I don't know if they have or not.
Okay, they haven't.
They have
Okay.
not.
So my point is, it's the exact same
I'm okay
thing.
with that. But Jimmy Kimmel, I think you can agree, this was a bigger issue at the moment.
It got more attention.
A lot more. He was crying on set.
But this was also a political...
He's crying on set.
Well, when you say at the moment, like, does that just mean that you don't have a principled position on this and that you're just going off your own fucking fifis based on how you feel in the moment? Like, that means that it's not actually a big deal and that you guys were just a little too much in your fifis? Is that what you're saying?
Not crying for Charlie Kirk,
but not
or
only
his
Minnesota,
wife.
but not
crying
only,
because
but not
woe
only,
is me in my career.
This is why this somewhat falls on deaf ears, because this is why those individuals who are not Democrats or Republicans find all of us to be full of it. Because the simple fact is, Don Jr. had a picture of a hammer in underwear after Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked in his home, right? And so when you have individuals who do that, and then you say you have all these other talking points about people chanting and celebrating Charlie Kirk's death on the left, and you don't really give a complete look at the voices who are saying that we condemn that. But let me just say,
lie about it.
But if you want to talk about the lie, I mean, look at everybody on Fox News who lied about 2016. I mean, is that the barometer?
Let me give Adam a second. Then
I agree with Bakari. We should look at the full picture. If you want to talk about Erica Kirk, she said she doesn't hate the other side. Then Donald Trump came on stage right after and said, I do hate my opponents. This is the president of the United States, not some comedian. And by the way, it is so incredibly clear that Trump is pulling every lever possible to make sure that everybody consolidates around him ideologically, whether it's with Jimmy Kimmel being pulled off the air, whether it's with Comey. I mean, I did the research. Donald Trump's priorities are so off that he has mentioned Comey on his Truth Social 2,042 times.
Yeah,
how many times do you think he's mentioned?
How
many times has he mentioned inflation? How many times has he mentioned inflation?
Well, when you fix inflation, you don't have to mention
He
it.
did not fix it, and he's mentioned it.
Fixed it? He fixed inflation? What? He fixed it? When did this happen? When did he do it? I didn't hear about this. Was this in between the fucking 12 wars that he solved? That he just fixed inflation? He just pressed the no more inflation button? Is that what he did? When did he fix inflation? What are you talking about? Holy crap.
Look at Wall Street. You're just wrong.
He's mentioned inflation half as many times as Comey on his Truth
Because
Social.
he actually
because
works
his
on it.
priorities
But
lie
again,
in petty vengeances. Ben, let me finish. His priorities lie.
We're talking about inflation right now, not about Jimmy
petty
Kimmel.
vengeances.
I'm just letting him finish his point, then we got to
I'm just trying to say Donald Trump's priorities lie in petty vengeances, going after
Just fixes
Comey,
stuff.
going after Kimmel, and he's
Is
not
the
fixing
economy
this
good or
tariff
bad?
media. Right now, unemployment is up.
Is the economy good or bad right now?
We're going to leave it there.
Tariffs are making it worse.
All right, next for us, the president introduces a new renovation.
That was a little. I don't like the way she moderates sometimes. It does come off like a little biased a lot when she like keeps pushing for them to let Adam talk, and they keep trying to like get a point in, and then as soon as Adam's done talking, she's like, okay, we're gonna leave that there, moving on to the next topic. Wait, it was like obvious that the other people had like a bunch of arguments they wanted to make against him. And if you're not even going to let them make the argument and keep stopping them to let Adam like talk for kind of, longer than the others got to on this topic, seems a little ridiculous.
At the White House, and this one trolls his predecessor. Tonight, the People's House now has a trolling hall. The White House revealed a new presidential walk of fame with photos of presidents in order, but if you look closely, there is one particular president missing, or rather represented by something other than his face. Instead of a photo of President Biden, there is a photo of an auto pen. Hilarious, I suppose.
Okay. All right, I get this now. I heard a couple of people talking about the fact that, like, how would you feel if they put up, instead of Donald Trump, they put a clown up? Or instead of putting Donald Trump's face up, they put up like somebody behind bars. Or, they put up his letter to Epstein. Or they put up a list of all of his charges. Or they, like, the list, goes on. They put up Covfefe. They, like, how would you feel? You guys would say that this is, like, disgusting, that this is disrespectful, that they don't respect the Oval Office, they don't respect the presidency, that, like, the left is destroying norms and tradition, and that, like, you guys would throw a fit about this, but the left doesn't do stuff like this. Like, the Democrats don't ever do crap like this, but the Republicans do. The Republicans, again, they're the only ones who do stuff like this. Nobody else, nobody on the Democrat side ever does crap like this. This is, again, just another thing that is not like a both sides thing. This is just one thing that only Republicans do. And then they throw fits over the tiniest little shit, dude.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm looking forward to the auto pen responding to this, by the way.
Feels very beneath the office, but I guess go for it.
True or false, the auto pen signed more things under Joe Biden's last year in office than Joe Biden signed.
Hey, buddy. Let me ask you a question. How many pardons out of 1,600 for January 6ers do you think Donald Trump signed? How about the Alien Enemies Act? The day after that got signed into law and Donald Trump's signature was on it, the reporters asked Donald Trump about signing it, and he said, I don't know anything about it. I didn't sign it. But it literally had his name on it. It was on the White House website as a presidential decision. It was it was his fucking signature. So he auto penned the Alien Enemies Act, obviously, and has auto penned tons of things. I believe he had the record for auto pens before Biden took office. Donald Trump's first term had the record for auto pen. Obama had the record for auto pen before Trump took office. Biden set the record for auto pen after. Trump will probably break Biden's auto pen record. Like, everybody uses the auto pen more and more throughout. Like, the longer that it becomes a norm, the more and more they all use it. Like, that is just part of the process. But they're so fucking dishonest that they act like using an auto pen is so wrong that we have to undo all orders that were given with an auto pen. Like, okay, that doesn't include Trump's though, right? No. Yeah, no, we're gonna leave all of Trump's auto pens. We're gonna leave those alone.
I mean,
is it really trolling if it's true?
Doesn't Trump use the auto pen as well?
I promise you, when it comes to pardons and clemencies, it's going to be his own signature. Like, he actually shows up for work and doesn't take naps in the middle of the day. He had a 4-hour work day.
Let me just tell you,
his own team said.
I will only vote for the Democratic candidate in 2028 that
I believe
removes
you.
Trump's presidential portraits and replaces them with photos of him and Epstein. So many photos of him and Epstein. More photos than me and my own grandparents, I feel like. It's just Trump
I'm
and
still
Epstein
looking forward to the
over and
auto pen responding to the outrage over the auto pen. I'm
I think
excited
everyone has
about
to
it.
listen to Kimmel and just like take the joke. I mean, it's funny. We got to laugh. And frankly, there have been Democrat presidents that have had way more offensive things that are beneath the office.
Like what?
Name one.
Monica?
I mean,
But he just mentioned Jeffrey
She
Epstein.
was not beneath the office. She was in the office beneath the desk.
So look, my only point is that this is beneath the office. And I just remember back in something that I actually can remember when Republicans on Fox News and everywhere else were completely outraged about Barack Obama wearing a tan suit or having a selfie stick. This is how far we've fallen. Now we have somebody who actually has decorated the halls of the White House, making a joke. I mean, I just find...
Hold on, did they or did they not put Hunter Biden art in the White House? They did, and it made the value of the art go up. So and then they sold said art. So let's dial that back a little bit.
Wait, what does that? How is that related in the least? What are they talking about? What does that have to do with anything? The fact that are they saying that Hunter Biden art is beneath the White House, or what? What does that have to do with a tan suit?
Would have hung up Trump's mugshot as a joke, you would be like curled up in a ball crying, saying nothing like this is.
Did y'all see Matt Walsh quote tweeted erudite? No. What was that?
I would have said I would expect that.
No, you would not be okay with that. You would say this is beneath the presidency. But the broader point is, why is Donald Trump still going after these petty grievances and all of these insane things
I think they're just
when the
having
economy
fun.
is?
I think they're just having fun.
Yeah.
We got bigger problems. Why are we so upset about it?
I mean, I think maybe that's the point. We have bigger problems.
And the fact is, we
have
all
a lot
taking
of
the
bigger
bait.
problems
Who wants
in
you to
this
be talking
country.
about this?
It is. You
Right.
have to admit, if you're just walking through and you saw that, it's a little funny.
It's both things. It's both kind of hilarious and kind of appalling, right? I mean, like at the same time.
Well, so that's the thing, is that I would just think it was funny if I thought that conservatives would take jokes like that. But conservatives can never take a fucking joke. Conservatives soy out over every little thing that they can. They run on a victim economy. So there is, it's not that I think anybody here is like actually offended by this. I think it is more so that this is just nonstop hypocrisy from these people, because they are all the whiniest babies that have ever existed.
Like it is funny. As I watched it happen, I'm like,
I will say, if he can fix
funny.
it, if Trump buys a Hunter Biden picture and puts it in between, then it'll be bipartisan.
I'm just so sick of everything being a joke, whether it's Trump like tweeting directly at Pam Bondi saying something, or whether it's Trump saying he wants
I assure you right now
ABC.
we need more jokes than ever, my friend.
Well, that's why Jimmy Kimmel's
The president's words mean nothing right now. The president's words mean nothing.
Yes, we need jokes more than ever. So let's have the president do it, guys. We need jokes more than ever. So let's get a fucking comedian as the president. Let's just go get a fucking clown from the circus as the president, and we've solved the crisis.
This is a man who sets deadlines, blows through those deadlines. This is a man who makes...
You're reaching way too far, bro. It's
I'm not
a
reaching
pen
it far
picture.
at all.
It's pretty funny.
The president's words mean nothing, and we sit here and laugh as he... Yeah.
All right, everybody. Thank you very much. We'll be back in a moment. Another day, another act of political violence in America, and another round of the blame game. A sniper opening fire at an ICE facility in Texas, killing one detainee and hurting two others. The suspect died after turning the gun on himself. Now, not long after, the FBI director published images of shell casings with the words anti-ICE written in blue. Also, not long after the shooting, the political lines were drawn.
You don't have to agree with my immigration policies. You don't have to agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies. But if your political rhetoric encourages violence against our law enforcement, you can go straight to hell, and you have no place in the political conversation of the United States of America.
So, look, this is extremely disturbing that there's another one of these types of shootings. I think we've got to deal with this as a country, first of all. But I also, just for starters, I'm curious, how does it help to have the vice president say that?
Because the third one in Texas. I mean, if you know people that work in law enforcement, my family does, I know ICE agents in Texas. This is the third attack we've seen in Texas, in the same district as the man in charge today was saying. Like, this is the second time he's had to have a press conference today.
Who was killed today? Who was killed today?
So you're saying since it wasn't...
That's not what I'm at. No.
So you're saying since it wasn't... It was innocent people that were killed today.
Don't put words in my mouth.
You asked a question. I'm answering your question. You're saying since it wasn't ICE agents that were killed, therefore this is a null and void conversation?
No. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Are you kidding me?
That's gaslighting. I'm asking you a simple question because when J.D. Vance went up there, and when you're coming up here...
This is not a good argument from you.
First of all,
innocent people...
He hasn't even made an argument yet. What the fuck?
Shot today, and you're like, well, it wasn't ICE agents that got shot.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the division that you all are sowing in this country...
I'm not sowing anything. I'm saying protect all law enforcement.
Because of the simple fact, yes, protect
Gavin Newsom went on TV last night.
I don't like Gavin Newsom, so I condemn him.
You know, every time one of these tragic every time one of these tragic shootings happens, everybody's at each other's throats about which side did it, but we're missing a broader pattern in America. This was another young white dude who's in his 20s. We have seen this pattern accelerating over the past decade. The same day Charlie Kirk was shot, the same exact time, there was a neo-Nazi who shot up a school in Colorado. We can look at the acceleration of the radicalization of young men through a few frameworks. There's the COVID pandemic, which had people isolated, had a bubble around themselves, and a lot of young men failed to pull that bubble down and got sucked down these algorithms. I've seen it happen to my close friends. They get sucked down these algorithms. We have foreign actors trying to sow chaos in America, sow division. How much does Putin salivate when he sees us at each other's throats? Then we have domestic actors, people like Elon Musk, riling it up. So all of these factors, wait, hold up, Ben. All of these factors come together to create this pattern that we see of young men in my age range committing these shootings. And if you want to sit here and go back and forth, tit for tat, I can say Dylan Roof, Robert Bowers, John Earnest, none of these were black people, none of these were trans people, none of these were even Democrats. These were neo-Nazis who had things carved into their guns. You can sit here and muddy the waters, but you are just lying.
I just don't want innocent people to die. Sue me for that. If you think
you don't want people to die,
you literally just did your entire argument. So Abby, let me go back to the
Can I make something that might be a little bit more controversial than that?
Hold on.
Yeah, again, when you only don't want people to die, when you think that you're able to blame one side of the fucking aisle, it's just not a good argument. Again, with all the studies out for the last 2 decades showing that the right is by far the majority of I don't know what just happened. Did I just fucking kill that guy? I thought I should have died. I don't know how I'm still alive. But yes, when they were by far the majority of political murders, the the fact that like we didn't run around touting these fucking studies all day, every day, pointing the fingers at the Republicans saying, look what you did, look what you did, look what you did. But as soon as they get a fucking chance, dude, every fucking time, they don't even wait. They don't even wait for the information to come out. They don't even wait for evidence. They just immediately start pointing fingers at Democrats. As soon, like, we didn't know anything about Tyler Robinson, who shot him, why, like whatever with Charlie Kirk. They were already pointing fingers at the Democrats. The same thing when Donald Trump got shot at numerous times. Before we knew anything about him, they were already pointing fingers at Democrats, saying Democrats have to own this. Democrats did this. It's because you called him a fucking neo-Nazi. That's why this happened. Like, that's it's over and over. They are just salivating all the time to try to find a way to blame Democrats for some of this shit. And it's just, again, this is a one-sided thing. This is a thing that happens on one side of the fucking aisle.
All right, from there it devolved further. I'm sure you can picture what happened, but I hope you guys enjoyed the video. And some news, if you made it this far, we are starting our own debate format in Chicago. I mean, I've been on CNN to debate, Jubilee, I did Pierce Morgan, but we're going to start our own bleeding edge format where we debate people. And honestly, it's because of you all. I just want to say thank you. I am eternally grateful for everything that we built, and this is only early stages. We are going to continue to grow. We are going to continue to push the country in the direction that we want, and we won't stop until we do. So again, thank you all, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.
It's just so infuriating living with these people, dude. Like, I say living with them. We're in different realities, but somehow the same planet, so it's obnoxious. All right, I gotta find a way to do this without dying. No,
I think the people, it sounds very dark, but I think people in the United States have this impression that like political violence or some sort of like open, almost civil war is the worst possible outcome.
I'm gonna fix it, okay?
Just chill. It's not the worst possible outcome. The worst possible outcome is just one side gets completely exterminated by the other, which is like the direction that Trump keeps pushing in. And it sounds even silly to say, but the only reason it sounds silly is because the Republicans have done such a good job at pulling the wool over everybody's eyes and convincing them that things aren't as insane as they are.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hale and welcome to the Trump Report. I'm delighted to say that I am joined by Stephen Burnell today, better known as
Delighted.
Destiny. He is a popular YouTuber, so it's great to have him on our
You're
YouTube
delighted to
channel.
have a stochastic terrorist on your show?
Monday through Friday on Times Radio's YouTube page.
He told everybody to go kill all the conservatives. He told all of his fans that he wanted them to go out and murder every single conservative. And then he celebrated Charlie Kirk's death and pissed on his wife's grave. What the fuck? Why would you be delighted to have somebody like that on your show?
Well, you can stream us as a podcast wherever you get your podcast. Stephen, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report today.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Stephen, since Charlie Kirk's assassination...
Is it called the Trump Report? A British person has a show called the Trump Report? Is that what she said? Did I hear that correctly? I don't speak English very well. Let's hear that again.
Well, you can stream us as a podcast wherever you get your podcast. Stephen, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report today.
Hey, thanks
That's
for
what
having
it sounds like. The Trump Report.
Stephen, since Charlie Kirk's assassination last week, there has been so much discussion and conversation about political violence in the United States.
Violence.
Trump has recently slammed
Okay, it's not
anyone
British.
who's
My
been
bad.
hating on Charlie.
My bad. That's not British. That is very Australian. Whoopsie.
His death and announced that there would be major investigations into groups of interest. He said that the problem is on the left, it's not on the right, like some people like to say. It's on the right. The problem we have is on the left. So we've seen a lot of political violence on both sides of politics.
No, we haven't. On one side.
But as of late, do you agree? Do you think it's mostly been on the left, like he says?
In the United States, at least, for the last few years, has definitely been on the right. The for whatever reason, the president of the United States just can't bring himself to just tell everybody to calm down.
I don't think he knows how to read studies. If Donald Trump knew how to read, maybe he would have read a study by now and would know that the right is responsible for by far the majority of political violence, but he doesn't know how to read. Poor guy. He's a DEI pick. He gets to stay in the short White House.
Down. It is impossible for him to lower the temperature on our conversations right now. He has to invoke either the radical left Democrats or Joe Biden. I would say it's personally very disappointing, but it's what we've come to expect at this point.
What do you think of all the overall reaction to Charlie Kirk's
reaction?
There's kind of like a model for how to view American media that I've been pushing a lot recently, and I think people are finally starting to pick up. Other people are independently, other people that listen to me. The way that it works is anytime a bad event happens, there is this unified top-down conservative messaging apparatus that will message the exact same points on it. And they will endlessly victimize themselves. They will never take accountability for anything they say
bomb
or
Foolery,
do.
get him.
And it's just this constant machine of outrage baiting, and then expecting the
You
left
got
to
him. You got him.
like
You got him. You got him.
bend over backwards to apologize for it, even if the shooter was next event. And what it basically does is it allows them to reap an infinite amount of social reward, sympathy, political power from any tragedy, no matter what, and then
How
never
did
have
he
to
get
acknowledge
out
their
of
own
that,
faults or
dude? That was
mistakes, so they
slick.
never have to make any changes going forward.
Oh, okay. He didn't get out of it. Okay. I have to give it to him, though. I don't know how the fuck he made it that far through that. That was... He went through the fucking gauntlet there, bruh.
Do you see this changing gun culture in the United States at all?
No.
That's what a few guests have said to me as well. But so when you have such a public assassination like this, Stephen, you would think that perhaps that would change things. But so many people say, no, absolutely not. So the thing is that it is the left that have obviously been calling for gun changes, gun regulations. Will this up their messaging at all, do you think?
That's a whole separate conversation topic. For me personally,
I've talked about this a bunch. Like right now is not a good time to talk about gun shit. It is very, very unfortunate that all the fucking shootings are happening right now because this is not a good time to have that fucking gun conversation. So Democrats everywhere are like biting their tongues, trying to avoid anything having to do with fucking gun regulations and shit like that. This is, going into the midterms, we've all been sitting around like, yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fucking talk about this shit, okay? Do not mention fucking guns. Do not say a fucking word about the guns, okay? Just leave it alone. And now, nah, bro, you're not circling my boy. Yeah, suck it. But yeah, so now that all of these fucking shootings and shit are happening, we're all sitting here like, oh, fuck. This kind of sucks. We can't even talk about this shit.
Well, I don't know if you see my background, but I like guns. I think guns are cool. There's a couple issues. One is the Second Amendment is hard to change because it's part of our...
Wait, why is your name Tom's Lobster Tat? I don't have a fucking lobster tattoo. Whoa.
Constitution. And then the second thing is... Personally, I think that the issues that we're having right now in the United States are very much related to where the political conversations are. Every single topic is an existential issue of good versus evil. There are no chill topics in the United States anymore. Everything is about the trans people trying to take all of our kids from us, or the abortion people trying to murder all the children, or foreign wars are trying to steal all of our money. Every single issue is existential. So when the stakes are so high, there's no room for any conversation at all.
Nice.
And then thirdly, the types of firearms that Democrats tend to focus on, like the scary black rifles with the semi-automatic functions and everything else. Whatever gun regulations you would have, I think this firearm that the kid used was, I think it was like a 30-06 Mauser single shot bolt action. Like these would be the exact types of guns that would probably be exempt from any kind of gun restriction that you place. So I don't think that this is the gun restriction conversation.
No, Destiny. He was a fucking professional That was the most professional gun ever, and he was a professional sniper, and the whole thing was done professionally, and we just don't know how much he got paid for it yet. That's the only difference. It was, right, Z King? Where's Z King? Z King. Z King. Tell us how professional it was again. Z King. It was so professional.
Although I think there's definitely times to have those conversations. I think right now it's like this is the political violence conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's get into that. Do you at least acknowledge that on both sides of however you lean politically in the United States, there is an issue?
Because guns don't kill people. That's what Destiny's trying to say. Destiny's trying to say guns don't kill people. Political violence kills people.
Issue with not, I guess, letting the other side talk about what they think.
No. I think there's a place to have that conversation. I think Democrats for too long, at least over the past
we're not allowed to talk about Israel.
Decade, have done this thing where every time an event happens, they're supposed to be the adults in the room and they're supposed to disavow every bad thing that happens, while the Republicans sit there and go, look, see, they're disavowing it. That's because it's their fault. I think the president of the United States needs to lead on this. I think that Democrats should demand that the president of the United States leads on this. I think that it is the most reasonable thing in the world to say, hey, we're totally ready to disavow everything and turn down the violence and tell people to chill, but you have to take point on this. You have to lead on this, because it's this weird backstab every time where all the Democrats come out, and they've done it again this time. You know, you've got Biden, Kamala, you've got Obama, you've got every large person in media. You just saw Dodd get fired from MSNBC for making what I don't even think was a controversial statement. And then meanwhile, on the Republican side, they want war with us. It's Civil War time. Trump has been on like 3 shows where the hosts have been teeing him up for the easiest disavowal answers ever, and he refuses to do it. The Republican president needs to take the lead on this. And if he doesn't, it's just driving us like further and further into a hole.
How do you think he should have reacted then?
I go out and I do a lot of live events. I'm a pretty divisive person. I'm a pretty bombastic person. If I watched a political opponent, a colleague, get killed on stage, and then my president came out and he started saying that people are looking for vengeance and they're all radicals and at least our radicalization is justified, I would leave the party. I'd be like, bro, you're going to get me killed. You are unironically insane for what you're saying. Like, I feel like I'm going to die when I go on stage next time. The fact that no Republican feels the need to call out Trump and to say like, hey, bro, maybe we should like bring it down a little bit. He has no pressure on him for doing that. No conservatives pressuring him. None of the mainstream media conservatives, none of the alternative media conservatives are saying anything like this. This is just unbelievable to me. There has to be some lowering of the temperature on the other side at some point ever. There has to be that at some point.
But Stephen, is he doing that because he knows that caters to his audience?
Yeah, but that's part of the problem.
That's exactly the problem.
I think the people, it sounds very dark, but I think people in the United States have this impression that like political violence or some sort of like open, almost civil war is the worst possible outcome. But unfortunately, it's not the worst possible outcome. The worst possible outcome is just one side gets completely exterminated by the other, which is like the direction that Trump keeps pushing in. And it sounds even silly to say, but the only reason it sounds silly is because the Republicans have done such a good job at pulling the wool over everybody's eyes and convincing them that things aren't as insane as they are. But without getting into every single example, you have the president is on stage refusing to disavow the Proud Boys. He just says, stand back and stand by. You've got 2 of the largest, leaders of the Proud Boys, Biggs and Ontario, are literally on Parler saying, we hear you loud and clear. You've got a whole plan they have on January 6th to break into the Capitol. You've got them on the ground executing. You've got them executing their plan. You've got them in front of a jury. And then
his name wasn't Ontario, but it was close enough. Ontario is a city. His name was Enrique Tarrio.
Convicted of seditious conspiracy afterwards. And then you've got Donald Trump coming into office and pardoning them and every other J6er. And every Republican walks away thinking that whole event was just either the feds doing it or it didn't even really happen. Like when you're in that level of taking no accountability for anything, nothing will change. They're just going to keep driving it more and more and more. That's just an untenable environment. I think you can't sustain that.
Is it a Trump?
Yeah, there's no reason why we would ever expect the guy who is like justifying January 6th and insurrection and then pardoning all the people who took part in it, and then even said at one point that he wouldn't pardon any of the people who engaged in violent acts against police officers, and then still pardoned all of them as well. And like that guy is wanting to turn down temperature. What? Fuck no. Like, that the guy doesn't give a fuck about turning down the temperature. He wants the temperature high. Like it wasn't an accident that the temperature got turned up in the first place. That didn't just accidentally end up that way.
Trump administration issue, or is it a Republican issue, do you think? This lack of accountability, this thing that we can get away with anything?
I think the Republicans have been building towards it for a few decades. And then I think that with Trump, I just think they had their Homelander moment where, he vaporized somebody with his eyeballs and you kind of looked around and realized everybody was still clapping. And it was like, oh, this is kind of the party that we've built. And this is the one that we're going to be able to go forward with. And yeah.
Let's move on to what's happening this week. Stephen, Trump will arrive here in the UK tomorrow night to begin his state visit. This could be overshadowed by the fact that Peter Mandelson, who was sacked as the UK ambassador to Washington after emails surfaced showing that back in 2008 he was basically emailing Jeffrey Epstein to say that, you should fight for an early release when he was originally jailed. So this sacking is basically putting the Epstein stuff back in the limelight when Trump really wouldn't want this on his trip to the UK. So do you think this will overshadow his trip and reignite the Epstein scandal over his relationship?
Nobody cares about the president. I just died in Slither, you stupid bitch. What the fuck? You're not even American. You don't even go here. Later, Mantis. Have a good night. I'll see you later.
Nobody in America believes this. I don't know what the international viewpoint is, but the conservatives just 100% control what we talk about in the United States. And the conservatives have decided that we are done talking about Epstein. So I doubt anything much will come of it. This is one of the
the problem is that I truly, to an extent, I almost wish that we could be as deranged as conservatives, because the problem is that they're able to just come up with narratives. They just come up with them out of fucking nowhere, right? Somebody goes into a fucking bookstore and then they come out and all of a sudden it's all over conservative Twitter that this person was in there burning books just like the fucking Nazis, and that and then they start playing clips of that person 10 years ago saying how bad the Nazi book burnings were, and they're like, oh wow, so fucking principled. Look at this person. They don't actually care about book burnings. And you're like, what the fuck? Nothing caught on fire. Where are you getting that there was a book burning? That they were in a fucking library, you idiot. They were in a library. You liar. It's like, I to an extent, yeah, I wish that liberals could just come up with bullshit narratives like this all the time just to constantly put pressure on the other side. But at the same time, we all actually have self-awareness. We're not sociopaths. None of us would be able to do this. We're not capable of doing this. All of the people who are capable of doing it, they're on TikTok. They're doing it. But the rest of us, we all cringe looking at the fucking lefties on TikTok because they're fucking crazy. They sound fucking crazy. They sound like MAGA. And so it's just impossible for us to compete with this level of derangedness, because we're just actually not deranged. So it's a problem. It's a problem. We really need to become more deranged.
issues that they kind of drummed up the most excitement and drama on coming into office. Even when they were in office, there were kind of some cringe moments. Our Attorney General handed out some binders to a bunch of influencers that came to the White House saying that these are the Epstein Files Part 1, and they drummed up a lot of excitement over this, and literally nothing came of it. And then all the Republicans just decided it's time to move on, and so we just don't really talk about it much anymore at all. So who knows? Maybe this will, but I seriously doubt it.
Well, Stephen, this is life in DC, right? A lot has happened in the week past since the Epstein birthday book was made public by the Oversight Committee. Trump, of course, denied it in the first few days when it all came to light. But he's doing that thing where a lot's happened so much that it's now a distraction.
Yeah, why did they take so long to publish it? Why didn't they publish it the next day? Why didn't they do what the Atlantic did and just put it out in text first and then allow, because it wasn't listen, it was, the Atlantic didn't do this on accident, okay? I'm telling you, they planned it this way. The reason we know that they planned it this way is because when the Atlantic was put out the story about the fact that the Trump administration had a bunch of people who were using a Signal group chat to give information about the about like war plans and shit. The reason we know that they actually planned to like fuck with Donald Trump and everybody in the most magical way is because they reached out to them for comment. They reached out to the Trump admin for comment before publishing it. And the Trump administration already denied it and said that like nothing, there was nothing, no wrongdoing, blah, blah, blah. So they already knew that they were denying it, yet they put out the story anyways and then allowed them to deny it publicly in front of God and everybody, allowed them to deny it publicly, allowed the Congress to ask them under oath what happened, allowed them to lie under oath in front of everybody. And then immediately after, they just put out the fucking text messages and showed everybody exactly what happened. And it was beautiful. It was a fucking beautiful moment. They played it perfectly. So good. With the Trump love letter to Epstein, why didn't they put it out the next day? Why didn't they just do exactly what The Atlantic did? You're not fucking with Def Not Van Dread. Homie. You ain't fucking with my homie.
Now on the back burner for media and for headlines. So is this Trump strategy from the White House to basically keep his schedule up, keep his appearances up, keep him in the news cycle, but for other things so that stuff like the Epstein scandal really falls?
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of disappointing, but if you spend a considerable amount of time online doing content, it's basically like I kind of analyze Trump as an influencer, basically as a YouTuber.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime I have friends who are going through some like very dramatic stuff, either a breakup or whatever else, they say something stupid, something happens online. I always tell people if you just keep streaming through it or you keep creating YouTube videos, basically people forget in like a week, even if it feels like the end of the week.
Yeah, that would be nice. That I've tried that a couple of times, and within the next 3 months, my entire audience disappeared. So yeah, with the last cancellation, I literally lost 95% of my fucking audience. So in the course of, I want to say a month, maybe less. Just yeah, I did address everything. I just didn't like, I guess I didn't fight everybody as strongly as I probably should have, but I addressed everything. It just, yeah, over the course of like a month, just watched everybody dwindle away.
The world. As funny as that is, that guiding hand or principle for online content seems to apply to the president of the United States as well. He's very attention focused. There's no time to focus on any particular event or thing he did because there's always the next thing, like probably 3 to 4 days later. Yeah, it seems like he just keeps pushing forward people because the conservatives tell people to stop caring about it. The liberals don't want to keep talking about it because they don't want to be accused of having Trump derangement syndrome. So then we all just kind of move on to the next thing.
In one of your...
Well, that's why I really like my my list of fascistic things that Trump has done. These are things that every time I start reading over it, a ton of people are like, wait, did that happen? Like even liberals will be like, wait, that happened? I don't remember that. Like half the shit that even as I was making the list, I didn't remember happened or didn't know happened or, shit like that. So yeah, it's is one of the reasons I really like the fucking list, is that it makes it to where these are things that are like easily, I can more easily keep track of just all of the insane fucking shit that he does. Although that is something Remind me after we finish this video. That is something that I need to get back to. I have like a lot of things that I need to update that list with for this term, because I didn't, I'm fairly certain I made the list during his, oh, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm pretty sure I made that list during, before he entered this presidency. I think, right? Does anybody remember? Is that, am I right? When did I debate Adam and Sitch? Yeah, had to be before his presidency. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it was well before. This is like what? September? November. Yeah, November 1st. November 1st. So this is, we had the debate at the end of October then. Yeah. 6% in 12 months leading up to July 2025. Wait, I just saw Australians complaining about the cheaper cuts of beef becoming unaffordable, and others in Asia said they can grab Australian packages, package stamped at the regular price. Yeah, so this happened before the election, like a week before the election. So yeah, so I probably don't have anything on the list from this month. From this administration. What are y'all, give me some suggestions on some things that I need to add from this administration, because obviously sending in the military. Actually, I made a list on Twitter recently. I forgot about that. Some of those things are from this administration, so I can just look at the Twitter list. Okay.
Videos from a few months ago, you said that there wasn't enough outrage on the Trump and Epstein relationship and these revelations. Do you still think that?
Relationship.
My position on this is very boring. I'm a very non-conspiratorial person. I read the whole FBI report when it came out. I don't think there was a huge Epstein conspiracy. I don't think that there was any grand client list. The new information that's come out.
Have you guys seen this? Did you guys see this fucking shit? This is so annoying, dude. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like how fucking deranged these people are and how willing they are to lie. And every time they get caught fucking lying, nobody gives a fuck. No conservative cares. Every time conservatives get caught lying, they don't care. Nobody on their side gives the slightest fuck at all. This guy put out a video or a photo of the guy who just killed the person, and other people put this out and showed him wearing a Trump shirt, and he said, if only you hadn't photoshopped it. And then added this. He photoshopped it. He took that off. I looked at the actual Facebook post yesterday. I know that he was actually wearing a Trump shirt, but he photoshopped it to take off the Trump part and then said, if only you hadn't photoshopped it. And thankfully, readers added context for this. And it says the photoshopped image on the is on the left without the Trump imagery. The photo on the right with the MAGA/Trump imagery is the real photo taken from Facebook. And you can see they cloned the pattern parody. Yes, like you can see that even right there, there's a part of the original photo still left there. You can see here and here. You can see it's still there. And like you can see that all of this here just does not blend with this. It does not blend very well. So it's very like empty, whereas the rest of this is super messy. It's got a lot going on here. Here, it's just kind of empty. And you can almost see like a face there and everything. Like he left parts of it there. And so, yeah, so the readers added context on this. And it's a magic 8-ball. Am I stupid? It's a fucking bowling ball. Yeah, it's getting literally... is getting literally every single thing wrong a hobby of yours? The image isn't photoshopped. Like, yes, this is so ridiculous, dude. They cannot stop. They just can't stop being wrong about everything, bro. Yeah, and see, they caught it. Yep. You can see the little spots left. Yep. Said I'm on the side. I'm on the side. Both images are weird. Oh wait, he said both images are weird. Oh, okay, buddy. But did he post this twice? Because I commented on one. Oh my goodness, he did. He posted it fucking twice. Holy shit, he posted it a second time. He said, if only you hadn't photoshopped it at Representative Swalwell. And then here it says disinformation Democrats at JD Vance. And then he tried doing it again here and then just said, if only you hadn't photoshopped it. And it's the same fucking person. It's the same person both times. He posted this numerous times. After getting fact-checked on this, he's still posting it. Oh my goodness. This guy is fucking shameless. Damn, this guy posts some fucking shit. Sanctuary State, Illinois rioters chant "Kill ICE, shoot ICE" outside detention center. Was there a riot? Katmir yesterday kept saying that there was a fucking riot. Was there a riot? Did a riot happen? We tuned in numerous times and we never saw a riot. Oh no. Trump's bizarre claim that 274 FBI agents were planted prior to January 6th gets torpedoed by his own FBI director, Kash Patel. That was another thing that Katmir was here saying the other day, was that it was proven that they had this many one of the things that he sent me was that one of the guys who was there worked in the DOJ, and I went and double checked that. That is not true. The guy who was there, who was actually just like a retired Marine who was one of the rioters, he was caught on video telling everybody in the crowd to kill the fucking Capitol Police. And then Trump pardoned him and then put him in the DOJ. It was Trump who put that motherfucker in the DOJ. So they do all this shit about like the Democrats. They even put a guy in the DOJ in the fucking no, Donald Trump put a guy from there in the DOJ, not the Democrats. Just FYI, guys, we are at 45 minutes left. If we want to continue stream, I think I missed one. Yeah, so it's $1 that I gotta add. So we're missing $24. If we want to continue, we got to get the donos up. Otherwise, when the clock gets to 0, I will be. Actually, you know what? Nah. Since it's only $1 in, I will go ahead and just say, yeah, I'm gonna head out when the clock hits 0, because there was no riot in Portland. It was just a bunch of people standing in the roadway. Let's see. Bizarre new claim from President Donald Trump about FBI agents being in the crowd prior to January 6th was promptly knocked down by his own FBI director. Trump made the claim in a post on Truth Social on Saturday afternoon as part of an attack against former FBI Director Christopher Wray. The president accused Wray of lying by denying that FBI agents were in the crowd just prior to and during the riot at the Capitol. It was just revealed that the FBI had secretly placed against all rules, regulations, protocols, and standards 274 FBI agents into the crowd just prior to and during the January 6th hoax, Trump wrote. This is different from what Director Christopher Wray stated over and over again. That's right. As it now turns out, FBI agents were at and in the January 6th protest, probably acting as agitators and insurrectionists, but certainly not as law enforcement officials. Trump then tied Wray to FBI Director James Comey, who was indicted Thursday for making false claims by adding Christopher Wray, the then director of the FBI, has some major explaining to do. That's 2 in a row, Comey and Wray, who got caught lying with our great country at stake. We can never let this happen to America again. But Trump's claim that the FBI agents were in the crowd prior to the riot was contradicted by current FBI Director Kash Patel. The director made a comment to Fox News Digital on Saturday night for a piece authored by Bree Stimson. Here is a brief excerpt. My earbud's about to die. The FBI responded on Saturday to a report that 274 plainclothes agents were at the U.S. Capitol riot on January 6, 2021, clarifying the role of Bureau personnel while still blasting former Director Christopher Wray. Quote, while the agents were on hand, they were sent in after the riot had begun to try to control the unruly crowd, officials told Fox News Digital. That is not the proper role of FBI agents, and Wray was not forthcoming about what happened when he testified numerous times on Capitol Hill, Director Kash Patel said. Agents were sent into a crowd control mission after the riot was declared by Metro Police, something that goes against FBI standards, Patel told Fox News Digital. Patel did not make direct reference to the Trump claim he was correcting, and in an apparent effort to remain in the president's good graces, proceeded to blast Wray. So wait, so were they plainclothes agents? Were they undercover? Were they part of the crowd just acting as like regular people? Were they in uniform? Were there 274 of them? Like what? What the fuck? Okay, well that I didn't get an answer about the riots. Yeah, it's all about January 6th. Everything is about January 6th, so. Oh shit. No way. Oh no. Apparently. Apparently, I think Straight Red accidentally went live naked. That's gotta suck, dude. That's gotta suck, dude. Oh man.
Like like a month ago, basically it coincided with every single thing in that Federal Bureau of Prisons report, that he probably killed himself. There's a lot of issues with our federal prisons. That being said, if I did say that, it was probably more in relation to the idea that, one, they made a huge issue out of it. You've seen people, the Deputy Director of the FBI, Bongino, you've seen Kash Patel, you've seen Pam Bondi come out and say, before getting elected, after getting elected into cabinet, they're saying things like, I've talked to these guys and they know this is real and the Epstein stuff is huge. And Bondi's like, they got all these files in the Southern District of New York we've just found and I've got everything on my desk now. And then absolutely nothing. It evaporated. And it's like, okay, well, you guys sold this so hard, and the Republicans are the kings of seeing constellations with 2 stars. And, these guys will draw connections between, like, it was like one email from Podesta ordering a ton of sandwiches made them convinced that there was a child pedophile cult rape ring that Hillary Clinton and everyone else was involved in, and that Hunter Biden was involved with Burisma. They'll believe these things off of one line of text. And then meanwhile, we've got Donald Trump, who apparently is single-handedly keeping Hallmark in business with the amount of cards he's sending to this Epstein dude. And then every other, way that you can tie these two people together, could you imagine if on YouTube there was a video where Epstein was saying, oh, Joe Biden, that guy's been my best friend for 10 years. We'd never hear the end of it. But because it's Donald Trump, I don't even know if half of America knows that phone call exists. It's outrageous how much they can play into every other conspiracy and downplay everything else on their side.
So you don't think there's an Epstein client list?
Personally, I don't even think there's ever even been evidence of it. I think it was just kind of spoken into existence and people believe it. I know there are a lot of accusers, but I mean, you can put anything you want, in a civil complaint. You can say whatever you want to the media. In terms of strong evidence, I think Epstein probably had a lot of people through his island in terms of children, minors that, he sexually molested or abused. But I don't know if there's this huge blackmail list of clients or other people. I've never seen any evidence of that ever. But again, it's a controversial, boring.
Yeah, apparently it was just an accident. She just accidentally went live for a little bit and took it down pretty quick. It's a fear that every streamer has. I've actually posted this on Twitter before. It was one of my most popular tweets is where I said, do other streamers get super paranoid when they go live? Or sorry, not when they go. Do other streamers get super paranoid when they do personal things at their computer, thinking that they're going to be on Discord or on OBS or something? And yes, just every fucking streamer is immediately in my replies and quote tweeting it, saying yes, all the time. It's terrifying. I can't ever actually have peace and quiet or have a nice time by myself, because all I keep thinking is that something might have the OBS might have turned on, or I might still be in a call with somebody, or just disable perms in between. What do you mean disable perms in between? What does that mean? Live on Kick still? Yes, there's been a bunch of times that, yes, I've been live on Kick for hours after I've finished stream. And there's once or twice that I was live on Kick still and left and then came back an hour later, and I saw on my phone that I was still live, but there wasn't a way for me to disconnect the live stream from my phone. And I have a bunch of messages from people saying bro, you're still live, you're still live. And so, and lots of times, yes, Allie is one of the people who's sending me the messages. So I'll come back and start making noises and shit, because I'll come back, I'll check on my phone and I'll see there's 20 people watching on Kick, while nothing's there, because they're all waiting for something to happen, or they're all just recording, hoping something happens. And so, yeah, lots of times I'll come back and be I was going to start moaning just to fuck with y'all, but never mind. And just because all they see is a black screen. All they see, my stream is just a black screen. So they can't even see that I walked in the room. Every time I end stream, my mics are all immediately on mute and everything. And so, yeah, I'll just come and be I was going to start moaning just to fuck with y'all, but I decided not to. And then just end stream there. Yep. At the very least, don't become another Jeffrey Toobin. and start jacking off during a live stream. That could get awkward. There was well, that's what I was saying, is that like it could be like an accident. Like most guys seem to be very paranoid about that being the case as well. But there was a number of times that like girls on who had Twitch streams did this. And one of them, she literally like opened up her fucking butthole and like was bent over like up against the camera and everything. But turns out she was an OnlyFans girl, and she accidentally she had ended her stream on Twitch and then went live on there. So yeah, it's just like it's a thing that like can happen to people. There's a lot with streaming that's complicated that makes it to where it's a thing that can happen. I have accidentally leaked things in the past, and was she hot? The Twitch girl? I'm pretty sure it's all over Pornhub. So if your state still has Pornhub, I'm pretty sure you can go look it up. She got banned for 1 day, and everybody was super pissed off about the fact that you could literally see like inside of her fucking butthole, and she got banned for 1 day because it was an accident. It seemed like a genuine accident that she was trying to go live on OnlyFans and accidentally went live on Twitch. But then there's other girls who actually went live on purpose and said like, yeah, fuck it, y'all send me the fucking donos, let's go, send me the donos. And yeah, those are on Pornhub as well. But because yeah, they like, the one's an OnlyFans girl, the other one did it on purpose. Like, those being on OnlyFans kind of makes sense because they. But yeah, it's got like if it's an accident, that's yeah, that's just really gotta suck. Because yeah, shit happens with streaming, so it's always a possibility.
Take, yeah.
I know, and obviously when the Oversight Committee released some of the files, I think a month ago, it was quite anticlimactic, as you're making it out to be, Stephen. There wasn't really much that we didn't already know. There was about 3% of flight logs and travel data that was uninteresting. But do you think we're any closer to having some of these files that haven't been made public? Because we've seen the Oversight Committee, of course, the Democrats really eager to make these public. Because looking at the situation right now and just Trump's denials, it does, you could look at this situation and think that the White House is hiding something a little bit more sinister.
So I think, oh God, I can't believe I'm in a position where I have to defend them on this. I think that they are hiding something, but I think for good reason. When you do criminal investigations, you might go to a lot of different places, but not really find evidence of a wrongdoing. But if you were to make public every single part of a criminal investigation, it's very easy for the public to run with a particular thing, Epstein was a billionaire, super influential. I'm sure there were a ton of people that shook hands with this guy. And I'm sure that my guess would be the vast majority of them didn't know that he was doing anything crazy wrong. I would be very irked if it turns out that some guy that I met, 3 years ago abused children, and then for whatever reason the FBI published all their files on it, and then people saw, wow, Stephen met this guy at at some event, and they shook hands and they spoke for a little bit. It's like, okay, I'm not.
Okay, I've been pretty like clear about the fact that I don't make any claims about what it is that Trump has or has not done, or what the files do or do not say. But there are some aspects of this that make me very... I can't believe Tom thought this chick was British. Hold on. It was a very little bit that I heard, okay? Shut the fuck up. But there are a number of things that make me really, really suspicious and make me feel like I'm being convinced more and more that there is likely something there. Okay, so like, one, obviously we have the Jane Doe complaint where a girl actually tried suing Trump and Epstein in a single lawsuit where she fills out an affidavit for the lawsuit before anybody even knew who Epstein was. He was not this famous person yet. This is from 2015, 2016. She's already trying to sue these people for saying that Trump and Epstein brutally raped her. She goes into very clear detail about screaming stop and them hitting her and threatening her life and shit, telling her if she ever said anything, they'd kill her, they'd kill her family. And talking about other girls who were there who went missing. But not only that, but also there was another girl who also filled out an affidavit, part of that case. There were two other girls did. But what the other one, Tiffany Doe, was the Ghislaine Maxwell of the time. She was the Ghislaine Maxwell of that scenario where she recruited this Jane Doe to be part of the parties and to show up to the parties and everything. This is before Epstein was even like a big name. This was already happening. She was already trying to sue Trump and Epstein back then. And that's just one thing, okay? It never went to court. Apparently she disappeared. Her lawyer said that she was getting a lot of threats and that she was afraid for her life, and she disappeared. Okay? All right. Well, never went to court. We don't have a whole lot of evidence there. All right, fine. But then turns out that Trump and Epstein were best friends. So, okay, well, there's a little bit more connection now. And Trump talks about the fact that they both love beautiful women, especially even those on the young side. Okay, there's a little bit more there. Then he just recently came out talking about the fact that Epstein stole girls from from Mar-a-Lago, and he literally talks about one specific girl that he stole, which is one of the Epstein victims, who says that she was taken from there and was trafficked and everything. Makes it sound as though Trump knew about this. Then Trump says he did it once. And I told him, you have to know, you don't steal women from my places like that. So I had to tell him, no more stealing young girls from she was 16. He said, I had to tell her, no more. I had to tell Epstein, no more stealing girls from my place. Okay, you go steal them somewhere else, not from my place. And then it happened again. And yes, Virginia Giuffre is the name that he mentions. Yes, it's at minimum, he knew about it and was still friends with the guy. At most, he was involved. But this is one of the odd things about a lot of the Epstein files, is that we don't have a whole lot of accusations of other people who were involved. We know of two of any accusation ever. There's only two, and that's Trump and Prince Andrews. Everybody loves to bring up Clinton all the time and crap like that. There's never an accusation about Clinton. No girl has ever mentioned Clinton once, never. But that I know of. Maybe you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Has any other girl ever mentioned Clinton? I don't think they have. I think that people have just talked about the fact that they were friends, and that's it. They talked about the fact that, he was they did this the other day when we were on the panel, and they were like, well, we all know that Bill Clinton's in those files. And so how the fuck do you know that? He went to the island. So what? There wasn't much about the island. Most of the accusations are happening in Florida, in New York. They're not happening at the fucking island. There's a couple. I think there's two accusations about the actual island, but the island was not when they call it pedophile island. This gives you the idea that there's just tons of underage girls just walking around naked all the time. But that doesn't seem to be. What about the painting, Tom? Are you kidding, Freddie? Or are you being serious, or are you? I can't tell. Oh, okay. I was about to say, I could have sworn you were here when we researched the fucking painting. So yeah, and it's weird because like all AI keeps telling us that they don't know anything about the painting, but then we found actually like no, we know exactly who made the fucking painting. We know exactly who made the painting and who sold it and everything. Like, and it was just a joke. It was just a meme of a painting from a nobody artist who just thought she was Australian, I believe. She was an Australian nobody artist who just had fun in college, who just had fun painting like famous people in weird circumstances, and she painted him in the dress. And I think it was supposed to be a meme about like Monica Lewinsky or something like that. And Epstein thought it was funny and bought it and put it in the fucking. But yeah, that doesn't. I'm pretty sure that there are not 1,000 trafficked girls like Pam told the world. Pam did not tell the world there were 1,000 trafficked girls, just to be clear. In the document that she put out, in the statement that she put out about this, she did not say there were 1,000 trafficked girls. She said there are 1,000 victims. She said at least 1,000 victims, which that could be true. Like, when we talk about victims, it doesn't necessarily have to be in, like, the sense that they were raped. Like, again, lots of girls were just there to help recruit. Lots of girls were just supposed to go tell their friends at school that there was an opportunity and they should call this number. Lots of girls were just supposed to show up at parties and hang out and look pretty. Lots of girls were just supposed to make other people feel calmer by, like, being around while they got them to give a massage before they disappeared. Lots of girls, like, there's all sorts of different roles that people played in these scenarios. Lots of them were coerced into these scenarios where they would tell them, I'm going to pay for your college, or I'm going to pay for your training, I'm going to pay for this. And so yeah, they may not all be underage. Yes, exactly. A lot of them may not even be underage. Like, we do know that a lot of them were, like, yes, college age and actually going to college, but they were, like, coerced into these scenarios. And so, yeah, it's just there's a broad array of people in these mix-ups.
Not affiliated with this guy at all. Like, why is my name out here publicly now? So I can understand them not wanting to release it for that. That would be like the good intention thing. I think that Trump probably did meet with this guy quite a bit. You know, there was that leak that the FBI was told to scrub his name from everything before publishing anything. So my guess is, listen, I'm Trump's #1 hater, okay? You will never find somebody who hates Trump more than me. I promise, I swear to God on that. But I feel like if Trump was involved in some ultra nefarious way, I feel like we would have heard about it by now. The idea that would be secret for so long just seems pretty unbelievable to me. But I bet there's a lot of like flight logs and communications and stuff that he just doesn't want out there because he knows people will run with it. Yeah.
Of course, and the problem with this Epstein files is that, yeah, you could take one thing and run with it, and that's not just about Donald Trump, that's about numerous millionaires who had interactions with Jeffrey Epstein, and we can really jump to conclusions, even though it might not be anything nefarious. But say these Epstein files, extra files, are released by the committee, and they do show meetings or even encounters that Donald Trump had with Jeffrey Epstein, but it doesn't prove that he did anything incriminating, doesn't prove that he knew what Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were doing. What happens to Trump? Because that makes it look like he's at least being lying about any sort of relationship he had.
The Republicans possess the I don't remember which Infinity Stone it was, the Reality Stone or whatever. Reality is whatever they want it to be. I don't think it matters. Trump can lie about anything. There might be like 7 Republicans that leave the party if, you know, they find out that he lied about something. I think the rest would be upset that he didn't choose their kid. Like, the Republican Party in the United States is absolutely unhinged. I don't know if you have an idea how horrible it is over here right now, but they can speak whatever they want into existence. The fact that Trump might have been lying about something, you know, like this guy changes. It's impossible to put into words how. For example, there was an interview that Trump gave outside of an airplane or a helicopter, because apparently half of his interviews are with a screaming helicopter airplane in the background, where he's talking to the media and he just says, like, there's a thing you would never say. This is a thing you would take the fifth on. They ask him about I think it's a girl who killed herself. I want to say this year or last year, related to Epstein. They asked him about this girl, like, oh, was it true that Jeffrey Epstein was taking people from Mar-a-Lago? And Trump starts the answer like Kanye, like, I'm not going to say anything about that. I don't want to say anything in particular. And then by the end of the sentence, he's like, yeah, he was taking girls from Mar-a-Lago, and he took one, and we told him, hey, you gotta cut this out. And, you know, when he took a second one, we decided to ban him. I was like, Jesus Christ, why would you even admit this? But, like, this didn't get any airplay, no media, nobody cared. Like, it's just, like, yeah, it's insane. And he even says the name of the girl who recently died. He was like, I think she came from the Mar-a-Lago spa or whatever. I was like, that's insane. Why would you say this openly? But, yeah, nobody cares over here. Yeah.
He was talking about Virginia Giuffre, and he was talking about how Epstein had been poaching staff from Mar-a-Lago, and that was one of the reasons why they had a falling out. And it was a real shock revelation because it was said in such a nonchalant manner when he'd said he'd had really no interaction, then said, oh, wait, no, I had to stop him from poaching all my staff from Mar-a-Lago because it was the greatest hotel and blah, blah, blah. But let me rephrase my question, Stephen. How do you think, not so much Republican Party members, but how do you think Americans will react if it comes out that he was blatantly lying and that he did have more to do with Epstein, even if it's not criminal?
Well, again, the point is Republicans. Republicans are the ones who kind of set these narratives. So it'll be something that, like, independent people will want to have a problem with. But if they do, a lot of the, like, cult members will fucking, like, rip their heads off, say they have TDS, that they're, you know, they're liberals, they're leftists, they're fucking communists if they agree with this. And then MAGA will just go full on deranged and just ignore all of this and act like it didn't happen and find some way to deny it. We literally just watched, I don't know if you guys were here, just a minute ago, we just watched a video about how they did this prank where they played fake audio of Trump saying that, like, he was going to rape girls, that he was putting hidden cameras in the pageants to spy on them, that he needed to get a good Chinaman to wasted design. You're way too far behind, I think, but he needed to get a good Chinaman to put hidden cameras in the dressing rooms to spy on these girls. Because if he's too close to them for too long, he'll just start grabbing them and touching them. The Chinaman sold me. And then he said, sometimes I just go in there myself. He's like, and they're all naked, and it's crazy. But they can't sue me because I go in naked too. So that we're all naked. So if they try to sue me, I'm going to sue them, and I got a good Jew lawyer who will crush them in court. So it's just so outrageous, so fucking ridiculous. And then they all start to defend it immediately. They all immediately start to defend this shit. It's like we don't even have to wonder what it is that they would do in a scenario like this. We already know. We have it. We have it right here. This is it. Let me see. This is Is this it? No. Here it is.
We're going to start out, and I want to share some leaked audio. And, this is audio.
Keep in mind, this is a prank, okay? It's not real audio, but they're pranking them. But these people don't know that they're being pranked, so.
Of Trump saying some things, and we need your candid thoughts on what to do, right? This is not out at this point, but we need to have a plan in place on how to react and respond to this stuff if it ends up in the media. So.
Look, I need cameras in the dressing room. Cameras on the wall, cameras on the floor, aimed up at their whatevers. I want the best cameras.
set up by the best Chinaman. Understand? Yeah, well, that could be a violation of... It's to make sure that they're safe. Safe? I mean, look, I can't be there all day. I'll just start grabbing them. Believe me, it's for them, not me. I'm a man. They're beautiful women. It's totally natural. You know, sometimes I'll walk in naked. So then we're all naked. I mean, if they file a complaint against me, I can file it right back at them. The Jew lawyer taught me that one.
We need to have a plan in place on how to react and respond to this stuff if it ends up in the media.
Well, this is obviously old. It's before he decided he was going to be a politician. I personally don't care. I just don't care.
See, I like him because he says all. I like him because he says all that. We love it when he says what everybody thinks and won't say. And with that personality goes those kind of comments most of the time.
As a man, I know I've been in situations, we've been in locker rooms, it's man talk. I've done it, said it, they've done it, said it. I've been around plenty of men, professional, I mean, you name it, every man has said something to the effects that, you know.
That they'd like to put the camera in a teenage girl's changing.
Yes, every man has said that they want to spy on naked women. Like, what? What the fuck? Every man says that he needs to put cameras in there to stop from raping them. Like, what the fuck?
All right, we're going to move on to the next one.
We'll be back with lots more of Donald Trump. Don't go away. Okay, so am I doing...
I think this is Crank Yankers or something like that. Isn't that what it's called? Crank Yankers? Oh, there's more. Yes, there's more. Yeah, she knows it's fake, Fed, but she's asking who made it. But this is Crank Yankers, right? They keep showing the dog with the cigar. M&M. Do you know what yearish? Widely circulated prank calls involving Trump and other pranksters, which have been Stuttering John prank call, anonymous AI, no. It's not. Triumph the comic dog. The fake audio is part of a special called Triumph Election Watch 2016. The home stretch. The special aired in October 2016 during the final days of the presidential election. In one segment, Triumph presented fake leaked tapes of both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton to focus groups. This was a comedic sketch intended to satirize the political climate and the role of leaked information in the election. I haven't seen the one with Hillary in it.
wanted.
Are you joking, sir?
No, I'm not joking. I mean, I'm not being sarcastic. How dangerous can 20 seconds be? I can't even melt ice cream in 20 seconds.
Wait, what did he say? We can't just put a human being. Trump said, not human beings. We have all these immigrants in the camp. I mean, all these convicted convicts. You could offer them, I don't know, offer them a parole or just unlock the door and give them a head start.
How dangerous can 20
Put part of the conversation.
Damn, okay.
We wanted to see how far we could push Trump's loyal supporters. So we decided to assemble a group of them for an unfiltered view of how they connect with Trump's vision for America. We brought these actual Trump
Transgender bathrooms? Oh, please, for the love of God, yes.
The transgenders deserve to use the bathroom they feel comfortable in. But sometimes that means men transgenders are going into women's bathrooms. Women deserve to be comfortable too. That's why, as your president, I will make guns available in every ladies' room in America. And these will be easily available in dispensers next to the other dispensers that you see in the ladies' room. The guns will be chained to the wall so they can't be used outside the bathroom. So the women can do whatever they do, with the knowledge that the playing field is even. Problem solved. It's disgusting, but it's solved. We're done with this. Let's move on.
All right, so that was the first one. So tell me what your initial reaction is. What do you think?
I personally think that if you're a man, you go to men's restrooms. If you're a woman, you go to women's restrooms. And it all started, we never had this issue before. And, I think it just started with Caitlyn Jenner, It's like, God, it's like, then Obama, it's like, oh. I mean, what happened to decency?
What about you, Donna? Are there places where
Obama transitioned?
making sense?
Anywhere.
Anywhere?
Anywhere nowadays.
Would you even have enough time to get one out of those vending machines too?
So what about the details on that? How would that work? How would you imagine that they could make something like that work?
If there's a, break the glass.
Right. I don't know, but
That might be a little better, but, or even like a baseball bat.
Yeah, some baseball. So something. Oh, if it wasn't a gun, having a bat or something else to defend yourself in there. Good, good comments on that first one. So we're going to do the same thing.
I'm a big fan of women, and they're big fans of me. But some want to vote for crooked Hillary just because she's a woman. But is she? She says she's a woman. And I want to take her at her word. But have we seen her whatever? I mean, a lot of people look at her photos and have questions. I mean, why doesn't she just say, I'm not a man? What's so wrong with saying, I'm not a man? Look, I'm okay with a female president and blood everywhere and all of that. But let's be honest, folks. I mean, basically, we already had a female president, Barack Obama, and that's probably why he won't release the birth certificate. And it's not a big deal if Obama is a woman and Hillary is a man, but we should know.
So tell me what you think of it. I mean, that's Trump counterpunching, right?
I like it.
You like it?
Right on.
Karen, you're
I
nodding
think the
too.
public would enjoy it. I'd rather hear stuff like that than, little foo-foo taglines that don't make sense.
Okay.
The media hits him, and he's gonna hit back.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, good. Well, let's look at another one here. So.
Here's another great idea you're gonna love. The wall is gonna take a year or so to build, so while we're waiting for it, let's build an invisible electric fence to keep any illegals out starting now. They try and cross and zap. Now I know what you're thinking. How do we get all 150 million Mexicans to wear shock collars? Easy. The collars will have the only thing they love more than crime, bling, Trump quality, and the Mexicans will pay for them. That's right. Before the wall, we build the fence. It's gonna be so gorgeous, so beautiful, so invisible, it'll make your head spin.
Tell me about that one. So what's going on there?
I like the fence, but seriously, getting collars on all those people
Yeah, I know.
is... To find out what it is, they'll somehow get it cut off and sell the bling, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, do you need a collar with the fence?
Yeah, you have to have something on for the invisible fence to work, or you can just walk across it.
To zap, right?
Right.
It wasn't a collar then. What else could that be? This is perfect because we're looking for these ideas to say how do we
Maybe like a
how do we
bracelet
take
or
this?
an ankle bracelet.
Put a metal bracelet or an ankle bracelet.
So not a collar, but maybe something that goes in your wallet or your purse or something like that.
Yeah.
On that, okay.
Or vaccine.
Or vaccine. How would that work?
They want to know, they think they were getting vaccinated for something.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are doing great. This is great feedback. So I'm going to tee up the next one here.
I like the way they think. They think like Democrats. That's what we do. We put the stuff in the vaccines that people don't know about. That's our job. That's our fucking job.
I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll care. It's hard to say. Like, if you would have asked anybody a year ago, they would say that like Epstein was one of the largest cornerstones of American like cultural interest. I would say about the president and everything else, and it really has fallen off a cliff over the past
Where's the
month or
clock?
so. Like, we just don't talk about it anymore. Especially like who's to say how many other media events might happen between now and December 31st. Before even the end of the year.
You're right. I mean, there's so much to pack into his calendar that this will get swept away. But I mean, a guest that came on this show with my colleague the other day, he said that if it comes out that these files were real and that Trump did have an affiliation, a relationship with Epstein, more of a relationship that he's ever led on, that he would resign.
Whoever it is should continue their career in comedy, because that's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. There's no world where Trump ever resigns from the presidency. That would just never, ever happen. This guy was at the Walter Reed Hospital for 4 days, like almost dying of COVID, and he didn't hand over the keys to Pence at the time. Like, there's no world where Trump ever resigns. They would have to drag him out of the White House, literally kicking and screaming.
Or change the Constitution if he wants another 4 years. But let's move on to kind of what's been happening between Russia and Donald Trump. Trump said on Sunday he finally acknowledged that Russia was the aggressor in the war. He told reporters that 8,000 soldiers have died this week from both countries, some from Russia, but when you're the aggressor, you lose more. Now, obviously, Stephen, it's hard to predict Trump's, his, I guess, allegiance to which country he swings in roundabouts, but it seems right now he's on Ukraine's side and he's finally acknowledged that Putin has been taking him for a ride. Do you think that he knows that?
It's possible. I always said that if Ukrainians were serious about winning the war, they just need to build giant statues of Trump on the front lines and like record them 24/7, because if any of them get blown up by Putin, that would be the thing that would invigorate him to get more involved. Trump, at the end of the day, I don't think he's like a Russian asset or guided by some crazy conspiracy. I think he's an insanely fragile, narcissistic kind of personality type. And I think that getting played by Putin over and over and over again, I think is probably making him feel stupid and feel kind of like abused. And so, he'll at least give lip service to the Ukrainian side. Now,
I mean, I almost feel like Trump only is like pretending to be more pro-Ukraine just to like get back at Putin, hoping that like Putin will come back. Like he's going in dating another girl just to try to get his ex-girlfriend to come back and get jealous. And I feel like that's all it is.
Now, will he ever actually, spring for supporting anything? I don't know. It takes more political will. And I don't know. I have no idea where his mind is at on that. I do know that he could literally speak into existence a fully armed Ukraine tomorrow if he were to take a side on it, because I think Democrats are generally willing to go along with it and Republicans will literally follow Trump to the end of the earth. But I don't know. Yeah, his mind changes every day on stuff depending on who the last person he spoke to was.
Well, we've been waiting for these sanctions to come to light. Obviously, we haven't really had much update since the Alaska summit. It really fell flat. We've had no discussion from Putin whether he's actually going to meet Zelensky. He's ignored that as well. And then he went to China and flaunted his relationship with North Korea and China. So, but then he said over the weekend that he's ready to do major sanctions on Russia. But once NATO countries agree to do the same, and once the NATO countries that are still buying Russian oil stop, so that's Turkey, Slovakia, and Hungary. But it's been back and forth for these sanctions for a while now, Stephen. Do you think it's likely that Trump will actually be a man of his word and implement these?
Trump is like I don't know if you've ever had like a flaky friend. This is absolutely me. Where you ask a friend like, hey, do you want to hang out on Friday? And the friend is like, Friday, that would be fun. And you're like, okay, cool. Do you want to meet me at like whatever restaurant? It's like, I've been there before. I think it's pretty good. And you're like, okay, cool. Am I going to see you there? And it's like, depending on how late, I might be able to show up. Right? Like Trump is like that guy. Will anything happen? I have no idea. I don't know if if you guys have picked up on it yet. We figured this out in America. Trump is always on like this infinite 2-week time delay where, things will happen in 2 weeks, and a couple weeks we'll see what happens. I've heard we've gone back and forth on these tariffs with everybody so many times. And, apparently Zelensky and Putin are perpetually a couple weeks away from figuring out some deal. I have no idea if this will be the time he does. One of the things that makes it so difficult to predict for Trump is that politics, especially international politics are very complicated, and the man's mind is very simple. So he doesn't have like a grand vision or a grand like ideology guiding him. It's really just whoever pissed him off last. And so it's hard to predict at any point in time where things are going. He kind of prefers the status quo, I think, because Ukraine is likely on the losing side of this war, and he doesn't want to back anybody that doesn't seem like a clear and obvious winner. I think that's why he throws his weight behind Israel so much, because it's easier, because it's not like, there's not as much risk that they might lose on that side. But I mean, if Putin keeps upping attacks and it looks really bad for him and he feels like he's getting slighted, who knows? Maybe he does involve himself more.
Do you think he's doubting his abilities to get a deal over the line at the least?
Trump's self-perception is very hard for me to understand. I don't know what he thinks of himself. It's very hard. I would say in his position, it's very obvious that we call him a deal maker and everything in the United States, but he really is not at all. Like, if you ask anybody, what deals does Trump make? He doesn't really make any of them. There was one deal that he could kind of maybe brag about, but not really. We had this big trade agreement between us, Mexico, and Canada called NAFTA, and he kind of changed that to the U.S., Mexico, Canada trade agreement, but now he's blowing all of that up with tariffs. So I don't know if he actually thinks he's a good deal maker and he can make these or not. I think he was a better TV star when he was on The Apprentice. That seems to be the role that he excels in, and right now that's still true. He's in front of the camera, but in terms of crafting any actual deals, it's been, what was it, 90 days and 90 deals in 90 days, and right now we're, I think, at 0 in however many days. So who knows?
He does love the camera, and he does love being in front of the media. But Stephen Burnell, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I've talked a bunch about the fact that, Trump behind the scenes, there's been videos of him just, acting like a normal person, talking like a normal person, and that I all of a sudden remembered that, oh yeah, he used to not talk like this. He used to not talk like a fucking caveman, and he actually spoke in full sentences, and has just drastically changed how he speaks. And I think this was the clip that I was
Donald
thinking.
Trump is an unserious man.
Oh. Ready? These prosecutions were all started by her and Biden against their political opponent. Me. Get that out right away now.
She paid bail for rioters in the Minnesota Freedom Fund.
She paid and raised bail. She paid bail to get the violent rioters in Minnesota out of jail.
Lying about the Project 2025.
Oh, lying against Project 25.
I guess that's not the clip, but that is. It was the documentary or whatever that I was looking for, but whatever. All right, I'm going to sleep. I'll be back on tomorrow. Oh, by the way, the store. Allie has been asking for this for a while, so I did it. The store has more options on colors now. So, for some reason, this hat, it's supposed to have more colors, but it won't. It won't add them. So, I don't know what the fuck, but I gotta work on this hat. I don't like this one very much, but there is a new hat. There's that one. And then there's a women's shirt. So the beanie, now you can get this in a bunch of different colors. There's 8 more colors, so you can even do like a yellow one, a pink one, a white one, a red one. A bunch of different colors for this now. And then yes, this is a women's shirt. short on the bottom. And same thing, it comes in a bunch of different colors. And then I took the Fools logo off the back of these and just put the at Tom Foolery Show on it with the YouTube logo. So there's a bunch of these now too, and we got more sizes added in as well. Thank you, Kanuko, for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's go. Let's get some cheers in chat. Appreciate it, Hope. Thank you very much. Bro putting his at across the shoulders. Yeah, I saw somebody the other day wearing a shirt that had an at on the front. That's all it said. Literally, just an at across the front. That's it. And I thought, that's not a bad idea. Because my other shirts, my other Tom Foolery shirts, have the old website. I used to have a website, a Tom Foolery Show website for the podcast. And so the old Tom Foolery Show shirts had the website on the back. Yeah, so this is the older shirt. And then the website was on the back. So now I figured, well, I can just put my at on the back. So this one has it in blue and pink. And then this one has it in white. This one has it in white with the little Fools logo as well. I don't understand this one. This one's so strange. But anyways, yeah. And then there is a black mug now. It's pretty sick looking. I'm getting this one. But yeah, all of these come in different colors now. So this one's in gray. But yeah, you can do it red, green. But all of these have a ton of different colors for the shirts now. Cream colors. Oh, okay. Now I see. Okay. I didn't realize what type of shirt this was when I put it on there. What is this called? Is there like a name? I think of this as like an Old Navy shirt or like a Gap shirt. Yeah, I'm still gonna add more stuff, so I'll probably post some like announcements when I'm done. A polo? No, that's not a polo. A polo has a collar on it. Which I wouldn't mind doing a polo. Polos would be pretty cool, but No, this doesn't have a collar. This is a crew neck? Nope. I thought crew neck was like a V-neck. Huh. Okay. Let's see. Crew neck. Shirt? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. There she blows. All right, cool. So yeah, these are all. I'm probably gonna take this one off and change it. I think I'm probably just gonna have like a whole new design for the logo for this one because I tried adding initially the one with the purple and or gold and blue one that Felix has next to his name. And then I know people said to do one with the gold badge, but nobody's gonna fucking get that. So yeah, I thought I'll do a black on black with the black logo. I just need to remake the black logo specifically for this. Because the black logo has like too much texture to it. So every time I look at this, it reminds me of a Bulls hat for some reason. Is that just me? Does anybody look at this and think of a Bulls hat? I like the first one. Do it with the color, though. What does that mean? Do it with the color. Yeah, the Abrego Garcia black hat. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Yeah. The first one of what? That literally looks nothing like a bull. Damn. Okay, my bad. Make it fitted with the black and purple pink color. Oh, you're talking about the hat with the colored logo. Like this one? Well, I mean, we already have the Adidas hat that's kind of like that, but we don't have any fitted hats. So this one's a snapback. And then this one's a I don't remember what they call that, but yeah, this is a Under Armour hat. I got recommended this. I'm Aria. How are you all? Oh, I'm so sorry, Aria. Just like that shirt, but do it with the purple, pink, and blue color on that first black hat. Make it fitted though. Yeah, so I don't have I don't have any fitted hats. I have these 3 designs for hats, and then I have the toboggan. That's that. I thought about maybe making like I don't know what you call it, like a Gilligan's hat as well, but But yeah, adding more stuff as we go. And we did drop some of the prices down as well, since I wasn't able to get some of the coupons on there. So dropped a lot of the prices a lot lower. And there is, yeah, they're still working on a coupon to come out, but Fisherman's hat, yeah, sure. I don't, yeah, I guess. I like the Under Armour hat. That's pretty badass. It's supposed to look like I wear a white hat with a W on the front all the time. And so that's the only reason we made this one. But this one is supposed to be able to come in different colors, and it's just not there. And I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. I've edited it like 10 times, and it's just not working. So, yeah, I'll edit this one. I thought about doing one with like an actual like purple bill, and then having a purple logo on it. And that's what I was working on yesterday, but the site freezes up a lot. So, a bucket hat. Yeah, maybe that's what it's called. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna do a bucket hat. Yep. But yeah, I added a bunch of colors, and then I added specifically a female shirt. So yeah, even the hoodie comes in a bunch of different colors as well. I just have to add the handle to the back of it. Right now it's empty, so. But all right, I'll be back on tomorrow. I'm probably going to raid you guys out to Irrelevant. Do me a favor, make sure you come back and leave a comment when we're done. But I should be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Call from
Jonathan.
Thanks for calling the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going?
Hey, it's going. Just wanted to kind of touch base with you regarding Trump and the president of the Ukraine, Zelensky.
What's up?
Oh, well, I think one of the issues that we're going to have with Zelensky is he's kind of like one of those. He's kind of one of those guys. Sorry. He's kind of one. Sorry. That hello.
It's pretty good. Destiny recently revealed behavior is utterly unsurprising and, for the most part, not even new. It fits neatly into a long-established pattern of behavior that you were already aware of, including leaking nudes. He didn't leak nudes. I do believe he threatened to leak nudes, but he didn't leak nudes. He said threatening. Okay, so he does say threatening to leak nudes. So then this isn't the same thing. It's just threatening, bro. Hold on. I didn't say it's just threatening. That's not what I said. Shut the fuck up, dude. Why, Hans? What are you retarded? Do you not understand the difference? Do you think those are the same things? You think it's the same thing. I'm not even going to ask. You think it's the same thing. Obviously, based on your response. You think they're the same things. And so, like, nuance here is not important to you. You think threatening to leak a nude is the same as leaking a nude. But I don't. I don't think they're the same thing. I think that one is worse than the other one. I think they're both horrible things to do. As, again, I am the one who went on Destiny's stream and kind of grilled them over this. I don't know anybody else who did that. Looking at how this affects the other person and whether or not, like, it's proportional.
I would assume that we would take into consideration how much sexting would affect you and your career and your personal relationships, and then how much nudes would affect her career and her personal
I mean, how much would it
relationships.
affect it if people knew that she was leaking personal information as a therapist? I feel like that would be the more damaging thing.
Maybe. I don't think that anybody thinks that you guys had a confidential relationship, but
Wait, what do you mean by that? Our sexual interactions are confidential, of course.
That's obviously very different, like a personal relationship versus a client-therapist relationship, right?
I mean, honestly, your point of view, you're free to disagree. I mean, I think if you were to poll the audience, I think only like 30% of people would even agree with my take that sexting and nudes are the same. More people actually might be bothered by the nude leaking thing than the sexting thing. That's like, that wouldn't surprise me. So I understand I might be in a minority position there, but that's how I view it.
I'm aware I'm free to disagree.
I don't think there is anybody else who did that. I believe I am the only person who did it, so it's just me, dude. If you were really interested in being accurate, you would mention that it's still a thing to do, hence my claim. You're right, dude. My bad. I forgot to mention that it's a thing to do to threaten to leak nudes. I fucked up there. I forgot to mention that it is a thing to do. Obviously, this is a very divisive thing in our country where there's just a very large group of people who are super pro leaking nudes of other people, and if I'm not clear, I could look like I end up in that group of people. I think while I'm at it, I should also mention, because I don't think I've said this before, I also think rape is bad. I mentioned rape earlier, and I didn't stop to say that rape was bad. I did use murder in a hypothetical earlier, and I didn't stop to mention that murder was bad. And it's going to be very easy to place me into that group of people who think murder's good as well, so I want to make sure everybody knows I also think murder is bad. And it mentioned each and every time I said sending people's nudes without consent, I probably should have stopped all of those times and also said, which is bad, by the way. Yeah, real smart move, buddy.
You don't have to have a government